left her. He looked to be in anything but a complaisant mood. The sardonic lines about his mouth were marked, and a frown drew his black brows into a bar across his face. He was dressed with propriety, in an evening coat and knee-breeches, but, as usual, there was a hint of carelessness about his appearance, as though the pattern of his waistcoat or the set of his neckcloth was a matter of indifference to him. He greeted her unsmilingly and turned to meet Serena. She had chosen to dignify the occasion by arraying herself in a gown which had been made for her by Bath's leading modiste, and never before worn. It was a striking creation of black-figured lace over a robe of white satin, the bodice cut low and the train long. With it she wore her diamond earrings and the triple necklace of pearls her father had given her at her coming of age. She looked magnificent. But the comment she evoked from the Marquess was scarcely flattering. "Good God, Serena," he said as he briefly shook her hand. "Setting up as a magpie?" "Just so. I collect it doesn't find favour with you," she retorted, a spark in her eye. He shrugged. "I know nothing of such matters." "No one, my dear Rotherham, having once clapped eyes on you, could doubt that." With nervous haste, Fanny interrupted this promising start to one of the interchanges she dreaded. "Lord Rotherham, I must introduce Major Kirkby to you." He turned to confront the Major, whom he had not previously seemed to notice. His hard eyes surveyed him unrecognizingly. He put out his hand, saying curtly, "How do you do?" Never, thought Fanny, could two men have formed a stronger contrast to each other. They might have served as models for Apollo and Vulcan, the one so tall and graceful, classically featured and golden-haired, the other swarthy and harsh-faced, with massive shoulders, his whole person suggesting power rather than grace. In looks, in deportment, in manners, there could be no comparison. The Major far outshone the Marquess. "We have met before, sir," the Major said. "Have we?" said Rotherham, the bar of his brows lifting slightly. "I've no recollection of it. When and where?" "Upon more than one occasion," replied the Major steadily, meeting that hard stare. "In London, 7 years ago." "Indeed. If it is 7 years since we met, I must hold that to be a sufficient excuse for having forgotten the circumstance. Did you form one of Serena's court?" "Yes, I did," said the Major. "Ah, no wonder, then. I never disintegrated the mass into its component parts." This time it was Serena who intervened. "I informed you, Rotherham, that the attachment between us was of long-standing date." "Certainly you did, but you can hardly have expected me to have known that it was of such long-standing date as that. I had, on the contrary, every reason to suppose otherwise." Serena flushed vividly. The Major held his lips firmly compressed over hard, clenched teeth. Fanny flung herself once more into the breach. "I have not felicitated you yet, Lord Rotherham, upon your engagement. I hope you left Miss Laleham well?" "Well, and in great beauty," he replied. "You remind me that she desired me to convey all sorts of messages to you both. Also that I stand in your debt." "In my debt?" she repeated doubtfully. "So I must think. I owe my first introduction to Miss Laleham to you, and consider myself much obliged to you." She could not bring herself to say more than, "I wish you both very happy." "Thank you. You're a notable matchmaker, Lady Spenborough. Accept my compliments." She had never been more thankful to hear dinner announced. While the servants were in the room, only indifferent subjects were discussed. It was second nature to Serena to promote conversation and to set a party going on the right lines. No matter how vexed she might be, she could not fail in her duties as a hostess. Fanny, sitting opposite to her, nervous and oppressed, wondered and admired, and did her best to appear at ease. She had never yet been so in Rotherham's presence, however. At his most mellow he made her feel stupid. When he sparred with Serena for an opening, she felt quite sick with apprehension. The Major saw it, and chancing to meet her eye, smiled reassuringly at her, and took the earliest opportunity that offered of sliding out of a discussion of the restored King of Spain's despotic conduct, and turned to ask her quietly if she had succeeded in her search for a birthday present likely to appeal to the taste of her younger sister. She responded gratefully, feeling herself protected, and Serena, seeing her happily engaged in abusing the bath shops and describing her hunt for a certain type of workbox, was content to let drop the subject of Spain, which she had chosen because it was one on which the Major could speak with authority. Rotherham sat for a moment listening to Fanny, but surveying the Major from under his frowning brows. Then he turned his head towards Serena and said, "I imagine Lady Teresa will have told you of Buckingham's duel with Sir Thomas Hardy. An odd business. The cause is said to be some offensive letters written to and about Lady Hardy. Anonymous, of course, but Hardy held Buckingham to be the author." "Persuaded by her ladyship of that, I'm in no doubt. I don't credit a word of it, does anyone?" "Only the inveterate scandal-mongers. The character of a gentleman protects Buckingham, or should." "I think so, indeed. But tell me, Ivo, how does the antiquated courtship progress? My aunt wrote of having seen their senilities flirting away at some party or other." He replied with a caustic comment which made her burst out laughing, and in another moment they were in the thick of the sort of conversation Fanny had hoped might be averted. Rotherham seemed to have recovered from his ill-humour. He was regaling Serena with a salted anecdote. Names and nicknames were tossed to and fro. It was Rotherham now who had taken charge of the conversation, Fanny thought, and once again she was labouring to keep pace with it. There was something about the Duke of Devonshire dining at Carlton House, and sitting between the Chancellor and Lord Caithness. What was there in that to make Serena exclaim? Ponsonby too idle, Tierney too unwell, Lord George Cavendish too insolent for leadership. What leadership? "I thought they had made no way this session," Serena said. "The reverse. Brougham threw the cat among the pigeons, of course. By the by, Croker came out admirably over the attack on the Navy estimates. He was offered a Privy Councillor's office as a result, but declined it." "Are you interested in politics, Major Kirkby?" said Fanny despairingly. "Not in the least," he replied in cheerful accents. "For shame, Hector!" Serena rallied him. He smiled at her but shook his head. "You will have to instruct me." "You have been interested in more important matters, Major," said Rotherham, leaning back in his chair, the fingers of one hand crooked round the stem of his wine-glass. "I don't know that. Certainly politics have not come in my way yet." "You must bring him in, Serena. The party needs new blood." "Not I," she returned lightly. "How odious it would be of me to try to push him into what he does not care for." "You will do it nevertheless." "Do you care to wager on that chance?" "It would be robbing you. You will never be able to keep your talents buried." He raised his glass to his lips, and over it looked at the Major. "Serena was made to be a political hostess, you know. Can you subdue her?" "I doubt it." "She knows I would never try to do so." "Good God," said Rotherham. "I hope you're not serious. The picture you conjure up is quite horrifying, believe me." "And I hope that Hector knows that you are talking nonsense," Serena said, stretching out her hand to the Major and bestowing her most brilliant smile upon him. He took the hand and kissed it. "Of course I do. And you know that whatever you wish me to do, I shall like to do," he said laughingly. Rotherham sipped his wine, watching this byplay with unexpected approval in his face. The second course had come to an end, and in obedience to a sign from Serena the servants had left the room. Fanny picked up her fan, but before she could rise, Serena said, "Have I your consent and approval, Ivo?" "Certainly, unless I discover that the Major has a wife in Spain, or some other such trifling impediment. When do you propose to be married?" "It cannot be until I'm out of mourning. I don't feel it would be proper even to announce the engagement at this present." "Most improper. It will be as well, however, since the control of your fortune will pass from my hands to his, if I have some talk with him on this subject." "Yes, pray do," she said cordially. "And I wish you will tell me what I may count on, Ivo. I never made the least inquiry, you know, because to know the precise sum I might have enjoyed but for that abominable trust would have made my situation the more insupportable." "About 10,000 a year," he replied indifferently. 10,000 a year?" repeated the Major in an appalled voice. Rotherham glanced at him across the table. "You may call it that. It is not possible to be quite exact. It is derived from several sources, which I shall presently explain to you. But, good God, how can this be? I knew, of course, that some disparity between our fortunes there must be, but this... I own I had not thought it would be as much," said Serena, mildly surprised. "But there must have been an entail," the Major exclaimed, as though snatching at a straw of hope. "Such an income as that represents—" He broke off in the throes of calculation. "Something in the region of 200,000, supplied Rotherham helpfully. "All that belongs to the Carlo family naturally goes with the title. This fortune was inherited by the late Earl from his mother, and belonged absolutely to himself." "Yes, I knew that," said Serena. "Papa always told me I should inherit my grandmother's property, but I supposed it to be a comfortable independence merely. I call this a very respectable fortune, don't you, Fanny?" "I should not know what to do with the half of it," Fanny said, awed. Rotherham smiled. "Serena will know. The strongest likelihood is that she will run into debt." "I should wish it to be tied up." These words, vehemently uttered, made Serena look at the Major in great surprise. "Why, what can you mean, love? You can't suppose I shall do anything so absurd as to run into debt. I assure you I am not so improvident. Rotherham, I have not the remotest guess why you should laugh in that detestable way. I was never in debt in my life." He threw her a glance of mockery. "You must forgive me, Serena. I wish you will tell me how you contrived, on the £700 a year which I, in my ignorance, thought you spent on your attire, to maintain that expensive stable of yours." "You know very well that Papa bought all my horses," she said. "Just so," he agreed. "Now you'll be obliged to buy your own." "Which I can well afford to do, and remain excellently mounted." "Certainly you can. But you will have to take care, you know. It won't do to be paying 900 guineas for some showy-looking bay you are glad to part with on any terms at the end of your first day out on him." Wrath flamed in her eyes and her cheeks. "Were you never taken in over a horse?" she demanded. "Yes," he said reflectively, "but I can't recall that I ever paid a fancy price for an animal which—" "Be quiet!" she shot at him. "All those years ago when I was still green. Only you would cast it up at me still, Rotherham. Do I make mistakes now? Do I?" "Oh, not as bad as that one," he said. "I'm prepared to bet a large sum on your having paid too much for that mare I saw at Milverley," but she was on her feet. If you dare tell me again she's too short in the back—" "Serena, for heaven's sake," begged the Major. "You are distressing Lady Spenborough. What the deuce does it matter if Lord Rotherham chooses to criticize the mare?" She paid not the slightest heed, but drove home her challenge. "Well, my lord? Well?" "Don't try to browbeat me, my girl," he replied. "I tell you again, too short in the back." He looked at her, his eyes glinting. "And you know it." She bit her lip. Her eyes strove with his for a moment or two, but suddenly she burst into laughter and sat down again. "Of all the odious creatures! Perhaps she is a trifle too short in the back, but only a trifle. You need not have been so unhandsome as to provoke me into exposing myself to my betrothed." The glint was still in his eyes, but he said, "The temptation was irresistible to see whether you would take the fly. Console yourself with the reflection that you never look more magnificent than when in a rage." "Thank you. I don't admire myself in that state. What were we saying before we fell into this foolish dispute?" "Major Kirkby had expressed the desire that your fortune should be tied up. If I am not to provoke you again, I will refrain from applauding so wise a suggestion." "You are mistaken," the Major said. "There was no thought in my head of keeping Serena out of debt. I should wish it, or the better part of it at all events, to be tied up in such a way that neither she nor I can benefit by it." "But, my dearest Hector," cried Serena, "you must be mad." "I am not mad. You haven't considered, my darling. Do you realize that your fortune is almost 10 times the size of mine?" "Is it?" she said. "Does that signify? Are you afraid that people will say you married me for my money? Why should you care for that when you know it to be untrue? Not only that, Serena, cannot you see how intolerable my position must be?" "No, how should it be so? If I used it to alter your way of life, of course it would be horrid for you, but I promise you I shall not. It will be in your hands, not in mine. So if I should run mad suddenly and wish to purchase a palace or some such thing, it will be out of my power to do so." He gave a laugh that had something of a groan in it. "Oh, my dear, you don't see. But Lord Rotherham must." "Oh, yes. Shall I refuse my consent to your marriage?" "I wish to God you would." "Well, so do not I," said Serena. "Hector, I do see, but indeed you are too quixotic. I dare say we shan't spend it, not all of it, I mean, but why should I give it up? Besides, who is to have it if we don't? Rotherham? My cousin? You can't expect me to do anything so crack-brained as to abandon what is my own to them or to anyone." "That was not in my head. Of course I would not ask you to give your fortune away. I don't even ask you to tie up the whole. But when it comes to the settlements, could we not create a new trust, Serena?" She was puzzled. "I see no sense in that. What sort of a trust had you in mind?" Not an unusual one," he stammered, thrown off his balance by her entire lack of comprehension. He saw that Fanny was looking at him in innocent inquiry, and said hastily, "This is not the place or the occasion. I believe that when I have talked the matter over with Lord Rotherham, he will agree as to the propriety of what I have to suggest." "But it has nothing whatsoever to do with Rotherham," Serena said indignantly. "What are you suggesting?" "Don't be so bird-witted, Serena," said Rotherham impatiently. "What I understand Major Kirkby to mean is that your fortune should be tied up in your children." "In my children?" she exclaimed. "Is that what you indeed meant, Hector? Good gracious, why could you not say so?" "Because this is neither the place nor the occasion," said Rotherham. "He told you so." "Well, if it is not, you did not seem to think so." "No, but that was because I lack delicacy." She laughed. "Or would waste none upon me. You know, Hector, I think I would rather not tie up all my fortune in my children. Not all. I'm not so unreasonable as that. But if you kept for yourself a tenth, Serena, could you not be content with that? With what you have now, and what I can give you? The Major said pleadingly. She said without hesitation, with that or far less if I was obliged to, my love. But I am not obliged to. And I do think that it would be quite ridiculous of us to choose to live on a smaller income than we need. Suppose I did get into debt, or that we had a sudden need for a large sum of money. My dear, it would drive us both into a frenzy to think we had been so foolish as to put it out of our power to draw upon my fortune. Rotherham gave a crack of laughter. Admirable common sense, Serena. I trust for both your sakes you will succeed in bringing Major Kirkby round to your way of thinking. You have, after all, several months in which to argue the matter. Oh, yes. Let us not talk of it any more tonight, Fanny begged, getting up from her chair. It is so very difficult for you both. The Major moved to the door and opened it. Fanny paused beside him, looking up into his face and saying with a wistful smile, "You will find an answer to the problem. I am quite certain that you will." His grave face relaxed. He returned the smile, but with an effort. She and Serena went out of the room, and he shut the door behind them and turned to confront Rotherham. Chapter 14. Rotherham sat down again and refilled both his own and the Major's glass. The Major returned to his chair, but stood behind it, his hands gripping its back. He said jerkily, "She must be persuaded to do that." "I don't know what your powers of persuasion are," replied Rotherham, "but I should doubt whether you will succeed." "If she knew that you were in agreement with me?" "Nothing would more surely set up her back. Moreover, I'm not in agreement with you. I fail to see why Serena should be deprived of what she has every right to enjoy." He picked up his wine-glass and lounged back in his chair, one leg stretched out before him, and his hand thrust into the pocket of his breeches. He surveyed the Major somewhat satirically. "Serena, my dear sir, is the daughter of an extremely wealthy man, and has lived her whole life until Spenborough's death in the first style of affluence. I know of no reason why she should be obliged to spend the rest of it in reduced circumstances. I should doubt very much her ability to do so. However, it is no concern of mine. By all means persuade her, if you think you can do it, and believe yourself able to support her when you have done it." There was a long silence. The Major sat down rather heavily, and for some time remained staring blindly at his wine-glass, which he kept on twisting round and round, a finger and thumb gripping its stem. At last he drew a long breath and looked up with an air of resolution. "Lord Rotherham, when I asked Serena to marry me, it was in the belief that although her fortune might be larger than my own, it was not so immense as to render my proposal an effrontery. I am astonished that you should behave with such, I must call it, forbearance. I am well aware in what a light I must appear to anyone not familiar with the circumstances. In justice to myself, I wish to tell you that I have loved her, the memory of her, ever since I first saw her. She, too, formed an attachment. She would have married me then, but my suit was considered to be ineligible, which, indeed, it was. I was a mere lad, a younger son. We were parted. I never hoped to see her again, but forget her I could not. She was, to me, an unattainable dream, a beautiful goddess beyond my reach." He stopped, flushing, and said with some difficulty, "But I need not try to explain that to you, I fancy. I am aware that Serena has told me." "If Serena has told you I ever thought her a goddess. She's either an unconscionable liar or she's hoaxing you, interrupted Rotherham tartly. Oh, she did not. I only thought. Then think it no longer. I collect that when you succeeded to the property you now possess, you decided she was no longer above your touch. The Major shook his head. It never entered my head. I didn't suppose even that she could remember me. But we met here in Bath, neither of us dreaming of such a thing. He raised his eyes fleetingly to that harsh face and said, colouring as he spoke, "It was as though the years rolled back for both of us." I see. Rotherham smiled slightly. Your dream, in fact, had come true. It sounds foolish, I dare say. I had not meant to tell you all this. But what has happened tonight, not at all. You're singularly fortunate, Major Kirkby. In my experience, the embodiment of such a dream is frequently a severe disappointment. So Serena is just what you had imagined her to be. You must have been far better acquainted with her than I had supposed possible. How could I be disappointed in her? Demanded the Major with unnecessary violence. Evidently you are not. No, unthinkable. Then we need not think of it. I'm obliged to you for honouring me with your confidence, but it was unnecessary. I had not imagined that you wished to marry Serena for the sake of her fortune. She's not such a fool as to be taken in by a fortune hunter, nor is she answerable to me for her actions. Was it not to guard her from just such a fortune hunter as I must appear that her father appointed you to be her trustee?" Rotherham's mouth twisted rather wryly. "No, it was not. No doubt he hoped at the least that I should prevent her marriage to some obviously undesirable person. Mere disparity of fortune would not, I fancy, constitute undesirability in the eyes of the law. She would marry whom she chose, even though I swore she shouldn't touch a penny more than the pin money she now enjoys." He gave a short laugh. "And fight me afterwards to the courts of appeal," he added. He got up. "There is really no more to say. Shall we go?" "Yes, that is, I must think. Before I knew the size of this appalling fortune, I had qualms that I had no business to. Had it not been for Lady Spenborough, I believe I must have torn myself away." Rotherham had strolled towards the door, but he paused and looked at the Major. "Did Lady Spenborough encourage you to declare yourself?" "Yes. I was in miserable uncertainty. I felt she was the most proper person to be consulted." "Good God!" "You are thinking of her youth, but I knew her to be devoted to Serena. Her kindness, her sympathy, I can find no words to describe. To lose Serena must be such a blow to her, but I believe she never spares a thought for herself. I think I never knew one so young and so timid to have so much strength of character, so much understanding." "An excellent woman," agreed Rotherham. "Serena's marriage will no doubt be a sad loss to her. She is really quite unfitted to live alone." "Exactly so. One cannot but feel that she needs to be protected from. But I fear she will have her sister thrust upon her, and from all I can discover, a more disagreeable, censorious girl never existed." "Indeed. A gloomy prospect, certainly. However, I dare say she will marry again." "Marry?" The Major sounded thunderstruck, but said quickly after a blank moment, "Why, yes, of course. We must hope she may." "I do hope it," said Rotherham cryptically, and opened the door. The sound of music met them as they mounted the stairs. They found Fanny seated by the open window, gazing out into the gathering dusk, and Serena at the piano in the back half of the drawing-room. She stopped playing when she saw that the gentleman had come in, but the Major went to her saying, "Ah, don't get up. You were playing the Haydn sonata I recommended to you." "Attempting to play it. It is not fit yet to be heard." "Try it once more," he coaxed her. "I'll turn for you." She allowed herself to be persuaded. Rotherham walked over to the window and sat down beside Fanny. For a few moments he watched the couple at the far end of the room, his face expressionless. Then he turned his head to look at Fanny. He said, his voice a little lowered, "I understand that this marriage has your approval, Lady Spenborough." "Yes, I feel so sure that he will make Serena happy." "Do you?" "It couldn't be otherwise," she said wistfully. "He is so very kind and has loved her so devotedly." "So I am informed." "Indeed, it is quite true. He worships her. I think there is nothing he would not do to please her." "Excellent. Does he quarrel with her?" "No, no. His temper is of the sweetest, and he is so patient. I cannot but feel that his tenderness and forbearance must put it out of her power to quarrel with him." She saw the sardonic smile curl his lips and faltered, "You do not dislike him, Lord Rotherham?" He shrugged. "I see nothing to dislike." "I am so glad you have not withheld your consent." "It would have been useless." She looked anxiously at him and nerved herself to say, "I am afraid you are not quite pleased. He is not her equal in rank or fortune, but in worth, I do assure you." He interrupted her in his brusque way. "On the contrary, I'm much better pleased than I expected to be. Had I known—" He broke off. She saw that the smile had quite vanished, and that his brows were lowering again. He sat in a brown study for several minutes. It seemed to her that his face hardened as she watched him. As though he felt her eyes upon him, he came out of his reverie and turned his head to meet her inquiring look. "Such persons as you and Major Kirkby are to be envied," he said abruptly. "You make mistakes, but you will not make the crass mistakes that spring from a temper never brought under control. I must go. Don't get up." She was wholly bewildered and could only say, "You will stay for tea?" "Thank you, no. It is not yet dark, and there will be a full moon presently. I mean to start for London tonight." He shook hands with her and strode away to take his leave of Serena and the Major. "Going so soon?" Serena exclaimed, rising quickly from the piano-stool. "Good God! Have I driven you away by my lamentable performance?" "I wasn't listening to it. I'm sleeping at Marlborough or Newbury tonight and must not stay." She smiled, but retained his hand. "You have not wished me happy." There was a moment's silence, while each stared into the other's eyes. "Have I not?" "I do wish you happy, Serena." His grasp on her hand tightened rather painfully for an instant. He released it and turned to shake hands with the Major. "I wish you happy, too. I fancy you will be." A brief goodbye, and he was gone. Serena shut the piano. The Major waited for a moment, watching her as she gathered her music together. "No more?" he asked gently. She looked as though she did not realize what she had been doing. Then she put the music into a cabinet and replied, "Not tonight. I must practice it before I play it to you again." She turned and laid her hand on his arm, walking with him into the front half of the room. "Well, that went off pretty tolerably, didn't it? I wish I had not flown into a rage, but he made me do so. Did you hate him?" "I didn't love him," he confessed. "But I thought he treated my pretensions with a degree of kindness I had no right to expect." "Your pretensions! I wish you will not talk in that absurd way," she said impatiently. He was silent, and she pressed his arm, saying in a lighter tone, "Do you know, I am close on 26 years of age. I'm very much obliged to you for offering for me. I had quite given up hope of achieving a respectable alliance." He smiled but said, "It won't do, Serena. You must not try to turn it off. This matter must be seriously discussed between us." "Not now. I don't know how it is, but I have the headache. Don't tease me, Hector." "My darling, I would rather beg you to go up to bed. You should not have let me keep you at the piano. Have you any fever?" She pulled her hand away. No, it's nothing. The heat. Ah, here is the tea tray at last." He looked at her in concern, which was not lessened by Fanny's saying, "Headache? You, dearest? I never knew you to complain of such a thing before. Oh, I hope you may not have a touch of the sun. I wish you would go to bed. Libster, desire her ladyship's woman to fetch some vinegar to her room directly, if you please." "No!" almost shrieked Serena. "For heaven's sake, let me alone. Of all things in the world, I most abominate being—" She clipped the word off short and gave a gasp. "Oh, I beg your pardon," she said, forcing a smile. "You are both of you very kind, but pray believe I don't wish to have my temples bathed with vinegar, or to have such a rout made over nothing. I shall be better when I have drunk some tea." It seemed as if the Major was going to say something, but even as he opened his mouth to speak, Fanny caught his eye and very slightly shook her head. "Will you take this cup to Serena, Major?" she said calmly. But he had first to hover over Serena while she disposed herself in a wing chair, to place a cushion behind her head and a stool at her feet. Her hands gripped the arms of her chair till her knuckles gleamed, and her lips were tightly compressed. But when he set her cup down on a table beside her, she smiled again and thanked him. Fanny began to talk to him in her soft voice, distracting his attention from Serena. In a minute or two, Serena sat up, allowing the cushion to slide down behind her, and sipped her tea. When she spoke, it was in her usual manner. But when she had finished the tea in her cup, she went away to bed, saying, however, that her headache was gone, and she was merely sleepy. The Major turned an anxious gaze upon Fanny. "Do you think her seriously unwell, Lady Spenborough?" "Oh, I hope not," she replied. "I think, perhaps, Lord Rotherham vexed her. If she's not better in the morning, I will try to persuade her to let me send for the doctor, but it never answers to pay any heed if she's not quite well." She smiled at him consolingly. "She cannot bear anyone to be in a fuss about her, you see. Indeed, I quite thought she would have flown out at you for trying to make her comfortable. Will you have some more tea?" "No, thank you. I must go. I shall call tomorrow morning, if I may, to see how she goes on," he said. But when he presented himself in Laura Place at 10 o'clock next day, he found the ladies breakfasting, Serena in her riding dress. She greeted him with mock abuse, demanding to be told why he had broken faith with her. 10 whole minutes did I wait for you to come trotting over the bridge, and that, let me tell you, is longer than I have waited for any man before. Well, for you, you did not appear by that time, for I should certainly have sworn at you. Fanny, I forbid you to give him that coffee. He has slighted me." "I never dreamed you would ride this morning," he exclaimed. "I came only to see how you did. Are you sure you're quite well? You didn't go alone?" "No, with Fobbing." "It is too hot for riding. I wish you will not." "On the contrary, it was delightful. I don't gallop, Maid Marian, of course." "I was thinking of you, not the mare." "Oh, hush," Fanny said, laughing. "You could not say anything she would think more shocking." "No, indeed. And not one word of apology, note." "My repentance is too deep to be expressed. You won't go out again, will you? At least not in the heat of the day." "Yes. I've persuaded Fanny to forego the drinking of her horrid waters and to drive with me instead to Meltham Forest. I hope you give her credit for heroism." "What? You don't mean to drive her in your phaeton? Most certainly I do. Serena, not alone, I do implore you. You and Fobbing will ride behind us to protect us from highwaymen, and to set the phaeton on its wheels again when I have overturned it. I won't do so above twice. There was nothing but nonsense to be got out of her, then or thereafter. She was in the gayest of moods all day, and at her most affectionate. Yet, when he parted from her, he felt that he had not once come within touching distance of her. He thought it wisest not to revert immediately to the vexed question of her inheritance, and when, after 10 days, he ventured to raise the subject, she surprised him by listening without interruption to his carefully considered arguments, and by saying when he had done, "Very well. Let it be as you wish, my dear. After all, I don't greatly care, not enough at any event to make you uncomfortable. When the time comes, arrange it as you think proper." She would have banished the matter there. He could not. No sooner did she yield than he was torn by doubt. Rotherham's words echoed in his mind. What right had he to insist on her relinquishing the means whereby she might live as she had always done? She listened with what patience she could muster, but exclaimed at last, "Oh, Hector, what are you at? You told me you cannot bear it if I use my fortune, and I submitted. Now you tell me you cannot bear to deprive me of it. Do I seem absurd? I suppose I must. I don't wish you to submit, now or ever. I couldn't do it on such terms as that, only if you too desired it." "No, that is asking too much of me," she cried. "I must have less than common sense if I desired anything so foolish." "Oh, my dear, if it seems foolish to you, how could I let you make a sacrifice to my pride?" She looked at him strangely. "Ask yourself how I could let you sacrifice your pride to my extravagant habits. I could tell you how easily I might do that. Don't encourage me to rule you. I shall try to, you know. There, you're warned. Handsome of me, wasn't it? Don't let us speak of this again. Only tell me when you have decided what to do." They did not speak of it again. He thought of it continually. She seemed to have put it quite out of her mind. If her indifference was a mask, she never let it slip. She seemed to him to be in the best of health and spirits, so full of unflagging energy that it was he who sometimes felt tired keeping pace with her. He told Fanny once, half in jest, half in earnest, that he never knew from one moment to the next where she would be or what she might be doing. "I think," Fanny said, "that it is perhaps because she is very happy. She has always a great deal of energy, but I never saw her so restless before. She can't be still." Mrs. Flor noticed it, and drew her own conclusions. She bore down upon Fanny one day in the pump-room, and ruthlessly ousting young Mr. Ryde, her most fervent admirer, from her side, lowered herself into the chair he had been obliged to offer her. "Well, I don't doubt that's one enemy I've made," she remarked cheerfully. "Between you, my lady, you and Lady Serena have got the men in this town so lovelorn it's a wonder the other young females ain't all gone off into declines." Fanny laughed, but shook her head. "It is Lady Serena they admire, not me, ma'am. I don't deny anyone would take her for a jam jar, the way all these silly bumblebees keep buzzing round her," agreed Mrs. Flor. "But there's some that like you better, if you'll pardon my saying so. As for that young sprig that gave up his chair to me with the worst grace I ever did see, he makes a bigger cake of himself than ever the Major did when he used to come day after day into this room looking for her ladyship." "Mr. Ryde is only a boy, and dreadfully stupid," Fanny said hastily. "He's stupid enough, I grant you, which the Major is not," said Mrs. Flor, cocking a shrewd eye at Fanny. "What I thought at first, my lady, was that was just a Bath flirtation. But Lord bless me, Lady Serena wouldn't be in such a fine flow of spirits if that's all it is. When is it to be? That's what I'd like to know." Fanny, anything but appreciative of the wink so roguishly bestowed upon her, said as coldly as her tender heart would permit, "I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, ma'am." "Keeping it a secret, are they?" Mrs. Flor shook with fat chuckles. "As though it wasn't plain enough for a blind man to see. Well, if that's how it is, I won't ask any questions, m'lady. I can't help watching them and having my own notions, though." The very thought of being watched by Mrs. Flor was so objectionable to Fanny that she almost summoned up enough resolution to remonstrate with Serena on her imprudence. But before she had quite succeeded in doing so, something happened to give the old lady's thoughts another direction. Midway through July, she once more had herself driven to Laura Place, announcing on arrival that such a piece of news as she had she couldn't keep to herself, not if she died of it, which I very likely would have done, through going off pop like a ginger beer bottle, she said. "Who do you think will be staying with me before I'm more than a day older?" Neither lady could hazard a guess, though Serena hugely delighted Mrs. Flor by saying promptly, "The Prince Regent." "Better than him," Mrs. Flor declared, when she'd recovered from the paroxysm into which this sally threw her. "Emma!" "Emily!" Serena exclaimed. "Delightful indeed! How pleased you must be! The Leylams are in Gloucestershire again, then?" "No, that's the best part of it," said Mrs. Flor, "though heaven knows I shouldn't be saying so, for the other poor little things, 3 of them, that is, are so full of the measles as never was. So Sukey stayed in London with Emma, because there wasn't a house to be had in Brighton, which she had a fancy for, only it seems the Marquis don't care for Brighton, so it was just as well, I dare say. Not that I'd ever want Emma to go and get ill with this nasty influenza that's going about in London, which is what she did do, poor little soul. Not 4 days after they came back from this place, Delford, which Sukey tells me is the Marquis's country home, seat, she calls it, and I'm bound to say it doesn't sound like a home to me. Well, it's all according to taste, but you mark my words, my dear, when he gets to be as fat as I am, which I'm sure I hope he won't, this Marquis will wish he hadn't got to walk a 1/4 of a mile from his bedroom to get to his dinner. I shouldn't wonder at it if that's how poor Emma came to get ill, for she's never been much of a one for long walks." "Delford is very large, but Lady Leylam exaggerates a little, ma'am," Serena said, faintly smiling. "You can lay your life to that, my dear. Well, the long and the short of it is that she did take ill, and very sick she must have been, because Sukey writes that the doctor said she must go out of London on account of her being regularly knocked up, and her nerves quite upset besides." "I am so sorry," Fanny said. "So Lady Leylam is to bring her on a visit to you, ma'am?" "No," said Mrs. Flor, a smile of delight spreading over her large face. "Depend upon it, Sukey would have taken her to Jericho rather than come to me. But she's got the influenza now, so there's no help for it but for her to send Emma down with her maid tomorrow. She's coming post, of course, and see if I don't have her blooming again in a trice." Chapter 15. Emily, when encountered a few days later, certainly bore all the appearance of a young lady lately risen from a sick-bed. The delicate bloom had faded from her cheeks. She was thinner and jumped at sudden noises. Mrs. Flor ascribed her condition to the rigours of a London season, and told Serena that she could willingly box her daughter's ears for having allowed poor little Emma to become so fagged. Serena thought the explanation reasonable, but Fanny declared that some other cause than late nights must be sought to account for the hunted look in Emily's wide eyes, And it is not far to seek," she added significantly. "That wicked woman compelled her to accept Rotherham's offer, and she is terrified of him." "How can you be so absurd?" said Serena impatiently. "Rotherham is not an ogre." But gentle Fanny for once refused to be overborne. "Yes, he is," she asserted. "I don't scruple to tell you, dearest, that he frightens me, and I am not 17. I know you are never at ease with him, and a great piece of nonsense that is, Fanny. Pray, what cause has he given you to fear him?" "Oh, none. It is just... You cannot understand, Serena, because you are not at all shy, and were never afraid of anything in your life, I suppose." "Certainly not of Rotherham. You should consider that if there is anything in his manner that makes you nervous, he is not in love with you." Fanny shuddered. "Oh, that would be more terrifying than anything," she exclaimed. "You are being foolish beyond permission. I dare say the marriage was arranged by the Laleham woman, and that Emily is in love with Ivo, I most strongly doubt. But, after all, such marriages are quite common, and often succeed to admiration. If he loves her, he will very soon teach her to return his sentiments." "Serena, I cannot believe that he loves her. No two persons could be less suited." Serena shrugged her shoulders, saying in a hard voice, "Good God, Fanny, how many times has one seen a clever man wedded to a pretty simpleton, and wondered what could have made him choose her? Emily will not dispute with Rotherham. She will be docile. She will think him infallible, and that should suit him perfectly." "Him? Very likely. But what of her? If he frightens her now, what will it be when they are married?" "Let me recommend you, Fanny, not to put yourself into high fidgets over what is nothing but conjecture. You do not know that he has frightened Emily. If she is a little nervous, depend upon it he has been making love to her. He is a man of strong passions, and she is such an innocent baby that I should not marvel at it if she had been scared. She will very soon overcome such prudery, I assure you." She saw Fanny shake her head and fold her lips, and said sharply, "This will not do. If there was any truth in these freakish notions of yours, she need not have accepted his offer." Fanny looked up quickly. "Ah, you cannot know. You don't understand, Serena." "Oh, you mean that she dare not disobey her mother. Well, my love, however strictly Lady Laleham may rule her, it is not in her power to force her into a disagreeable marriage. And if she is in such dread of her, she must welcome any chance to escape from her tyranny." Fanny gazed at her wonderingly, and then bent over her embroidery again. "I don't think you would ever understand," she said mournfully. "You see, dearest, you grew up under such different circumstances. You never held my lord in awe. Indeed, I was used to think you were his companion rather than his daughter, and I'm persuaded neither of you had the least notion of filial obedience. It quite astonished me to hear how he would consult you, and how boldly you maintained your own opinions, and went your own way. I should never have dared to have talked so to my parents, you know. Habits of strict obedience, I think, are not readily overcome. It seems impossible to you that Lady Laleham could force Emily into a distasteful marriage, but it is not impossible. To some girls, to most girls indeed, the thought of setting up one's own will does not even occur." "You encourage me to think that Emily will be the very wife for Rotherham," Serena replied. "And if you imagine, my dear, that he will give her any reason to be afraid of him, you are doing him an injustice. Though his manners are not conciliatory, he is, I must remind you, a gentleman." No more was said, nor did Emily, walking with Serena in the Sydney Gardens, appear to regret her engagement. In the intervals of exclaiming rapturously at the various amenities of this miniature Vauxhall, she chattered about the parties she had been to in London, and seemed to be full of such items of information as that the Queen had smiled at her upon her presentation, and that one of the princesses had actually spoken to her. "Did you enjoy yourself?" Serena asked.
"Oh, yes, indeed. And we went several times to Vauxhall Gardens and to the theatre, and a review in Hyde Park and Almack's. Oh, I'm sure we must have been to everything," Emily declared.
"No wonder you became so worn out."
"No, for I'm not quite accustomed to so many parties. When one is tired, one doesn't care for anything very much, and one gets into stupid humours, Mamma says. And I had influenza. Have you ever had it, Lady Serena? It is the horridest thing, for it makes you excessively miserable, so that the least thing makes you cry. But Mamma was very kind to me, and she let me come to stay with Grandmamma, and, oh, it is so comfortable."
"I hope you're making a long stay with her." At this the frightened look returned. Emma stammered,
"Oh, I wish... Well, I don't know. Mamma said..."
"Your mamma will be thinking of your bride clothes soon, no doubt," Serena said lightly.
"Yes, I mean... Oh, not yet."
"When is the wedding date to be?"
It is not decided. Lord Rotherham spoke of September, but I would like not to be married until I'm 18. I shall be 18 in November, you know, and I shall know how to go on better, don't you think?"
"What? Because you are 18?" Serena laughed. "Will it make such a difference to you?"
I don't know. It is only that I seem not to know the things I should, to be a marchioness, and I think I should try to learn how to be a great lady, and if I'm not married in November, perhaps I may do so."
"I cannot suppose that Lord Rotherham desires you to be in any way other than you are now, my dear Emily." There was no reply to this. Glancing at her, Serena saw that Emily was deeply flushed, her eyes downcast. She said after a pause, "Do you expect to see Lord Rotherham in Bath?" The eyes were quickly raised, the colour receded.
"In Bath? Oh, no! The doctor said I must not be excited. Mamma said she would explain to him. Besides, he must not meet Grandmamma."
"Indeed," Serena said dryly. "May I ask if he is never to meet Mrs. Flor?"
No, I could not endure it."
"I don't wish to seem to criticize your mamma, Emily, but you are making a mistake. You must not despise your grandmamma." Emily burst into tears. Fortunately, one of the shady arbours with which the gardens were liberally provided was close at hand and unoccupied. Having no desire to walk through a public place in company with a gustily sobbing girl, Serena guided Emily into the arbour, commanding her in stringent accents to compose herself. It was a little time before she could do this, and when her tears ceased to flow, they left her face so much blotched that Serena kept her sitting in the arbour until these traces of emotion had faded. By way of diverting her mind, she asked her if she had enjoyed her visit to Delford. From the disjointed account Emily gave her of this, she gathered that it had not been wholly delightful. Emily seemed to waver between a glorious vision of herself ruling over the vast pile and terror of its servants. She was sure that the housekeeper held her in contempt. She would never dare to give an order to the steward, and she had mistaken Lady Silchester's dresser for a fellow guest, which had made Mamma cross. Yes, Lady Silchester had been acting as hostess for her brother. She was very proud, wasn't she? There had been a great many people staying at Delford, dreadfully alarming people, who all looked at her, and all knew one another. There had been a huge dinner party, too, over 40 persons invited, and so many courses that she had lost count of them. Lord Rotherham had said that when next such a dinner party was held at Delford, she would be the hostess. This was said with so frightened a look up into Serena's face, the pansy brown eyes dilating a little, that Serena was satisfied that it was not her bridegroom, but his circumstances, which had thrown Emily into such alarm. She wondered that Rotherham should not have realized that to introduce this inexperienced child to Delford under such conditions must make her miserably aware of her shortcomings. What could have induced him to have filled his house with exalted guests? He might have guessed that he was subjecting her to a severe ordeal, while as for summoning apparently half the county to a state dinner party, and then telling the poor girl that in future she would be expected to preside over just such gatherings, Serena could think of nothing so ill-judged. Plainly, he had wanted to show off his chosen bride, but he should have known better than to have done it in such a way. She found that Mrs. Flor shared this opinion. She was hugely gratified to know that his lordship was so proud of her little Emma, but thought him a zany not to have realized how shy and retiring she was. Mrs. Flor was in a triumphant mood, having routed her daughter in one swift engagement. Unfortunately for Lady Laleham, who wished to remove Emily from her grandmother's charge as soon as she herself was restored to health, Sir Walter had suffered severe reverses, and these, coupled with the accumulated bills for her own and Emily's expensive gowns, had made it necessary for her to apply to her mother for relief. Mrs. Flor was perfectly ready to send her as much money as she wanted, but she made it a condition that Emily should be left in her charge until her own doctor pronounced her to be perfectly well again. Lady Laleham was obliged to accede to these terms, and Emily's spirits immediately improved. A suggestion put forward by her ladyship that she should join her daughter in Beaufort Square was so bluntly vetoed by Mrs. Flor that she did not repeat it. "Which I knew she wouldn't," Mrs. Flor told Serena. "She's welcome to play off her airs in her own house, but I won't have her doing it in mine, and so she knows." "Well, my dear, I don't deny Sukey's been a rare disappointment to me, to put it no higher, but there's a bright side to everything, and at least I have the whip hand of her. Offend me she daren't, for fear I might stop paying her the allowance I do, let alone cut her out of my will. So now we must think how to put Emma in spirits again. I'll take her to the dress ball on Monday at the new Assembly Rooms, and Ned Goring shall gallant us to it. There'll be nothing for Sukey to take exception to in that, nor his lordship neither, even if they was to know of it, which there's no reason they should, because there's no waltzing, you know, and not even a cotillion on the Monday night balls." "But I thought Emily was to be very quiet," said Serena, laughing. "Was she not knocked up by balls in London?" "Aye, so she was. But it's one thing to be going to them night after night and never in bed till 2 or 3 in the morning, and quite another to be going to one of the assemblies here now and then. Why, they never go on beyond 11 o'clock at the new rooms, my dear, and only till midnight at the lower rooms on Tuesdays. What more, it won't do the poor little soul any good to be hipped and to sit moping here with only me for company. I'll take her to the next gala night at the Sydney Gardens, too, which is the thing I've never done yet, because this is the first time she's visited me during the summer. I'll be bound she'll enjoy watching the fireworks, and so I shall myself." Serena, looking at that fat, jolly countenance, did not doubt it. Mrs. Flor was in a rollicking humour, determined to make the most of her beloved granddaughter's visit. "For it's not likely she'll ever stay with me again," she said with a sigh. "However, she shall do what the doctor tells her she should, never fear. And one thing he says is that she mustn't sit cooped up within doors this lovely weather. So if you would let her go walking with you sometimes, milady, would be a great kindness, and what she'd like a great deal better than driving in the laundrette with me, I dare say, for that's mighty dull work for a girl." "Certainly, I shall be glad of her company," Serena replied. "Perhaps she would like to ride with me." This suggestion found instant favour with Mrs. Flor, who at once made plans for the hire of a quiet hack.
Emily herself was torn between gratification at being asked to ride with such a horsewoman as Lady Serena, and fear that she might be expected to leap all sorts of obstacles, or find herself mounted on a refractory horse. However, the animal provided for her proved to be of placid, not to say sluggish, disposition, and Serena, knowing her limitations, took her for just the sort of expeditions that would have suited Fanny. Whenever opportunity offered, she did her best to instruct Emily in the duties of the mistress of a noble household, but the questions shyly put to her by the girl, and the dismay which many of her answers provoked, did not augur very well for the future. She supposed that Rotherham himself, careless of appearances, disliking the formality that still obtained in many families of Tangle, was indifferent to Emily's ignorance of so much that any girl of his own rank would have known from her birth. August came, and still Emily remained in Bath. To any impartial observer she seemed quite to have regained her bloom, but Mrs. Flor, looking her physician firmly in the eye, said that she was still far from well. He was so obliging as to agree with her, and upon Emily's happening to give a little cough, shook his head, spoke of the unwisdom of neglecting coughs, and prescribed magnesia and bread pudding as a cure. Major Kirkby, finding that he was frequently expected to squire Emily as well as Serena, told Fanny that he was in a puzzle to discover what there was in the girl to endear her to Serena. A pretty little creature, he acknowledged, but goosish. Fanny explained that it was all kindness. Emily had always looked up to Serena, and that was why Serena took pity on her. But the Major was not satisfied. That is all very well, he objected, but she seems to believe herself to be in some sort responsible for Miss Laleham. She is forever telling her how she should conduct herself in this or that circumstance. "I wish she would not," Fanny said impulsively. "I would like Emily to conduct herself so awkwardly as to give Lord Rotherham a disgust of her, for I am persuaded she will be miserable if she marries him. How Serena can fail to see that, I know not." "I don't think Serena cares for that," he said slowly. "She appears to me to be wholly bent on training Miss Laleham to make Rotherham a conformable wife. I can tell you this, Lady Spenborough, she does not mean this engagement of his to be broken off." "But what concern is it of hers?" cried Fanny. "Surely you must be mistaken." "I asked her very much that question myself. She replied that it had been no very pleasant thing for him when she jilted him, and she would not for the world have him subjected to another such slight." Fanny looked very much surprised, but when she had thought it over for a minute, she said, "She has known him all her life, of course, and no matter how bitterly they quarrel, they always seem to contrive to remain on terms with each other. But it is very wrong of her to interfere in this. I don't believe Emily wants to marry Rotherham. She would not dare to tell Serena so, I dare say, and Serena takes care not to leave her alone with me, because she knows what my feelings are on that head." He smiled. "So if Serena interferes in one direction, you would be happy to do so in the other?" "Oh, no, no. Only if Emily confided in me, if she should ask my advice, I would counsel her most strongly not to marry a man for whom she feels no decided preference, a man too so much older than herself, and of such a harsh disposition. She cannot be aware, even if he were as kind, as considerate, as—" Her voice failed. She turned away her head, colouring painfully. Unconsciously he placed his hand over hers as it lay on the arm of her chair, and pressed it reassuringly. It seemed to flutter under his. After a moment it was gently withdrawn, and Fanny said a little breathlessly, "I should not have spoken so. I don't wish you to think that I was not most sincerely attached to Lord Spenborough. My memories of him must always be grateful and affectionate."
"You need say no more," he replied in a low voice. "I understand you perfectly."
There was a brief pause. Then he said with a resumption of his usual manner, "I am afraid you must sometimes be lonely now that Serena is so often with her tiresome protégé. I have a very good mind to give her a scold for neglecting you." "Indeed, you must do no such thing. I assure you she doesn't neglect me, and I'm not at all lonely."
It was true. Since she had emerged from her strict seclusion, she had never lacked for company, and had by this time many acquaintances in Bath. She received and returned morning visits, attended 1 or 2 concerts, dined out several times, and even consented to appear at a few select rout parties. She felt herself adventurous indeed, for she had never before gone alone into society. Before her marriage she had dwelt in her mother's shadow, after it in her husband's or her stepdaughter's. She was too well accustomed to every sort of social gathering to feel the want of support, and only one circumstance marred her quiet enjoyment of Bath's mild social life. Protected as she had been, she had never learnt how to hold her many admirers at a distance. She was not naturally flirtatious, and an elderly and fond husband who knew his world had taken care not to expose her to the temptations of fashionable London. Would-be Cicisbeos throwing out lures had made haste to seek easier game after encountering one look from my Lord Spenborough, and Fanny had continued in serene unconsciousness that she was either sought or guarded. But so young and so divinely fair a widow exercised a powerful fascination over the susceptible, and she soon found herself in small difficulties. A shocked look was enough to check the advances of her more elderly admirers, but several lovelorn youths seriously discomposed her by the assiduity of their attentions, and their apparent determination to make her and themselves conspicuous. Serena would have known just how to depress pretensions, but Fanny lacked her lightness of touch, and moreover could never bring herself to snub a young gentleman who bashfully presented her with an elegant posy, or ran all over town to procure for her some elusive commodity which she had been heard to express a wish to possess. She believed that her circumstances protected her from receiving unwanted proposals, and comforted herself with the thought that the more violent of her adorers were too young to nourish serious intentions. It came as a severe shock to her, therefore, when Mr. Augustus Ryde, the son of an old acquaintance of her mother's, so far forgot himself as to cast himself at her feet and to utter an impassioned declaration. He had gained admittance to her drawing-room by offering to be the bearer to Fanny of a note from his gratified parent. He found Fanny alone, looking so pretty and so fairy-like in her clinging black robe and veil that he lost his head. Fanny, having read Mrs. Ryde's note, said, "Excuse me, if you please, while I write an answer to Mrs. Ryde's kind invitation. Perhaps you will be so obliging as to deliver it to her." She made as if to rise from her chair, but was prevented by Mr. Ryde's throwing himself on his knees before her and imploring her to hear him. Startled, Fanny stammered, "Mr. Ryde, I beg you, get up. You forget yourself. Oh, pray!" It was to no avail. Her hands were seized and covered with kisses, and upon her outraged ears fell a tumultuous torrent of words. Desperate attempts to check this outpouring were unheeded, possibly unheard. Mr. Ryde, not content with laying his heart at her feet, gave her an incoherent account of his present circumstances and future expectations, swore eternal devotion, and declared his intention of plunging into the Avon if denied hope. Perceiving that she shrank back in alarm, shocked tears in her eyes, he begged her not to be frightened, and contrived to get an arm round her slim waist. Into this ridiculous scene walked Major Kirkby unannounced. He checked on the threshold, considerably astonished. One glance sufficed to put him in tolerably accurate possession of the facts. He trod briskly across the floor as the disconcerted lover turned a startled face towards him, and Fanny gave a thankful cry. A hand grasping his coat collar assisted Mr. Ryde to rise swiftly to his feet. "You had best beg Lady Spenborough's pardon before you go," said the Major cheerfully, "and another time don't come to pay a morning visit when you're foxed." Confused and indignant, Mr. Ryde hotly refuted this suggestion, and tried somewhat incoherently to assure both Fanny and the Major of the honourable nature of his proposal. But Fanny merely hid her scarlet face in her hands, and the Major propelled him to the door, saying, "When you are 5 years older, you may make proposals, and by that time you will know better than to force your attentions upon a lady whose circumstances should be enough to protect her from annoyance. Take yourself off. If you oblige me to escort you downstairs, I shall do so in a way you won't care for." With these damping words, he pushed Mr. Ryde out of the room and shut the door upon him. "Stupid young coxcomb," he remarked, turning again into the room. Then he saw that Fanny was by no means inclined to laugh the matter off, but was in fact excessively distressed and agitated, and he went quickly towards her, exclaiming in concern, "You must not take it so to heart. The devil! I wish I had kicked him downstairs." She tried to overcome her emotion, but as fast as she wiped the tears from her cheeks, her eyes filled again. The novelty of the experience had upset her as much as its impropriety. She was trembling pitiably, and as pale as she had before been red. How could he? How could he insult me so?" she sobbed. "It was very bad, but he didn't mean to insult you," the Major assured her. "To be sure, he deserves to be flogged for impertinence, but it was nothing more than a silly boy's infatuation." "Oh, what must my conduct have been to have allowed him to suppose that such dreadful advances could be welcome to me?" wept Fanny. "Not 1 year widowed, and this! I never dreamed it. It never occurred to me." "No, no, of course it did not," said the Major soothingly, dropping on one knee in precisely the spot vacated by Mr. Ryde, and taking the widow's hand in a comforting clasp. "You are not to be blamed. Your conduct has been irreproachable. Don't. I can't bear to see you so unhappy, my Lady Spenborough." "I beg your pardon. It is very silly," Fanny choked, making heroic efforts to compose herself, and succeeding only in uttering a stifled sob. "I didn't know how to stop him, and he kept on kissing my hands and saying such things and frightening me so. Indeed, I am very sorry to be so foolish. I am so very much obliged to you for sending him away. I can't think what I should have done if you had not come in, for he... Oh, Major Kirkby, he actually put his arm round me. I am so much ashamed, but indeed I never gave him the least encouragement." At this point, the Major, going one better than Mr. Ryde, put both his own arms round the drooping figure, cradling it protectively and saying involuntarily, "Fanny, Fanny, there, my darling, there, then. Don't cry. I'll see to it the young cub doesn't come near you again. There's nothing now to be frightened of."
Quite how it happened, neither knew. The outraged widow, finding an inviting shoulder so close, sank instinctively against it, and the next instant was locked in a far more alarming embrace than she had been subjected to by the unlucky Mr. Ryde. The impropriety of it did not seem to strike her. Her heart leaped in her bosom. She clung tightly to the Major, and put up her face to receive his kiss. For a long moment they stayed thus. Then, as though realization dawned simultaneously on each of them, Fanny made a convulsive movement to free herself, and the Major's arms dropped from about her, and he sprang up, exclaiming, "Fanny! Oh, my God, my God! What have I done?" They stared at one another, pale as death, horror in their faces. I beg your pardon," the Major stammered. "I didn't mean... Oh, my darling, what are we to do?" The colour came rushing back to her cheeks. So tender a glow shone in her eyes that it was all he could do not to take her back into his arms. But she said in a constricted voice, "You were only trying to comfort me. I know you did not mean—" Fanny, don't say it." "We could not help ourselves," he interrupted, striding over to the window, as though he dared not trust himself to look at her. "The fool that I have been." Such bitter anguish throbbed in his voice that she winced, and bowed her head to hide a fresh spring of tears. A long silence fell. Fanny surreptitiously wiped her eyes and said faintly, "It was my fault. You must forget how silly I was. I don't regard it. I know you cannot have meant it. I think I must have loved you from the moment I saw you." "Oh, no, no. Hector, think what you're saying. You love Serena. All these years you have loved her." "I have loved a dream, a sickly, sentimental dream, which only a moonstruck fool could have created. The vision I cherished, it was not of Serena. She was never like it." "No, not like your dream, but better by far," she said quickly. "Yes, better by far. She is a grand creature. I admire her, I honour her, I think her the most beautiful woman I ever beheld. But I do not love her." She pressed her hand to her temple. "How can this be? Oh, no, it is not possible. It could not be." "Do you believe me to be mad?" he asked, coming away from the window. "How can I make you understand?" He sat down opposite to her and dropped his head into his hands. "It wasn't madness, but folly. When I knew her first, I was head over ears in love with her. As ridiculous an object, I suppose, as that wretched boy I found with you just now. Separated from her, joining my regiment as I did in the peninsula, seeing no women other than camp followers and Spanish peasants for months, there was nothing to banish Serena's image from my memory. It was not enough to remember her. Insensibly, I laid coat upon coat of new and more dazzling paint upon my image. Her face I could not alter. Herself I did. Perhaps I never knew it." He looked up, a painful smile twisting his lips. "Were you ever given laudanum for an aching tooth, Fanny? Enough to make you believe your dreams were real? That was what Serena's image was to me. Then I met her again." He paused and sank his head in his hands again and groaned. "Oh,
her face more lovely even than I remembered it, her smiling eyelids, the music in her voice, her witchery, the very grace of her every movement, all as I remembered them. I was in love again, but still in that insane dream. The woman beneath what blinded my eyes was a stranger to me. My image I had endowed with my own thoughts, my own tastes. Serena and I have scarcely a thought in common, and our tastes—" He broke off with a mirthless laugh. "Well, you must know how widely divergent they are."
"I know that you have sometimes been surprised, even disappointed, but you have been happy. Surely you have been happy?" Fanny said imploringly. "I have been happy because of you," he replied. "Today I know that. I did not before. I was like a man dazzled by strong sunlight, and when my eyes grew accustomed and I saw a landscape less perfect than I had imagined it, I shut them. I didn't think it possible that my feeling for Serena could change, that you were the woman I loved. I never knew until I had you in my arms and realized that to let you go would be to tear the heart out of my chest." She rose quickly and knelt beside him, putting her arms around him. "And mine, oh, Hector, Hector, and mine. Oh, how wicked I have been, for I knew how much I loved you." They clung together, her head on his shoulder, his hand holding it there. Her tears fell silently. When she spoke again, her voice had a resolute calm. "It cannot be, my dearest. No, I know it. Well for you to be saved from such a contemptible clodpole as I have proved myself to be," he said bitterly. She drew his hand from her cheek and held it. "You must not talk so, or speak to me of what might have been. We must neither of us think of that ever again. Hector, we could not." "You need not tell me so. In me, it would be infamous." "You will learn to be happy with Serena. Indeed, you will, dearest. Just now it seems as though... But we shall grow accustomed, both of us. Where there is no question of dislike, one does, you see. I know that. Serena must never so much as suspect this." "No," he said hopelessly. She could not forbear to put her hand up, lightly stroking his waving fair hair. "There is so much in Serena that is true, not a part of your image. Her courage and her kindness and her generosity. Oh, 1,000 things." She tried to smile. "You will forget that you were ever so foolish as to love me even a little. Serena is cleverer than I am, and so much more beautiful." He took her face between his hands and looked deep into her eyes. "Cleverer and more beautiful, but so much less, dear," he said in an aching voice. He let her go. "Don't be afraid. I have been a fool, but I hope I am a man of honor." "I know. Oh, I know. You have been a little shocked to find that Serena is not quite what you thought her. But you will recover, and you will wonder at yourself for not having perceived at once how much more worth loving she is than that stupid image you made. And she loves you, Hector." He was silent for a moment, staring at his clenched hands. But presently he raised his eyes to Fanny's again, in a searching, questioning look. "Does she?" he asked. She was amazed. "But, Hector, sister. Oh, how can you doubt it, when she has even said she will relinquish her fortune only to please you?" He sighed. "Yes, I was forgetting. But it has sometimes seemed to me... Fanny, are you sure it is not Rotherham whom she really loves?" "Rotherham?" The blankest incredulity sounded in Fanny's voice. "Good God! What makes you think such a thing?" "I didn't think it. But when he came here, afterwards, the suspicion crossed my mind that it was so. No, no, she could not. Oh, if you had ever heard what she says of her engagement to him, you would not entertain such thoughts. They cannot meet without falling out. And he... Did you think he loved her still?" "No," he said heavily. "I saw no sign. It did not occur to me. He made no attempt to prevent our engagement. On the contrary, he behaved to me with such a forbearance, indeed a kindness, which I neither expected nor felt that I deserved. And his own engagement was announced before he knew of Serena's." There was another long silence. Fanny rose to her feet. "She doesn't care for him. Oh, I'm sure she could not. It is the feeling for a man who was her father's friend. If it were so, and you too—" He too rose. "She shall never, God helping me, know the truth. I must go. How I am to face her, I know not. Fanny, I cannot do it immediately. There is some business at home which I should have attended to long since. I'll go away. Inform her that I called to tell her I had a letter from my agent, that I mean to leave by the mail coach this afternoon." He glanced at the gilded clock on the mantel-shelf. "It leaves Bath at 5 o'clock, does it not? I have just time to pack my portmanteau and to catch it." "It will not do," she cried. "If you go away like this, what must she think?" "I shall come back. Tell her that it is only for a few days. I must have time to collect myself, just at this moment." He broke off, caught her hands and kissed them passionately, uttering, "My darling, my darling, forgive me." Then, without another word or backward look, he strode quickly out of the room. Chapter 16. When Serena returned to Laura Place, it was nearly 3 hours later, and Fanny had had time to compose herself. She had fled to the security of her bedchamber as soon as she had heard the front door slam behind the Major, and had given way to uncontrollable despair. The violence of her feelings left her so exhausted that even in the midst of her agitating reflections she fell asleep. She awoke not much refreshed, but calm, and if her spirits could not be other than low and oppressed, and her cheeks wan, there were no longer signs to be seen in her face of a prolonged bout of crying. Serena came in to find her seated in the window embrasure with a book lying open on her knee. "Fanny, have you been picturing me kidnapped or lost or dead on the road? I am filled with remorse, and why I ever consented to go to Wells with that stupid party I cannot imagine. I might have known it would be too far for comfort or enjoyment. Indeed, I did know it, and allowed myself and you to be victimized merely because Emily wanted to go, and could not unless I took her, or so I thought. But upon my soul, I fancy Mrs. Bewley would have accepted her with complaisance, even though she had met her but once before in her life. Her good nature is really excessive. Such a parcel of ramshackle people as she had permitted to join the party I never companied with in my life before. I assure you, Fanny, that with the exception of her own family, the Aylshams, young Thormanby, and myself, Mr. Goring was the most creditable member of the expedition. Good heavens! Did he go with you?
He did, upon Mrs. Floor's suggestion. It was out of my power to refuse to sponsor him, and by the time I'd run my eye over the rest of the party, I was glad of it. He is not perhaps the most enlivening of companions, but he may be depended upon to maintain a stolid sobriety, and his joining us enabled me to dispense with Fobbing's escort, for which I was thankful. I should have been in disgrace with Fobbing for a week had he seen our cavalcade. I am well served, you will tell me, for not attending to Hector. He told me how it would be, though I don't think he foresaw that I should spend the better part of my time in Wells in giving set-downs to one dashing blade, and foiling the attempts of another to withdraw me from the rest of the party.
Dearest, how disagreeable it must have been.
I wish you had not gone. Yes, so did I. It was a dead bore. We didn't reach Wells until noon, for in spite of all the fine tales I was told, it is a 3-hour drive, and we spent 4 interminable hours there, resting the horses, eating a luncheon, looking at the cathedral, and dawdling about the town. And that nothing might be lacking to crown my day, I allowed Emily to drive to Wells in a landaulet with the young Aylshams and no chaperone to check the sort of high spirits that inevitably attack a party of children, of whom not one is over 18 years of age. By the time she'd reached Wells, she was by far too full of liveliness for propriety, and ready to maintain an suivi flirtation with a court card who had ridden close to the landaulet all the way to Wells.
Serena, you did not permit it. For either of you to be in a chain with such vulgar persons is shocking.
Exactly so. I formed an instant alliance with the respectable Mr. Goring, and between us we kept her under close guard. To do her justice, once away from the wilder members of the party, she soon became sober again, but I gave her a tremendous scold on the way home, I promise you.
Did you consider what Lord Rotherham would say to all this?
Fanny asked, glancing fleetingly at her. It was unnecessary. I knew. That was the gist of my scold, and it brought upon me a flood of tears and entreaties not to tell him or mamma.
Tears and entreaties. Do you still say that she is not afraid of him, Serena?
No. She is a good deal in awe of him, and I fancy he has frightened her, Serena replied coolly.
If he has done that, you will scarcely persist in believing that he loves her.
Serena turned away to pick up her gloves. I have every reason to believe, my dear Fanny, that he loves her à corps perdu, she said in a dry voice. Unless I much mistake the matter, it is the violence of his passion which has put her in a fright, not his withering tongue. Of that she stands in awe merely, and it is as well she should, for she is too giddy and too often betrayed into some piece of hoydenish conduct. She was not thrown into a panic by rebuke, I'll swear. She is too well accustomed to it. For a man of experience, Rotherham has handled her very ill. If I did not suspect that he has realized it already, I should be strongly tempted to tell him so.
Serena,
Fanny protested, quite scandalized. Don't distress yourself. I fancy that is why he has not come to Bath to see Emily. No doubt Lady Laleham hinted him away. She at least is clever enough to know that with such a shy little innocent as Emily it would be fatal to set too hot a pace to courtship. I wonder she ever left them alone together. Except that I collect he was at first careful not to alarm a filly he must have known was as shy as she could stare, ready to bolt at one false move. Her lip curled. He's impatient, but I never knew him to be so on the box or in the saddle. I own I am astonished that a man with such fine, light hands could have blundered so.
Serena, I do beseech you not to talk in that horrid way, broke in Fanny. Emily is not a horse.
Filly, my love. Filly. No, Serena. And whatever you may choose to imagine, it's my belief he hasn't come to Bath because he doesn't know Emily is here. Recollect that Lady Laleham would not let him set eyes on Mrs. Floor for the world. Depend upon it, She has fobbed him off, if it was necessary, which I don't at all believe, with some lie. Rotherham is well aware of Emily's direction. She received a letter from him yesterday, written from Claycross, replied Serena. Lady Laleham found another means of keeping him away from Bath, you see. I don't doubt he will handle Emily with far more discretion when he meets her again, though I cannot think it wise of him to write pressing for an early marriage before he has soothed her maidenly fears. However, I trust I have to some extent performed that office for him. He is pressing for an early marriage? Fanny repeated. Yes, why not? Serena said evenly. He is very right, though he had better have seen her first. Once she is his wife, he will very soon teach her not to shrink from his embraces. How can you? Oh, how can you? Fanny exclaimed, shuddering. When you know that she neither loves nor trusts him. She will rapidly do both. She is amazingly persuadable, I assure you, Serena retorted. She glanced at the clock. Do we dine at 8? How tonish we become. I must go and make myself tidy. Does Hector dine with us tonight, or is he vexed with me for having flouted his extremely wise advice? You know he is never vexed, Fanny said. But he doesn't come to us tonight. He called this afternoon to desire me to tell you that he was obliged to go into Kent for a few days, and meant to catch the mail at 5 o'clock. Good heavens, what a sudden start! Has some disaster befallen? Oh, no. That is, I did not question him, naturally, but he said something about business which he had neglected, and his agents having written to tell him that it had become most urgent. Oh, I see. Very likely, I dare say. I recall that he told me once that he had come to Bath for a few weeks only. The weeks have turned into months. I hope he will dispatch his business swiftly. How moped we shall be without him. Yes, indeed, Fanny agreed. Her voice sounded hollow in her own ears. She fancied Serena had noticed it and made haste to change the subject. Serena, if Rotherham comes to see Emily, and if he is now at Claycross, you cannot doubt that he will. I doubt it very much, Serena interrupted. I understand he has been there for a fortnight or more. He has neither visited Emily nor suggested to her that he should. If you won't allow my first answer to that riddle to be correct, perhaps he is trying to pique her. How good for him to be kept champing at the bit. I wish I might see it. Can it be that he has guests staying with him? Said Fanny. I have not the remotest conjecture, my dear, replied Serena. Perhaps, since Lady Laleham is at Cherryfield Place again, he finds her company sufficiently amusing. But his lordship, although alone at Claycross, showed no disposition to fraternize with his future mother-in-law. He even omitted to pay her the compliment of leaving cards at Cherryfield Place, a circumstance which made her so uneasy that she bullied Sir Walter into riding over to Claycross to discover whether Rotherham had taken offence at Emily's prolonged stay in Bath, and to reassure him if he had. Sir Walter was a man of placid temperament, but he was also strongly opposed to any form of activity that seemed likely to cast the least rub in the way of his quite remarkable hedonism, and he resented this effort to compel him to enter into his wife's matrimonial schemes. It was his practice to abandon home and children entirely to her management, partly because he was indifferent to both, and partly because argument was abhorrent to him. Having long outlived his fondness for his wife, he spent as little time in her vicinity as was possible, and was inclined to be aggrieved that his only reward for being so obliging as to spend a week under his own roof was to be hunted out on an embarrassing errand. "I sometimes wonder," declared Lady Laleham acidly, "whether you have a spark of affection for your children, Sir Walter." He was stung by the injustice of this speech, and replied indignantly, Very pretty talking, upon my soul, when I've let you drag me down to this damn laser house. If coming to see the brats, when they're covered all over with spots, isn't being affectionate, I should like to know what is. Have you no desire to see your eldest daughter creditably established? She demanded. Yes, I have, he retorted. It's a damned expense puffing her off all over town, and the sooner she's off my hands, the better pleased I shall be. Expense, she gasped. Your hands? And who, pray, paid the London bills? Your mother did, and that's what I complain of. I'm not unreasonable, and if you choose to persuade the old lady to fritter away a fortune on presentation gowns and balls and the rest of it, I'm not surprised she hasn't sent me that draft. Mamma has promised to send it when Emily is well again, Lady Laleham said, controlling herself with some difficulty. Yes, provided you don't take the girl away from her. A rare bargain, that. I shouldn't be surprised if Emily never does get well, and then where shall we be? What nonsense, she said scornfully. Emily shall come home the instant we are rid of these vexatious measles. Mamma cannot withhold our daughter from us for ever. No, but she can withhold her money, which is a deal more to the point. If you weren't stuffed so full of senseless ambition, Susan, you'd see whether the old lady wouldn't be prepared to pay us a handsome sum to let her keep Emily for good. Emily, said his wife coldly, will return to us precisely when I desire her to, and she will be married as soon afterwards as Rotherham chooses. Well, the odds are he won't choose to marry her at all if I get a clap on the shoulder, so take care you don't out-jockey yourself, my lady, said Sir Walter. You will not be arrested for debt, if that is what you mean, while your daughter is known to be betrothed to one of the richest peers in the land, she replied. If the engagement were to be declared off, it would be another matter, no doubt. You will oblige me, therefore, by going to Clay Cross and setting Rotherham's mind at ease, if any suspicion lurks in it that Emily is reluctant to marry him. I don't mind going to Clay Cross, because Rotherham has a devilish good sherry in his cellars. But if Emily bolted to your mother because she didn't want to marry Rotherham, it stands to reason she'll come home if he cries off. And as soon as she does that, the old lady will hand over the blunt, which will be all the same to me. In fact, if she don't like him, I'd as lief she didn't marry him, for I've nothing against her, and I don't like him myself. She does like him, Lady Laleham said swiftly. She's very young, however, and his ardour frightened her. It's nothing but a piece of nonsense, I assure you. I blame myself for having allowed them out of my sight. It shan't happen again. Well, you can make yourself easy on one count. Rotherham won't cry off. I wish I might be certain of that. Sir Walter shook his head. It's one of the things I never could teach you, he said regretfully. You will just have to take my word for it. A gentleman, my dear, doesn't cry off from a betrothal. She bit her lip, but refrained from speech. Sir Walter was so much pleased with his triumph that he rode over to Clay Cross the very next day. He was ushered into Rotherham's library 20 minutes after Lord Spenborough, paying a ceremonial visit, had left it, a circumstance which possibly accounted for the expression of impatient boredom on his host's face. He was accorded a civil, if unenthusiastic, welcome, and for half an hour sat talking of sporting events. Since this was his favourite subject, he might have continued to discuss for the remainder of his visit the form of various racehorses, and the respective chances of Scroggins and Church, a reputedly tiresome customer, in a forthcoming encounter at Moleseyhurst. But when Rotherham rose to refill the glasses, he said, "What news have you to give me of Miss Laleham?" Reminded of his errand, Sir Walter replied, "Oh, toll-loll, better, decidedly better. In fact, she's fretting to come home." "What prevents her?" "Measles. Can't have the poor girl coming out in spots. However, won't be long now. There aren't any more of them to catch it. William was the last. No, not William. Wilfrid. I've no head for names, but the youngest of them at all events." "Is Miss Laleham well enough to receive a visit from me?" asked Rotherham. "Nothing she'd like better, I dare say, but the deuce is in it that her grandmother's not well, not receiving visitors at present. Well, she can't. She's in bed," said Sir Walter, surprising himself by his own inventiveness. He found to his discomfort that his host was looking at him in a disagreeably piercing way. "Tell me, Laleham," said Rotherham, "is Miss Laleham regretting her engagement to me? The truth, if you please." This, thought Sir Walter bitterly, was just the sort of thing that made one dislike Rotherham. Flinging damned abrupt questions at one's head, no matter whether one happened to be swallowing sherry at the moment or not. No manners, not a particle of proper feeling. "God bless my soul," he ejaculated, still choking a little. "Of course she isn't. Nothing of the sort, Marquis, nothing of the sort. Lord! Oh, what a notion to take into your head. Oh, regretting it indeed." He laughed heartily, but saw that there was not so much as the flicker of a smile on Rotherham's somewhat grim mouth. His curiously brilliant eyes had narrowed in a measuring look, and he kept them fixed on his visitor's face for much longer than Sir Walter thought necessary or mannerly. "Talks of nothing but her bride clothes," produced Sir Walter, feeling impelled to say something. "Gratifying." Sir Walter decided that his visit had lasted long enough. Returning from attending his guest to where his horse was being held for him, Rotherham walked into the house, a heavy frown on his face. His butler, waiting by the front door, observed this with a sinking heart. He had cherished hopes that a visit from his prospective father-in-law might alleviate his lordship's distemper, but it was evident that it had not done so. More up in the bows than ever, thought Mr. Peaslake, his countenance wholly impassive. Rotherham stopped. Peaslake, enduring that disconcerting stare, rapidly searched his conscience, found it clean, and registered a silent vow to send the new footman packing if he had dared yet again to alter the position of so much as a pen on my lord's desk. "Peaslake." "My lord?" "If anyone else should come to visit me while I remain under this roof, I have written out, and you don't know when I mean to return." "Very good, my lord," said Peaslake, not betraying by the faintest quiver of a muscle his heartfelt relief. There was never anything at all equivocal about his lordship's orders, and no one in his employment would have dreamt of deviating from them by a hair's breadth. But this particular order cast the household 2 days later into a quandary. After a good deal of argument, some maintaining that it was not meant to apply to the unexpected visitor left by the head footman to cool his heels in one of the saloons, and others asserting that it most certainly was, Peaslake fixed the head footman with a commanding eye, and recommended him to go and discover what his lordship's pleasure might be. "Not me, Mr. Peaslake," said Charles emphatically. "You heard me," said Peaslake awfully. "I won't do it. I don't mind hearing you, and I'm sorry to be disobliging, But what I don't want to hear is him asking me if I'm deaf or can't understand plain English, thanking you all the same. And it ain't right for you to tell Robert to go," he added, as the butler's eye fell on his colleague. "Not after what happened this morning." "I will ask Mr. Wilton's advice," said Peaslake. This announcement met with unanimous approval. If any member of the establishment could expect to come off scatheless when his lordship was in raging ill-humour, that one was his steward, who had come to Claycross before his lordship had been born. He listened to the problem, and said, after a moment's thought, "I fear he will not be pleased, but I am of the opinion that he should be told of it." "Yes, Mr. Wilton, such is my own view," agreed Peaslake. He added dispassionately, "except that he said he did not wish to be disturbed." "I see," said Mr. Wilton, carefully laying his pen down in the tray provided for it. "In that case, I will myself carry the message to him, if you would prefer it." "Thank you, Mr. Wilton, I would," said Peaslake gratefully, following him out of his office and watching with respect his intrepid advance upon the library. Rotherham was seated at his desk, a litter of papers round him. When the door opened, he spoke without raising his eyes from the document he was perusing. "When I say I don't wish to be disturbed, I mean exactly that. Out!" he snapped. "I beg your lordship's pardon," said the steward with unshaken calm. Rotherham looked up, his scowl lifting a little. "Oh, it's you, Wilton. What is it?" "I came to inform you, my lord, that Mr. Monksley wishes to see you." "Right, and tell him I'm ruralising, and will see no one." "Mr. Monksley is already here, my lord." Rotherham flung down the paper he was holding. "Oh, hell and the devil confound it!" he exclaimed. "Now what?" Mr. Wilton did not reply, but waited placidly. "I shall have to see him, I suppose," Rotherham said irritably. "Tell him to come in, and warn him he isn't staying here more than one night." Mr. Wilton bowed and turned to leave the room. "One moment," said Rotherham, struck by a sudden thought. "Why the devil are you being employed to announce visitors, Wilton? I keep a butler and 4 footmen in this house, and I fail to see why it should be necessary for you to perform their duties. Where's Peaslake?" "He is here, my lord," responded Mr. Wilton calmly. "Then why didn't he come to inform me of Mr. Monksley's arrival?" Mr. Wilton neither blenched at the dangerous note in that harsh voice, nor answered the question. He merely looked at his master, very steadily. Suddenly, a twisted grin dawned. "Pigeon-hearted imbecile! No, I don't mean you, and you know I don't. Wilton, I'm blue-devilled. Yes, my lord. It has been noticed that you are a trifle out of sorts." Rotherham burst out laughing. "Why don't you say as sulky as a bear and be done with it? I give you leave. You don't exasperate me by shaking like a blancmange merely because I look at you." "Oh, no, my lord. But then I have known you for a very long time, and have become quite accustomed to your fits of the sullens," said Mr. Wilton reassuringly. Rotherham's eyes gleamed appreciation. "Wilton, are you never out of temper?" "In my position, my lord, one is obliged to master one's ill-humour," said Mr. Wilton. Rotherham flung up a hand. "Touché! Damn you! How dare you!" Mr. Wilton smiled at him. "Shall I bring Mr. Monksley to you here, my lord?" "No, certainly not. Send Peaslake to do so. You can tell him I won't snap his nose off if you like." "Very well, my lord," said Mr. Wilton, and withdrew. A few minutes later the butler opened the door and announced Mr. Monksley, and Rotherham's eldest ward strode resolutely into the room. A slender young gentleman, dressed in the extreme of fashion, with skin-tight pantaloons of bright yellow, and starched shirt-points so high that they obscured his cheekbones. He was plainly struggling with conflicting emotions. Wrath sparkled in his eyes, but trepidation had caused his cheeks to assume a somewhat pallid hue. He came to a halt in the middle of the room, gulped, drew an audible breath, and uttered explosively, "Cousin Rotherham, I must and will speak to you." "Where the devil did you get that abominable waistcoat?" demanded Rotherham. Chapter 17. Since Mr. Monksley had occupied himself while left to wait in the green saloon in composing and silently rehearsing his opening speech, this entirely unexpected question threw him off his balance. He blinked and stammered, It isn't abominable. It's all the crack." "Don't let me see it again. What do you want?" Mr. Monksley, touched on the raw, hesitated. On the one hand, he was strongly tempted to defend his taste in waistcoats. On the other, he had been given the cue for his opening speech. He decided to respond to it, drew another deep breath, and said in rather too high-pitched a voice, and much more rapidly than he had intended, "Cousin Rotherham, little though you may relish my visit, little though you may like what I have to say, reluctant though you may be to reply to me, I will not submit to being turned away from your door. It is imperative—" "You haven't been turned away from my door." "It is imperative that I should have speech with you," said Mr. Monksley. "You are having speech with me, a vast deal of speech." "How much?" Choking with indignation, Mr. Monksley said, "I didn't come to ask you for money. I don't want any money." "Good God! Aren't you in debt?" "No, I am not. Well, nothing to signify," he amended. "And if I hadn't had to come all the way to Claycross to find you, I should be quite plump in the pocket, what's more. Naturally, I didn't bargain for that. There's no way of living economically if one is obliged to dash all over the country. But that wasn't my fault. First there was the hack to carry me to Aldersgate, then there was my ticket on the mail coach, and the tip to the guard, and another to the coachman, of course, and then I had to hire a chaise and pair to bring me here from Gloucester, and as a matter of fact I shall have to ask you for an advance on next quarter's allowance, unless you prefer to lend me some blunt. I dare say you think I ought to have travelled on the stage, but have I said so? No, but then wait until I do. What have you come to say to me?" "Cousin Rotherham," began Mr. Monksley again. "I'm not a public meeting," said Rotherham irascibly. "Don't say, 'Cousin Rotherham,' every time you open your mouth. Say what you have to say like a reasonable being. And sit down." Mr. Monksley flushed scarlet and obeyed, biting his oversensitive lip. He stared resentfully at his guardian lounging behind his desk and watching him with faint scorn in his eyes. He had arrived at Claycross so burning with a sense of his wrongs that had Rotherham met him on the doorstep, he felt sure that he could have discharged his errand with fluency, dignity, and forcefulness. But first he had been kept waiting for 20 minutes. Next, he had been obliged to suspend his oratory to admit that a monetary advance would be welcome, indeed necessary, if the postboys were to be paid. And now he had been sharply called to order as though he had been a schoolboy. All these things had a damping effect upon him, that as he stared at Rotherham, every ill he had suffered at his hands, every malicious spoke that had been thrust into his ambitions, and every cruel set-down he had received came into his mind, and a sense of injury gave him courage to speak. "It is of a piece with all the rest," he said suddenly, kneading his hands together between his knees. "What is?" "You know very well. Perhaps you thought I shouldn't dare speak to you, but—" "If I thought that, I've learned my mistake," interpolated Rotherham. "What the devil are you accusing me of?" He perceived that his ward was labouring under strong emotion, and said with a good deal of authority in his voice, but much less asperity, "Come, Gerard, don't be a gudgeon. What am I supposed to have done?"
"Everything you could to blight every ambition I ever had," Gerard replied with suppressed violence. Rotherham looked considerably taken aback.
"Comprehensive," he said dryly.
"It's true. You never liked me. Just because I didn't wish to hunt or box or play cricket or shoot or any of the things you like except fishing. And it's no thanks to you I do like fishing, because you forbade me to borrow your rods as though I had intended to break it. I mean—"
"What you mean," said Rotherham ruthlessly, "is that I taught you in one sharp lesson not to take my rods without leave. If this is a sample of the various ways in which I have blighted your ambition—"
"Well, it isn't. Well, anyway, I shouldn't care for that if it weren't for all the rest. It has been one thing after another. When I was at Eton and had the chance to spend the summer holidays sailing with friends, could I prevail upon you to give your consent? No. You sent me to that miserable Grinder, just because my tutor told you I shouldn't pass Little Go. Much he knew about it. But of course you chose to believe him and not me, because you have always taken a malicious delight in thwarting me. Aye, and when you knew that I wanted to go up to Oxford with my particular friends, you sent me to Cambridge. If that was not malice, what was it?"
Rotherham, who had stretched both legs out, was lying back in his chair with his ankles crossed and his hands in the pockets of his buckskin breeches, regarding his incensed ward with a look of sardonic amusement. He said, "A desire to separate you from your particular friends. Go on." This answer, not unnaturally, fanned the flames of Mr. Monksley's fury.
"You admit it. I guessed as much. All of a piece. Yes, and you refused to lend me the money to get my poems published, and not content with that, you insulted me."
"Did I?" said Rotherham, faintly surprised.
"You know you did. You said you liked better security for your investments."
"That was certainly unkind. You must blame my unfortunate manner. I've never had the least finesse, I fear. However, I can't feel that I blighted that ambition. You'll be of age in little more than a year, and then you can pay to have the poems published yourself."
"And I shall do so."
"And also," said Gerard belligerently,
"I shall choose what friends I like, and go where I like, and do what I like."
"Rake's progress. Have I chosen any friends for you, by the way?"
"No, you haven't. All you do is to object to my friends. Would you permit me to visit Brighton? That time when Lord Grossmont asked me to go along with him? No, you would not. But that wasn't the worst. Last year, when I came down in the middle of term after Boney escaped from Elba and begged you to give me permission to enroll as a volunteer. Did you listen to a word I said? Did you consider the matter? Did you give me permission?
"No," interrupted Rotherham unexpectedly, "I did not." Disconcerted by this sudden answer to his rhetorical questions, Gerard glared at him. "And very poor-spirited I thought you to submit so tamely to my decree," Rotherham added. A vivid flush rose to Gerard's face. He said hotly,
"I was forced to submit. You always had the whip hand. I've been obliged to do as you ordered me because you paid for my education and for my brothers, and Cambridge, too. And if ever I had dared to—" "Stop!" Such molten rage sounded in the one rapped-out word that Gerard quailed. Rotherham was no longer lounging in his chair, and there was no vestige of amusement in his face. It wore, instead, so unpleasant an expression that Gerard's heart began to thud violently, and he felt rather sick. Rotherham was leaning forward, one hand on his desk, and clenched hard. "Have I ever held that threat over your head?" he demanded. "Answer me." "No," Gerard said, his voice jumping nervously. "No, but I knew it was you who sent me to Eton, and now Charlie as well, and—"
"Did I tell you so?"
"No," Gerard muttered, quite unable to meet those brilliant, angry eyes. My mother...
Then how dare you speak to me like that, you insufferable cub? Rotherham said sternly. Scarlet-faced, Gerard faltered.
I beg your pardon. I didn't mean... Of course, I am excessively grateful to you, Cousin Rotherham.
If I had wanted your damn gratitude, I should have told you that I had taken upon myself the charge of your education. I don't want it. Gerard cast a fleeting look up at him.
I'm glad you don't. To know that I'm beholden to you now.
Make yourself easy. You owe me nothing, any of you. I have done nothing for you.
Gerard looked up again, startled.
That surprises you, does it? Do you imagine that I cared the snap of my fingers how or where you were educated? You were wonderfully wrong. All I cared for was that your father's sons should be educated as he was, and as he would have wished them to be. Anything I've chosen to do has been for him, not for you.
Crestfallen and considerably shaken, Gerard stammered, I didn't know. I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to say what I did say precisely.
Very well, Rotherham said curtly.
I didn't really think you would...
Oh, that will do. That will do.
Yes, but I lost my temper. I shouldn't have...
Rotherham gave a short laugh. Well, I must be the last man alive not to pardon you for that. Have you come to the end of your catalogue of my past crimes? What is my present offence? Mr. Monksley, having been obliged to offer his guardian an apology, now found it extremely difficult to hurl his culminating accusation at him with anything approaching the passion requisite to convince him of the magnitude of the charge and of his own desperate sincerity. He had been forced into a position of disadvantage, and the knowledge of this filled him with annoyance rather than with noble rage. He said sulkily, "You have ruined my life." It had sounded better when he had uttered it in the Green Saloon. If Rotherham had been privileged to have heard it then, it would have shocked him out of his scornful indifference, and might even have penetrated his marble heart and touched him with remorse. It certainly would not have amused him, which was the only effect it appeared now to have upon him. Venturing to steal a glance at him, Gerard saw that he was faintly smiling. The relaxing of his face from its appalling grimness, the quenching of the menacing glitter in his eyes, enabled Gerard to breathe much more easily, but did nothing to endear his guardian to him. Flushing angrily, he said,
"You think that ridiculous, I dare say."
"Damn ridiculous."
"Yes, because you have no more sensibility yourself than a stone. You think others have none."
On the contrary, I am continually being sickened by the excessive sensibility displayed by so many persons of my acquaintance, but that is beside the point. Don't keep me in suspense. How have I so unexpectedly achieved what you are persuaded has been my object for years?
I never said that. I dare say you may not have intended to destroy all my hopes. I can readily believe you never so much as thought of what must be my sensations when I heard, when I discovered.
"Do try to cultivate a more orderly mind," interposed Rotherham. "The very fact that I take a malicious pleasure in thwarting you shows intention. I ought to have sent you to Oxford after all. Clearly, they don't make you study logic at Cambridge."
"Oh, damn you, be quiet!" exclaimed Gerard. "You think me a child, to be roasted and sneered at, but I'm not." His underlip quivered. Angry tears sprang to his eyes. He brushed them away, saying in a breaking voice, "You did not even tell me. You left me to discover it weeks afterwards, when you must have known the shock, the crushing blow it would be to me." His pent-up emotions choked him. He gave a gasp and buried his face in his hands. Rotherham's brows snapped together. He stared at Gerard for a moment and then rose and walked across the room
to where a side table stood, bearing upon it several decanters and glasses. He filled 2 of the glasses and returned with them, setting one down upon his desk. He dropped a hand on Gerard's shoulder, gripping it not unkindly. "Enough. Come now. I've told you I don't like an excess of sensibility. No, I'm not roasting you. I see that things are more serious than I had supposed. Here's some wine for you. Drink it, and then tell me, without any more nonsense, what it is that I have done to upset you so much." The words were scarcely sympathetic, but the voice, although unemotional, was no longer derisive. Gerard said thickly, "I don't want it. Do as I bid you." The voice had sharpened. Gerard responded to it involuntarily, starting a little. He took the glass in his unsteady hand and gulped down some of its contents. Rotherham retired again to his chair behind the large desk and picked up his own glass. "Now, in as few words as possible, what is it?" "You know what it is," Gerard said bitterly. "You used your rank and your wealth to steal from me the only girl I could ever care for." He perceived that Rotherham was staring at him with sudden intentness, and added, "Miss Laleham." "Good God!" The ejaculation held blank astonishment, but Gerard said, "You knew very well, must have known, that she—" "No doubt. Had I half the interest in your affairs with which you credit me, as it is, I did not know." He paused and sipped his wine, looking at Gerard over the rim of the glass, his brows frowning again, the eyes beneath them narrowed, very hard and bright. "It would have made no difference, except that I should have informed you of the event. I'm sorry if the news came as a blow to you, but at your age you will very speedily recover from it." This speech, uttered as it was in a cold voice, was anything but soothing to a young gentleman suffering the pangs of his first love affair. It was evident that Rotherham thought his passion a thing of very little account, and his suggestion that it would soon be forgotten, instead of consoling Gerard, made his bosom swell with indignation. "So that is all you have to say? I might have known how it would be. Recover from it?" "Yes, recover from it," said Rotherham. His lips curled. "I should be more impressed by these tragedy airs if it had not taken you so long to make up your mind to enact me an affecting scene. I know not how many weeks it is since the engagement was announced, but I came into Gloucestershire the instant I knew of it," Gerard said, half starting from his chair. "I never saw the announcement. When I'm up at Cambridge, very often I don't look at a newspaper for days on end. No one told me until only the other day, when Mrs. Malton asked me, if I was acquainted with the future Lady Rotherham. I was astonished, as may be supposed, to learn that you were engaged, but that was as nothing to the horror and stupefaction which held me speechless when Miss Lalam's name was disclosed." "I wish to God you are still suffering from horror and stupefaction, if that is the effect such feelings have upon you," broke in Rotherham. "Be damned to these periods of yours. If you would play-act less, I might believe more. As it is—" He shrugged. "You came down at the beginning of June. It is now August. Your mother is well aware of my engagement, and you say you heard no mention of it until a few days ago. Coming it too strong, Gerard? The truth is that you've talked yourself into this fine frenzy, putting on airs to be interesting." Gerard was on his feet, colour flaming in his cheeks. "You shall unsay that. How dare you give me the lie? I have not seen my mother. That is, I had not done so until yesterday. I went with the Maldons to Scarborough. When I learnt of the engagement, I posted south immediately." "What the devil for?" "To put a stop to it," Gerard said fiercely. "To do what?" "Yes. It did not occur to you that I might trust to spoke into your wheel, did it?" "No, and it still does not. We shall see. I know, as surely as I stand here, which won't be very surely if I have to listen to much more of this rhodomontade. You cannot silence me by threats, my lord. It seems improbable that you could be silenced by anything short of a gag. And don't call me my lord. It makes you appear even more absurd than you do already. I care nothing for what you may think of me, or for your gibes. Emily does not love you, cannot love you. You have forced her into this horrible engagement, you and her mother between you, and I say it shall not be. Rotherham was once more lying back in his chair, the derisive smile on his lips. Indeed. And how do you propose to stop it? I'm going to see Emily. Oh, no, you are not. Nothing will prevent me. I know well how the business was accomplished. I was out of the way. She, so gentle, so timid, so friendless, a dove fluttering unavailingly in the clutches of a vulture, for so I think of Lady Laylam, curse her, and of a wolf. She, I say. He broke off, for Rotherham had given a shout of laughter. Oh, I don't think the dove would do much fluttering in such a situation as that, he said. Gerard, white with fury, hammered his fist on the desk between them. Aye, a splendid jest, isn't it? Almost as droll as to lead to the altar a girl whose heart you know to be given to another, but you will not do it. I probably shouldn't. Are you asking me to believe that her heart has been given to you? It is true. For all your sneers, from the moment I first saw her at the assembly last Christmas, we became attached. Very likely. She is a beautiful girl, and you were the first young man to come her way. You both enjoyed an agreeable flirtation. I've no objection. It was not a flirtation. It endured. When she came to London, before you had cast your predatory eye in her direction, the attachment between us had been confirmed. Had it not been for the odious pretensions of her mother, who would not listen to my offer, it would not have been your engagement that was announced, but mine. Rid your mind of that illusion at least. I should not have permitted you to become engaged to Miss Laylam, or to anyone else. I can believe it. But I do not admit your right to interfere in what concerns me so nearly. What you admit doesn't signify. Until you come of age, I have rights over you, of which you don't appear to have the smallest conception. I have not chosen to exercise very many of these, but I will tell you now that I shall allow you neither to entangle yourself in an engagement, nor to embarrass my affianced wife by obtruding yourself upon her. Obtruding? Ah, so you fancy she would be embarrassed, do you, cousin? If you subjected her to such a scene as this, I imagine she would be thrown into a fever. She is recovering from a severe attack of influenza. Is she? Said Gerard with awful sarcasm. Or was it a severe attack of the Marquess of Rotherham? I know that she had been hidden from me. That I learned at Cherryfield Place this very day. From Lady Laylam I expected to hear nothing of Emily's present whereabouts. She would take good care not to let me come near Emily. Now it appears that you, too, are afraid to disclose her direction. That tells its own tale, Cousin Rotherham. I have not the smallest objection to disclosing her direction, replied Rotherham. She is visiting her grandmother in Bath. In Bath? Cried Gerard, his face lighting up. Yes, in Bath. But you, my dear Gerard, will not go to Bath. When you leave this house, you will return to London, or to Scarborough, if you like. That's all one to me. Oh, no, I shall not, countered Gerard. It is not in your power to compel me. You have told me where I may find Emily, and find her I will. She must tell me with her own lips that her feelings have undergone a change, that she's happy in her engagement before I will believe it. I tell you this, because I scorn to deceive you. You shall never say that I went without informing you of my intention. "I shall never say that you went at all," said Rotherham, thrusting back his chair and rising suddenly to his feet. "And I will tell you why, Cockerel. You dare not. For just as long as I will bear with you, you crow a puny defiance. But when my patience cracks, you have done with crowing. Beneath all this bombast, you are so much afraid of me that one look is enough to make you cringe." He gave a bark of laughter. "You disobey my commands? I wish I may see it. You haven't enough spirit to do so much as keep your knees from knocking together when I comb you down. I know exactly what you will do in this case. You will boast of what you have a very good mind to do. Play the broken-hearted lover to gain the sympathy of the credulous. Whine to your mother about my tyranny, and give as an excuse for your chicken-heartedness the fear that if you failed to respond to my hand on your bridle, I should wreak my vengeance on your brothers. What you will not say is that you fear my spurs. But that is the truth." He paused, scanning his ward. Gerard was as white as his preposterous shirt-points, trembling a little and breathing jerkily, but his burning eyes were fixed on Rotherham's face and did not flinch from the piercing challenge of those contemptuous grey ones. His hands were clenched at his sides. He whispered, "I would like to kill you." "I don't doubt it. You would probably like to hit me, too, but you won't do it. Nor will you treat me to any more of your heroics. You may remain here tonight, but tomorrow you will return whence you came." "I wouldn't remain another instant under your roof for anything you might offer me," Gerard gasped. "Gerard, I said I would have no more heroics. I am leaving Claycross now." Gerard spat at him and plunged towards the door. "Not so fast. You're forgetting something." Gerard paused and looked over his shoulder. "You told me that your pockets were to let, which is not surprising after all this posting about the country. How much do you want?" Gerard stood irresolute. To spurn this offer would be a splendid gesture, and one which he longed to make. On the other hand, there were the post charges to be paid, and more than a month to be lived through before he received the next quarter's allowance. His sense of dramatic value was outraged by what he perceived to be an anticlimax of a particularly galling nature, and it was in anything but a grateful tone that he said, "I shall be obliged to you if you will advance me £50, cousin." "Oh, you will you? And what shall I be expected to advance midway through the next quarter?" "Rest assured, I shall not ask you to advance me a penny," said Gerard grandly. "You wouldn't dare to, would you?" said Rotherham, opening a court cupboard at the end of the room and taking from it a strong-box. "You would apply to your mother." "Well, since it appears to be entirely my fault that you are at a standstill, I'll let you have your £50. Next time you wish to upbraid me, do it by letter." "If you refuse to advance me my own money, I will only accept yours as a loan," declared Gerard. "I shall repay you the instant I come of age." "As you please," shrugged Rotherham, unlocking the strong-box. "And I will give you my note of hand. By all means. You'll find a pen on my desk." Gerard cast him a look of acute loathing, snatched up a quill, dragged a sheet of paper at random from a sheaf, and in trembling haste wrote a promise to pay. He then flung the quill down and said, "I shall meet that on the day I gain possession of my principal at latest, and if I can contrive it much sooner, I'm obliged to you. Goodbye." He then crammed the bills held out to him into his pocket and hurried out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Rotherham put his strong-box away and walked slowly back to his desk. He picked up the note of hand and began abstractedly to tear it into small shreds, his brows lowering and his lips compressed. The door opened again, and he glanced up quickly. It was his steward who had entered, and who said in a quiet but resolute voice, "My lord, will you please allow me to have speech with you?" "Well?" "I saw Mr. Gerard as he left the house, my lord. It is not for me to remonstrate with you, but since there is no one else to do it, I must. You must not let him go like that." "I'm damned glad he's gone. My temper will stand no more of him." "My lord, this will not do. He is your ward, remember. I have never seen such a look on his face before. What did you do to him to make him as white as his shirt?" "What the devil do you suppose I did to a whey-faced weakling I could control with my right hand tied behind me?" demanded Rotherham wrathfully. "Not that you used your strength, my lord, but your tongue." "Yes, I used that to some purpose," said Rotherham with a grim smile. "My lord, whatever he may have done, he has done nothing. I doubt if he has the spirit to do anything but nauseate me with his gasconades and his fustian theatrics. Let me fetch him back," Wilton begged. "You should not frighten him so." "I should not be able to frighten him so." "You frighten many people, my lord. It has sometimes seemed to me that when your black mood is on you, it is your wish to frighten people. But I am sure I don't know why, for you can never tolerate anyone who fears you." Rotherham looked up quickly, a reluctant laugh escaping him. "True. It is not too late. Let me fetch Mr. Gerard back." "No. I should not have flayed him, I acknowledge, but the temptation to do so was irresistible. It will do him no harm, and may do him a great deal of good. My lord, Wilton, I have a considerable regard for you, but you have not the power to make me change my mind." "I know that, my lord," Wilton said. "There was only one person who ever had that power." Danger flickered in Rotherham's eyes, but he did not speak. The steward looked steadily at him for a moment, and then turned and walked out of the room. Chapter 18. Mr. Monksley reached Bath after dark and in a thrasonical mood. When he had given the order to the postboy to take the Bath road, he had done so in the white heat of his rage, but with a quake of fear in his heart. The experience he had passed through had set every nerve in his slight body quivering, for although he had been stung to fury by the lash of Rotherham's tongue, only pride had kept him from breaking down and betraying the terror beneath his bravado. He was both timid and abnormally sensitive, and from having a keen and often morbid imagination was apt to fancy that persons who, in fact, never gave him a thought were criticizing him unkindly. Anticipation was more dreadful to him than performance, and to be harshly rated turned him sick. A wish to appear to be of consequence was unhappily allied to a lack of self-confidence, which he tried to conceal under a boastful manner, and nothing could more surely have won for him the contempt of his guardian. There was never a more ill-assorted pair, and if Gerard was the last boy alive to appeal to Rotherham, no worse guardian than Rotherham could well have been found for a boy compact of timidity and vainglory. A much younger Gerard, at once anxious to impress an almost unknown guardian and afraid that he would be despised by him, encountered a look from those hard, bright eyes and wilted under it. It was neither angry nor disdainful. It was almost incurious, but it utterly disconcerted Gerard. He had the feeling that it pierced right into his mind and saw everything that he most wished to hide, and he never recovered from that first disastrous meeting. Rotherham indifferent made him feel ill at ease. When later he saw Rotherham angry, he was terrified. A natural abruptness he mistook for a sign of dislike. He read a threat into every curt command, and if he was reprimanded, he was always sure that the brief but shattering scold was but the prelude to hideous retribution. The fact that on the only occasion when condign retribution had fallen upon him it was neither hideous nor even particularly severe, quite irrationally failed to reassure him. He thought it a miracle that he had been let off lightly, just as he was convinced every time he annoyed Rotherham that he had escaped chastisement by no more than a hair's breadth. It was doubtful if Rotherham, with his nerves of steel, his tireless strength, and his impatience of weakness, would ever have felt much liking for so delicate and nervous a boy as Gerard. But he would not have been intolerant of him had it not been for Gerard's unfortunate tendency to brag about himself. In the early days of his guardianship, he had frequently invited him to one or other of his country seats, feeling that however great a nuisance a schoolboy might be to him, it was clearly his duty to take an interest in him, giving him a day's hunting, teaching him how to handle a gun or cast a line, and how to keep a straight left. He very soon realized that Gerard, so far from being grateful, regarded these benefits in the light of severe ordeals, and would have become merely bored had he not heard Gerard, after an ignominious day in the saddle, during the course of which he had contrived to evade all but the easiest of jumps, boasting to one of the servants of the regular raspers he had taken. Rotherham, caring nothing for anyone's admiration or disapproval, and contemptuous of shams, was violently exasperated, and thereafter regarded his ward not with indifference, but with scorn. Even Gerard's docility irritated him. He preferred the more resilient Charles, whose predilections for getting into all the more damaging and perilous forms of mischief had made him declare that never again would he have the whelp to stay with him. But as soon as Charles had outgrown his destructive puppyhood, he had every intention of opening his doors to him, and of taking him in hand. Charles provoked him to anger, but never to contempt. Severely castigated for setting a booby-trap for the butler, which resulted in a splendid breakage of crockery, the chances were that he would bounce into the room not half an hour later, announcing in conscience-stricken accents that he feared he had killed one of the peacocks with his bow and arrow. He found nothing unnerving in the look that made his elder brother shake in his shoes, and when threatened with frightful penalties, he grinned. He was outrageously mischievous, maddeningly obstinate, and wholly averse from respecting prohibitions, and since these characteristics never failed to rouse his guardian to wrath, neither Gerard nor Mrs. Monksley could understand why he was quite unafraid of Rotherham, or why Rotherham, however angry, never withered him with the remarks which made Gerard writhe. "Cousin Rotherham likes people who square up to him," said Charles. "He's a great gun." But Rotherham today had shown no signs of liking it, thought Gerard bitterly, unable to perceive the gulf that lay between his rehearsed defiance and his graceless brother's innate pugnacity. It had angered him into uttering words so scathing that for several stark minutes Gerard had been thrown into such a storm of shocked fury that he was jerked out of his shams and hurled his defiance at Rotherham without the smallest thought of impressing him. He was angry and frightened and deeply mortified, and for quite some time continued in this frame of mind. But as the distance increased between himself and Clay Cross, the tone of his mind became gradually restored, and from quaking at the realization that he was flatly disobeying Rotherham and wondering what the result would be, he began to believe that he had acquitted himself well in his distressing interview with him. From thinking of all the retorts he might have made was a very short step to imagining that he really had made them, and by the time he reached Bath he was almost set up again in his own conceit, and much inclined to think that he had taught Rotherham a lesson. Since nothing would be more disagreeable than to be obliged to apply to Rotherham for more funds, He prudently sought out a modest hostelry in the less fashionable part of the town, and installed himself there with every intention of discovering Emily's whereabouts on the following morning. In the event, it was not until 2 days later that he saw her entering the pump-room with her grandmother, and was at last able to approach her. The task of locating the house of a lady whose name he had never been told had proved to be unexpectedly difficult. Emily was very much surprised to see him, and accorded him an ingenuously delighted welcome. He was a pretty youth with pleasing manners, and such an air of fashion that his company could not but add to her consequence. His passion for her, moreover, was expressed with the greatest decorum, and took the form of humble worship, which was quite unalarming. Upon her first going to London, he had been assiduous in his attentions, and she had enjoyed with him her first flirtation. Not a profound thinker, if she remembered the vows she had exchanged with him, she supposed that he had meant them no more seriously than she had. She did recollect that she had felt very low for quite a week after Mamma had forbidden him to visit them again. But Mamma had assured her that she would soon recover from her disappointment, which, in fact, she had. Amongst the crowd of pinks, tulips, blades, bows, and high sticklers with whom she rapidly became acquainted, Gerard was to a great extent forgotten. But she liked him very well, and was happy to meet him again, and at once presented him to Mrs. Flor. Mrs. Flor came as a shock to him, for although he had frequently heard his mamma stigmatize Lady Laleham as a vulgar creature, he had paid very little heed to a stricture he had heard often before, and which generally denoted merely that Mrs. Monksley had quarrelled with whichever lady was in question. He had expected nothing as unrefined as Mrs. Flor, who was arrayed in a gown of such a powerful shade of purple that he almost blinked. However, he had very good manners, and he quickly concealed his astonishment and made her a civil bow. Mrs. Flor was inclined to favour him. She liked young persons, and Gerard struck her as a pretty-behaved beau, dressed as fine as fivepence, and plainly of the first respectability. But her shrewd gaze had not failed to perceive the ardour in his face when he had come hurrying up to Emily, and she determined not to encourage him. It would never do, she thought, for him to be dangling after Emily in a lovelorn way calculated to set Bath tongues wagging. There was no saying but what Emily's grand Marquis might not like it above half if it came to his ears. So when she heard him asking Emily if she would be at the lower rooms that evening, she interposed, saying that Emily must stay at home to recruit her strength for the gala night at the Sydney Gardens on the following evening. Gerard, on his guard from the instant he realized this amazing old lady's relationship to his adored, took this with perfect propriety. It was Emily who exclaimed against the prohibition, but so much more in the manner of a child denied a treat than in that of a damsel bent on flirting with a personable admirer, that Mrs. Flor relented a little, and said that they would see. It naturally did not occur to her that Emily could have a tendre for any other man than her betrothed, but she was well aware that Emily was apt, in the most innocent way, to give rather more encouragement than was seemly in her situation to her admirers. It was all very well for the chit to talk in that misleadingly confiding way of hers to a steady young fellow like Ned Goring, whom one could trust to take no liberties. Quite another for her to be giving this smart town sprig to think that she would welcome a flirtation. But when, after Gerard had escorted the two ladies back to Beaufort Square, very politely giving Mrs. Flor his arm, she told Emily that it would not do for her to be too friendly with such a handsome young beau, Emily looked surprised and said, "But he is such a splendid dancer, Grandmamma. Must I not stand up with him? Why ought I not? He's quite the thing, you know." "I dare say he's of the first step, Pet, but would his lordship like it? That's what you are to think of, only you're such a flighty little puss. Well, there."
"Oh, but Lord Rotherham could have not the least objection," Emily assured her.
Gerard is his ward. They are cousins. That, of course, put a very different complexion on the matter, and made Mrs. Flor exclaim against Emily for not having told her so in time for her to have invited Mr. Monksley to dine with them. But that was soon rectified. She took Emily to the ball, and there was Mr. Monksley, nattier than ever in evening dress, his ordered locks glistening with Russia oil, and the many swathes of his neckcloth obliging him to hold his head very much up. Several young ladies watched his progress across the room with approval, most of the gentlemen with tolerant amusement, and Mr. Gwinnett, who had attempted unavailingly to present him to a lady lacking a partner for the boulanger, with strong disapprobation. Gerard was in no mood for dancing, but since there seemed to be no other way of detaching Emily from her grandmother, he led her into the set that was just forming, saying urgently, "I must see you alone. How may it be contrived?" She shook her head wonderingly.
"Grandmamma would not like it. Besides, everyone would stare."
"Not here, but we must meet. Emily, I have only just learned of this engagement you have entered into, have been forced into. I know you cannot. I have come all the way from Scarborough to see you. Quickly, where may we meet?" Her hand trembled in his. She whispered,
"Oh, I don't know. It's so dreadful. I'm very unhappy."
He caught his breath. "I knew it." There was no time for more. They were obliged to take their places in the set, to school their countenances, and to exchange such conversation as was suitable to the occasion. When the movement of the dance brought them together, Gerard said, "Will your grandmamma permit me to visit her?"
"Yes, but pray take care. She said I must not be too friendly. Only then I told her you were Lord Rotherham's ward, and so she will ask you to dine with us and go to the Sydney Gardens tomorrow. Oh, Gerard, I do not know what to do."
He squeezed her fingers. "I have come to save you." She found nothing to smile at in this announcement, but threw him a look brimful of gratitude and admiration as they parted again, and waited hopefully to know how her rescue was to be accomplished. She had to remain in suspense until the following evening, and when he was at last able to disclose his plans to her, she found them disappointing. After dining in Beaufort Square, and taking immense pains to ingratiate himself with Mrs. Flor, Gerard accompanied the ladies to the Sydney Gardens, where various entertainments ranging from illuminations to dancing were provided for Bath's visitors. Here, by great good fortune, a crony of Mrs. Flor's was encountered who had been staying at Lyme Regis for some weeks. The two ladies naturally had much gossip to exchange, and when they were fairly launched into intimate conversation, Gerard seized the opportunity to beg permission to take Emily to look at the waterfalls, which had all been illuminated for the occasion. "I will take good care of her, ma'am," he promised. Mrs. Flor nodded indulgently. She still thought him an agreeable youth, but he would have been affronted had he known how swiftly and how accurately she had summed him up. He was, in her estimation, a harmless boy, scarcely fledged as yet, but anxious to convince everyone that he was a buck of the first head. She had been much amused at dinner by the carelessness with which he related anecdotes of Tangle, and when, encouraged by a good nature which he mistook for respect, he played off a few airs of an exquisite, her eyes twinkled appreciatively, and she decided that however much pride and sensibility the Marquis might have, he could scarcely take exception to Emily's accepting the escort of so callow a young gentleman. Since 2,000 or 3,000 persons were in the gardens, it was some little time before Gerard could find a vacant and sufficiently secluded nook to appropriate. All his mind was concentrated on this. But Emily, who possessed the faculty of living only in the immediate present, kept on stopping to exclaim at Merlin grottos or cascades or festoons of coloured lanterns. However, he eventually discovered a discreet arbour, persuaded her to enter it and to sit down upon the rustic bench there. Seating himself beside her, he clasped her mittened hand and uttered, "Tell me the whole." She was not articulate, and found this command hard to obey. Her account of her engagement was neither fluent nor coherent, but by dint of frequently interpolated questions he was able to piece the story together, if not entirely to understand the circumstances which had induced her to enter into an engagement with a man for whom she felt not a scrap of affection. He believed that her mother's tyranny accounted for all, and failed to perceive that the prospect of becoming a marchioness had strongly attracted her. Nor had he the smallest suspicion that her sentiments towards himself had undergone a change. She had been taken quite by surprise. She had had no notion that Rotherham had a decided preference for her, for although he had been her host at the Rotherham House ball, it had been Mrs. Monksley whose name had figured on the invitation card, and she had thought that he had had nothing to say in the matter. "He never troubled himself at all, that you may be sure of," said Gerard. "I made Mamma invite you." "Oh, did you? How very kind that was of you. I never enjoyed anything half as much, did you? It was a magnificent ball. I had no notion how grand Rotherham House is. So many handsome saloons and hundreds of footmen, and that huge crystal chandelier in the ballroom sparkling like diamonds, and your mamma standing at the head of the great staircase." Yes, I know," Gerard said a trifle impatiently. "But Rotherham didn't even solicit you to dance, did he?" "Oh, no. He only said, 'How do you do?' to me. And, of course, I had no expectation of his asking me to stand up with him with so many grand people there. In fact, until we became engaged, I never did dance with him, except that once at Grenbury. We were forever meeting at parties, you know, and he was always very civil to me, and sometimes he paid me a compliment, only, I don't know how it is, but when he says a thing that sounds pretty, he does so in a way that makes one feel that he's being satirical." "You need not tell me that," said Gerard with a darkling look. "When did he commence making up to you?" "Oh, never. In fact, I had no notion he was disposed to like me, for whenever he talked to me it was in a quizzing way which put me quite out of countenance. So you may imagine my astonishment when Mamma told me he'd offered for me. Mamma says he behaved with the greatest propriety, exactly as he ought." "Behaved with the greatest propriety?" echoed Gerard incredulously. "Cousin Rotherham? Why, he doesn't give a groat for such stuff. He always does just as he chooses, and doesn't care for ceremony, or for having distinguished manners, or for showing people proper observance, or anything like that." "Oh, yes, Gerard, he does," Emily said earnestly, raising her eyes to his face. "He becomes dreadfully vexed if one does not behave just as he says one ought, or if one is shy and does not know how to talk to people. He says very cutting things, doesn't he, if one angers him." "So he has treated you to his devilish ill-humour already, has he?" demanded Gerard, his eyes kindling. "Pretty conduct towards his betrothed, upon my word. 'Tis just as I thought. He does not love you. I believe he wishes to marry you only to spite me." She shook her head, turning away her face. No, he does love me, only I don't want to be married to him." "Good God, you shall not be," he said vehemently, seizing her hand and kissing it. "I cannot think how you could have consented, that he should have behaved to you in such a way." "Oh, no, not then," she explained. "How
could I say I would not, when Mamma had arranged it, and was so pleased with me? It is very wrong not to obey one's parents, and even Papa was pleased too, for he said that, after all, I was not such a complete zero as he thought, and Mamma said I should learn to love Lord Rotherham, and he would give me everything I could possibly desire, besides making me a great lady with all those houses, and my own carriage, and a marchioness's robes, if there should happen to be a coronation, which, of course, there must be, mustn't there, because the poor king— But, Emily, all that is nothing, protested Gerard. You would not sell yourself for a marchioness's coronet. No, agreed Emily, rather doubtfully. I did think at first that perhaps— but that was when Lord Rotherham was behaving with propriety. Aghast and quite thunderstruck, Gerard demanded, Do you mean to tell me that Rotherham used you improperly? It is worse even than I guessed. Good God, I would never have believed. No, stammered Emily, blushing fierily and hanging down her head. It was only that he is a man of strong passions. Mamma explained it to me, and she said I must be flattered by the violence of his feelings, but I don't like to be kissed so roughly, and that makes him angry, and— Oh, Gerard, I am afraid of him. He is the greatest beast in nature, Gerard said, his voice shaking with indignation. You must tell him at once that you cannot marry him. Her eyes widened in startled dismay. Cry off? I can't. Mamma would not allow me to. Emily, dearest Emily, she cannot compel you to marry anyone against your will. You have only to be firm. Anything less firm than the appearance Emily presented as she listened to these brave words would have been hard to find. Her face was as pale as it had a moment earlier been red, her eyes charged with apprehension, and her whole frame trembling. Nothing that he could urge seemed to convince her that it would be possible to withstand the combined assault of her mother and Lord Rotherham. The very thought of being forced to confront two such formidable persons made her feel faint and sick. Moreover, the alternative to marriage, little though Gerard might think it, was almost worse, since it would carry with it no such alleviations as coronets and consequence. Mamma had said that ladies who cried off from engagements were left to wear the willow all their days, and she was quite right, for only think of Lady Serena, so beautiful and clever and still single. She would have to live at home with Miss Prawle and the children, and be in disgrace, and see her sisters all married and going to parties, and— Oh, no! Impossible! Gerard did not understand. But Gerard assured her that none of these ills would come to pass, or at any rate only for a short time, for Gerard had evolved a cunning scheme, and he rather fancied that when he had explained it to her, his adored Emily would perceive that nothing could better have served their ends than her engagement to Rotherham and its rupture. For if you had not become engaged, dear love, your mamma would continue scheming to marry you to some man of rank and fortune, and I dare say she could never have been brought to listen to my suit. But when you have declared off with Rotherham, she will think it useless to persist, and will very likely bring out Anne next season and leave you in Gloucestershire. Anne? Exclaimed Anne's elder sister indignantly. She will only be 16, and I could not endure it. Yes, only listen, begged Gerard, alight with eagerness. I come of age in November of 1817, very little more than a year from now. Then Rotherham will be obliged to put me in possession of my fortune. Well, it is not precisely a fortune, but it brings me close on £300 a year, which is an independence, at least.
I'm not perfectly sure whether Rotherham would be obliged to pay it to me now if I left Cambridge, because my father left it to me, well, to Cousin Rotherham in trust for me until I am 21, so that it should provide for my schooling and maintenance. Only Rotherham gives it to me for my allowance, and chose to pay for my education himself. I did not ask him to, and in fact I would liefer he did not, because to be under an obligation to him is of all things what I most dislike. I dare say he sent me to Eton just to get me into his power. However, never mind that. The thing is that I fear he can compel me to finish my time at Cambridge, and you know, I do think perhaps I should, because I mean to embrace a political career, and to get my degree would be helpful, I expect. One of my particular friends is related to Lord Liverpool, and has interest with him, and he is very ready to oblige me, so you see that I have excellent prospects besides my poetry. Rotherham may not think that writing poetry is a gainful occupation, but only consider Lord Byron. Why, he must have made a fortune, Emily, and if he could do so, why should not I? Emily, a little dazed by all this eloquence, could think of no reason why he should not, and shook her head wonderingly. No. Well, we shall see, said Gerard. I do not count upon it, mind, for public taste is so bad. But we needn't concern ourselves with that at this present. This is what we must do. You must cry off from this wicked engagement, that's certain. I will go up to Cambridge for my 3rd year, and the instant I come down, which will be next June, I shall seek an introduction to Liverpool, there will be no difficulty about that, and establish myself in the way to a successful career. Then, in November, when I come of age, and your mamma has despaired of finding what she thinks an eligible husband for you, only if you should receive an offer, you must be resolute in declining it, you know. I shall offer for you again, and she will be only too thankful. What do you think of that, dearest? She did not tell him. She was a very soft-hearted girl, besides being almost wholly deficient in moral courage, and she shrank from giving him her opinion of a scheme which in no way recommended itself to her. She perceived that he entertained no doubts that her sentiments towards him were the same as they had been in the spring, and to break it to him that although she still liked him very well, she had no desire to marry him, seemed to her to be an impossible task. She sought refuge in evasions, talked of filial duty, and said that Lady Serena had told her that she was a goose to be afraid of Lord Rotherham. Lady Serena, he ejaculated. Pray, why did she jilt him? I should very much like to ask her that home question. Well, she is residing in Laura Place with Lady Spenborough, said Emily doubtfully. But do you think you ought? She might think it an impertinence. Besides, she told me herself that she cried off because she and Lord Rotherham didn't suit. They quarrelled so frequently that she became quite exhausted. But I can't think she was afraid of him. She's afraid of nothing. Lady Serena in Bath, said Gerard in a tone of considerably less elation. Lord, I wish she were not. Don't you like her? Asked Emily, shocked. Oh, yes. Well, yes, I like her well enough. I wish she may not tell Rotherham I am here, though. You know, for all she jilted him, they are still wondrous great, and there's no telling what she might take it into her head to do, for I'm sure she's very odd and unaccountable. On no account, Emily, must you divulge to her the attachment between us. Oh, no, she said, glad to be able to accede to one at least of his demands. If I should chance to meet her, I shall say that I came to Bath to visit a friend of mine. The only thing is, Cousin Rotherham forbade me to come here, so— He forbade you? She cried, cast into renewed dismay. You have not seen him, surely? Certainly I have seen him, he replied, throwing out his chest a little. When Lady Laleham refused to disclose your whereabouts, she interrupted with a little shriek. Oh, you have been to Cherryfield Place? Oh,
Gerard, how could you? Whatever shall I do? If Mamma knew...
Well, it can't be helped, he said rather sulkily. How else was I to find you? And if I leave Bath immediately, as soon as we are agreed upon what we should both do, I mean, very likely she won't think anything of my visit. If she does, I think you should tell her that you would not listen to my suit, and that will make all right.
Does Lord Rotherham know that you're here?
She asked anxiously. Well, I told him that I should come here, but 10 to 1 he didn't believe I should dare to disobey him. Indeed, I know he did not. He is so set up in conceit of himself. But I fancy I've shown him that he cannot browbeat me. I'm not afraid of him, though I should wish not to be in Bath if he should take it into his head to visit you, said Gerard with perfect sincerity. I don't mean, of course, that I shouldn't prefer to face him now, man to man, but the thing is that it would very likely ruin all if I did, he added, lapsing slightly. Emily, both hands to her cheeks, in a distracted gesture, paid very little heed to this.
Oh, heavens! What shall I do? Oh, how could you, Gerard?
But I have told you what you must do, he pointed out. You have only to be resolute in refusing to continue in the engagement. And although it may be a trifle unpleasant at first, I dare say there is nothing either your mamma or Rotherham can do to compel you to yield, recollect. Of course, it would not do if you were to disclose that you are betrothed to me. It is the shabbiest thing that I'm not of age. If I were, and Rotherham had no legal power over me, I need not tell you that I should remain at your side and see to it you were not scolded or bullied. But it is only for a little time, dearest, and then we shall be married. But Emily, deriving no comfort from this prospect, merely begged him to take her back to her grandmother, and declared herself to be incapable of deciding without reflection upon any course of action. She was so much agitated that Gerard saw that it would be useless to press her for an immediate promise. He could perceive no flaw in his plan, but he knew that females were easily alarmed by anything unexpected, besides not being possessed of superior intellects capable of grappling in a flash with all the aspects of a problem. So he said soothingly that she must consider all that he had said and tell him the result of her lucubrations on the following day. Where should they meet? Emily was at first inclined to think that they ought not to meet at all. But since he persisted in his determination, she said at last,
"Oh, dear, I'm sure I shan't be... Oh, I don't know how it may be contrived, unless Grandmamma will let me go to Miller's library while she's in the pump room, which I frequently do because it adjoins it, you know, and..."
"But we can't talk in a crowded library," objected Gerard. "I'll tell you what, Emily, you must pretend that you wish to change your book, but instead slip away to the Abbey. I shall be there, and it is only a very little way." Chapter 19. Emily kept the appointment, but little was gained by the clandestine interview. She arrived at the Abbey doors in a flutter, because she had caught sight of one of Mrs. Flore's acquaintances on the way, and could not be sure that she had not herself been seen. It was in vain that Gerard assured her that the sight of an unattended damsel traversing the short distance between the pump-room and the Abbey would not shock the most prudish person. Emily could not be easy. He drew her into the Abbey, but as might have been foreseen, this was found to be overfull of visitors wandering about it and looking at its beauties and antiquities. Even Gerard could not feel that he had chosen an ideal spot for the assignation. And as for Emily, she could lend him no more than half an ear, so much occupied was she in keeping a look-out for any more of Mrs. Flore's friends. In any event, it was only too plain that she was still in a state of miserable indecision, and the end of it was that they parted with nothing settled, but that they should meet again that evening at the theatre. Mr. Goring was coming to Bath later in the day and had invited Mrs. Flor and Emily to go with him to the box he had procured. This was just the sort of evening's entertainment which exactly suited Mrs. Flor, for not only did she enjoy any kind of spectacle, but the new theatre being situated on the south side of Beaufort Square, she could go to it without being obliged to order out her carriage. When people marvelled at her choosing to live in Beaufort Square, she pointed this advantage out to them, adding that on such evenings as she was alone, she was able to sit in the window of her drawing-room and watch who was attending the theatre, and thus avoid being moped to death. Emily acquiesced in Gerard's suggestion that he should obtain a seat in the house, but she showed no enthusiasm at the prospect of being again urged to make up her mind. It was an exercise to which she was not at all accustomed. However, Gerard was insistent, and she gave way, reflecting that it was unlikely that he would find an opportunity to be private with her. She then sped back to the pump-room, and Gerard, who had not journeyed into the West Country prepared to make a prolonged stay, went off to purchase a shirt and some additional neckcloths. It would have been too much to have said that his inamorata had disappointed him, but she had certainly disconcerted him. When he was himself behaving with what he considered to be amazing resolution, it was a little hard to find that the person for whom he had made his brilliant plan showed so Laodicean a spirit. Moreover, he had hoped to have left Bath by midday, and to be kept kicking his heels indefinitely in such a dangerous locality was not at all what he liked. At any moment, Rotherham, suspicious of his intentions, might take it into his head to come to Bath, just to make sure he was not there. And then, thought Gerard, where would they be? It was as he emerged from a shop in Bond Street that he had the misfortune to encounter one of the perils which beset him. He heard himself hailed in surprised accents, and looked round to see Lady Serena, escorted by a tall man of very upright bearing, waving to him. There was nothing for it but to cross the street towards her, summoning to his lips what he hoped was a delighted smile. "Why, Gerard, how comes this about?" Serena said, giving him her hand. "What brings you to Bath?" A friend, a college friend of mine, ma'am," he replied, "has been begging me forever to pay him a visit. He lives here, you see, with his family, at least not here, but just beyond the town." "Indeed? Do you mean to make a long stay?" she asked kindly. "No. Oh, no. In fact, I am going back to London tomorrow." He then thought that she must wonder at his having come over 100 miles only to spend a couple of days with his friends, and at once created another friend living in Wiltshire, with whom he said he'd been staying for several weeks. Serena, taking only a casual interest in this, introduced him to Major Kirkby. They all three walked on to the end of the street, where Gerard took his leave, saying that he was pledged to meet his host in Westgate Street. He then walked quickly away down Parsonage Lane, and the Major and Serena, turning to the left, strolled along in the direction of Bridge Street. "And who is that young fribble?" inquired the Major. She laughed. "Rotherham's eldest ward. He is guardian to all his cousins' children, and a very bad guardian, too. He takes not the least interest in them, and this boy he holds in contempt, and is often, I think, very unkind to him. For there is no harm in Gerard, even if in his efforts to be taken for a Bond Street beau he does contrive to look very like a counter coxcomb. I can see you thought him one." "Oh, no," said the Major. "I've seen too many boys of his age trying to come the dandy. Most of them outgrow it quite speedily. He wasn't at all glad to meet you, was he?" "Think he was not?" she said. "He's very shy, you know. I dare say you overawed him with your height and your grave countenance." "My grave countenance," he repeated, a tinge of red creeping into it. "Is it so grave?" "It has been grave since you returned to Bath," she told him. "Did you find something amiss at home?" "Not exactly amiss. Some tiresome business too long neglected. My mother is rather unwell," said the Major, snatching at this excuse, and thankful for the first time in his life that his parents' chief diversion was to detect in herself unmistakable symptoms of some deep-seated disorder. "I am so sorry," Serena said with quick sympathy. "I hope no serious illness." "No, I believe... that is, I trust not. The doctor was to visit her this morning." "I shouldn't wonder at it if Bath is to blame. It was tolerable in the spring, but I know of no more enervating town to be in during the summer. It does not agree with Fanny, I know. Have you noticed how hagged she's looking? She says this heavy, windless weather we've endured now for a week makes her feel stuffed to death. I know exactly what she means, don't you? I'm conscious of it myself. Everything seems to be an abominable fag. One becomes languid in spirit and rather cross. That is to say, I become rather cross. Fanny was never cross in her life." "Cross you may be, but not languid in spirit," he said, smiling. "Hip, then, and on the fidgets." She glanced up at him as she spoke and saw that he was regarding her with a little trouble in his eyes. She slid her hand in his arm and said in her funning voice, "You may take that as a compliment, if you please. 5 days you were away. The only marvel is that I did not fall into a lethargy. I dare say I must have done so had I not been occupied in thinking how shabbily I was used, and how best I should punish you." "Did you miss me?" he asked. "Very much. It was a dreadful bore. I hope you missed me. It would be too bad if I were the only sufferer." He responded in kind, and spent the rest of the walk to Laura Place in telling her of the alterations to his house he meant to put in hand. He parted from her on the doorstep. She invited him to come in and to partake of a luncheon, but although he longed to see Fanny, he knew that he must see her as seldom as possible, and he declined, saying that he had promised his mother to come home within the hour. "I won't press you, then. Pray give my love to Mrs. Kirkby, and tell her how sorry I am to hear that she is out of sorts." "Thank you. I will." "Do we ride tomorrow, Serena?" "Yes, indeed. Will you... Oh, confound it. Is not tomorrow Wednesday? Then I cannot. I promised I would ride with Emily to Farleigh Castle. Drive with me instead later in the day." "Willingly. At what time?" "A little before 3 o'clock. That is, if Mrs. Kirkby will spare you to me." "Of course she will." "I shall be here," he promised. She went into the house and up the stairs to the drawing-room, where Fanny was seated with her embroidery frame in front of her. She looked up and smiled as Serena came in, but her eyes were heavy, and her cheeks rather wan. Serena said quickly, "Fanny, have you the headache again?" "It's nothing. Only a very little headache. I shall lie down presently and soon be quite cured of it." Serena stood looking down at her in some concern. "You look worn to a bone. Tell me, my dear, wouldn't you like to go away from Bath? I don't know how anyone can escape being invalidish here. It is so oppressive. Shall we go back to the Dower House?" No, Fanny said. "Indeed, I'm not ill, dearest. I dare say if the sun would but shine, I should be in a capital way again. I don't know how it is, but these hot, dull days always give me the headache." "We only hired this house until the end of August," persisted Serena. "Why not leave it now? Do you say no because you think I don't wish to leave Hector? Tell me truthfully, Fanny. I'll go with you tomorrow if you would like it." Dear Serena," Fanny said, catching Serena's hand and nursing it to her cheek. "So good to me. So very good to me." "Now, what in the world is this?" Serena rallied her. "I begin to think that you must be more sickly than I'd guessed. I warn you, if you talk to me of my goodness, and in such a melancholy voice, I shall send for a doctor. Or shall it be the dower house?" "It shall be neither," Fanny said with determined cheerfulness. "I don't at all wish to leave Bath before I must. Don't let us prose about my health. Next you will be telling me I look hagged and ridé. Did you hear any news in the town?" "No news, but I saw a new face. Gerard Monksley's. I wish you might have seen him. Very much the pink of the temps, with shirt-points serving as blinkers, and a very dashing waistcoat." "Goodness gracious! I wonder what brings him here. Is Mrs. Monksley here too?" "No, she said he was staying with friends in the neighbourhood. Hector thought he wasn't pleased to see me, but my guess is that—" She broke off suddenly, and a laugh sprang to her eyes. "Oh, I wonder if Hector was right after all. Fanny, do you recall my aunt's writing to me once that Gerard had been very much smitten with Emily? Can it be that the foolish boy has come here to dangle after her?" "He would be a much more suitable match for her than Lord Rotherham," said Fanny. "He would be the worst possible match for her, my dear. For, setting aside the fact that he has no fortune, he is very nearly as silly as she is, and has not yet outgrown the schoolboy. However, it is not at all likely that he will be a danger to Ivo, even if he has come to Bath in a love-lorn state. I notice that Emily's flirtations are always with men a good deal older than herself. Her youthful admirers she considers stupid. It won't do, of course, if Gerard makes a cake of himself by enacting the disappointed lover for the entertainment of the Bath quizzes. I do wonder whether he was telling me a whisker when he said he was visiting friends, or whether he is lurking somewhere in Bath. It will be as well, perhaps, if I drop a hint to Emily not to encourage him to dangle after her. She's riding to Farleigh Castle with me tomorrow." She spoke lightly, unaware of the fact that all recollection of this engagement had been banished from Emily's mind. The 4 o'clock mail had brought her shocking tidings. Lady Laleham and Lord Rotherham were coming to Bath. Lady Laleham was so obliging as to disclose the day of her arrival. Lord Rotherham, more alarmingly still, wrote at the end of a brief letter which all too clearly showed impatience, gathering wrath, and a determination to claim his reluctant bride, merely that he proposed to come to Bath immediately, and expected to find Emily not only ready to receive him, but prepared to come to a point. He made no mention of Mr. Monksley. Lady Laleham, on the other hand, telling her daughter of Gerard's abortive call at Cherryfield Place, warned her that if by some chance he had succeeded in discovering her direction, and was even now in Bath, he must be sent instantly to the right-about. If Lord Rotherham were to find out that although he had been refused permission to visit his betrothed, Mr. Monksley, who appeared to think himself a rival, was making up to her, he would be very heavily underscored and justifiably angry. So, too, would be Emily's affectionate mamma. The combined effect of these two missives was to throw Emily into a fever of apprehension. Converging upon her, each filled with rage and determination, were two dread figures, one of whom would certainly arrive on the following afternoon, the other, perhaps, even sooner. Between them she would inevitably be crushed. She saw herself being dragged by her mother to the altar, and there delivered into the power of one who, by this time, figured in her distorted imagination as a merciless ogre. That her grandmother might intervene to save her from this hideous fate never occurred to her, partly because Mrs. Flor, not unnaturally, had refrained from expressing to her her opinion of her only daughter, and partly because it was incredible to Emily that her vulgar, good-natured grandmamma could exercise the smallest influence over the far more formidable Lady Laleham. Her only hope of support seemed to lie in Mr. Monksley's slender person. Terrifying under any circumstances though the approaching ordeal must be, She felt that if he would only remain at her side to protect her, there might be a very faint chance of her surviving it. Or he might be able to think of a way of escape. It was true that the only plan he had so far evolved would not serve the purpose at all, since it depended for its success on the resolution she was well aware that she lacked. But when he learned of the imminent peril in which she stood, he might, perhaps, be inspired with further schemes. Her hope was not misplaced. After looking round the theatre, and perceiving with a start of surprise that Mrs. Flor was in one of the boxes, Gerard hurried upstairs in the first interval, encountering Mr. Goring's party on their way to the foyer. He received a friendly greeting from Mrs. Flor, a slight bow from Mr. Goring, and from Emily a look so full of meaning that he at once realized that something of an appalling nature must have happened since the morning. Mr. Goring being occupied in guiding Mrs. Flor to a seat against the wall, it was an easy matter for Gerard to whisk Emily to the other end of the foyer, where in an urgent undervoice she told him of the letters she'd received, and besought his counsel and support. He showed no tendency to minimize the danger. Indeed, he was more inclined to magnify it. The intelligence that his guardian was coming like Nemesis to Bath transfixed him with dismay, and set his wits working faster than ever before in his life. Emily's timid suggestion that he should come to Beaufort Square to confront Rotherham at her side he dismissed hastily, saying with great vehemence, "Useless." Emily wrung her hands. "They will make me do just as they say, then. I can't tell them. I won't, Gerard. Oh, do you think Mamma and Lady Serena may be right, and it won't be so very dreadful to be married to Lord Rotherham?" "No," said Gerard positively. "It would be far worse than you dream of. I tell you this, Emily, Rotherham is a tyrant. He will make you wholly subservient to his will. I have cause to know. You cannot yet have seen him in one of his rages, my poor darling. They are quite ungoverned. His servants are all terrified of him, and with good cause." He saw that her face was perfectly white, and pressed home his advantage. "You must not meet him. All will be lost if you come within reach of that ruthless despotism. Emily, we must elope." It was not to be expected that she would instantly perceive the advantages of this course. She was, in fact, shocked by such a suggestion. But by the time Gerard had regaled her with an account of his own sufferings at Rotherham's hands, and some liberal prophecies of the horrors in store for her, and had declared himself to be incapable of imagining the extent or effects of the Marquess's wrath when he discovered, as discover he would, what had been going on in Bath, she was ready to consent to any measure that would rescue her from her Andromeda-like plight. People were beginning to leave the foyer. Gerard had only time, before Mrs. Flor bore down upon them, to warn her not to breathe a word to her, but to meet him in Queen Square at 10 o'clock on the following morning. "Leave everything to me," he ordered. "Once in my care, you are safe." These somewhat grandiloquent words were music to her ears. Naturally dependent, she was only too thankful to be able to cast her cares onto his shoulders, and now that he had ceased to counsel her to face her tyrants with resolution, she began to think that she might like him very well as a husband. At least, he was kind and gentle, and loved her very much, and although he was not her ideal, she supposed that they might live very contentedly together. Her mind relieved of its paramount dread, she was able to listen to the rest of the play with tolerable enjoyment, but she did not recover her vivacity, her attitude being languid and listless enough to make Mrs. Flor say, as soon as Mr. Goring had escorted them home, "Now, Emma, love, you must tell Grandma what's the matter, and no nonsense. If you're looking like a drowned mouse, all because your ma has come to stay with me tomorrow, you're a goose gap. Now, ain't you?" I am afraid Mamma means to take me away from you, Grandmamma," faltered Emily. bless your sweetheart, exclaimed Mrs. Flor, planting a smacking kiss upon her cheek. So you don't want to leave your grandma? Well, I don't deny I love to hear you say so, my pet. But there's reason in all things, and I can't say that I'm surprised your ma's got to be a trifle impatient. I'll be bound she's got a head full of your bride clothes by this time, and so will you have before you're very much older. Lord, how I do look forward to reading all about you and your Marchioness. You think about what's before you, pet, and never mind about your old grandma. This bracing speech, excellent in intention though it was, shut the door on confidence. Grandmamma, as much as mamma, wished to see Emily a Marchioness. Emily kissed her and went upstairs to bed, planning her escape on the morrow, praying that it might not be frustrated by the arrival of her betrothed, and wondering where Gerard meant to take her. Chapter 20. Serena, arriving in Beaufort Square at 11 o'clock on the following morning, mounted on her good-looking mare and attended by her groom, was a little surprised not to see a livery horse waiting outside Mrs. Flor's house. Fully alive to the honour of being invited to ride with so noted a horsewoman, Emily had formed the practice on these occasions of ordering her hired hack to be brought round quite 20 minutes too soon, and of running out of the house the instant she saw from her look-out in the dining-room window that neat figure rounding the corner of the square. "You had better knock on the door, Fobbing," Serena said, holding out her hand for his bridle. He gave it to her, but before he had reached the front door it opened, and Mr. Goring stepped out. He came up to the mare, and looking gravely into the beautiful face above him, said, "Lady Serena, Mrs. Flor desires me to ask you if you will be so good as to come into the house for a moment." Her brows rose swiftly. "I will do so, certainly. Is anything amiss?" "I am afraid very much amiss," he replied in a heavy tone. He held up his hand. "May I assist you to—" "No, I thank you." One deft, practised movement, and her voluminous skirt was clear of the pommels. The next instant she was on the ground, and giving her bridle into Fobbing's hand. She caught up her skirt, swinging it over her arm, and went with Mr. Goring into the house. "Is Emily ill?" she asked. "No, not ill. It will be better, I dare say, if you learn from Mrs. Flor what has occurred. I myself arrived here only a short time ago, but I will take you up to Mrs. Flor. I should warn you that you will find her in considerable distress, Lady Serena." "Good God, what can have happened?" she exclaimed, hurrying towards the stairs, her whip still in her hand. He followed close on her booted heels, and on the first floor slid in front of her to open the door into the drawing-room. Serena went in with her free stride, but checked in astonished dismay at the spectacle that met her eyes. The redoubtable Mrs. Flor, still attired in her dressing-gown, was lying back in a deep wing-chair, her housekeeper holding burnt feathers to her nose, and her maid kneeling before her and chafing her hands. "My dear ma'am, for heaven's sake, what dreadful accident has befallen?" Serena demanded. The housekeeper, shedding tears, sobbed. "It's her poor heart, milady. The shock gave her such palpitations as would like to have carried her off. Years ago the doctor told me she should take care, and now see what's come of it. Oh, my lady, what a serpent's tooth she has nourished in her bosom." The maid, much moved, began to sob in sympathy. Mrs. Flor, whose usually rubicund countenance Serena saw to have assumed an alarmingly grey tinge, opened her eyes and said faintly, "Oh, my dear, what shall I do? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, what a silly blind fool I've been. I thought, what am I to do?" Serena, casting her whip onto the table and stripping off her elegant gauntlet, said in her authoritative way, "You shall remain perfectly quiet, dear ma'am, until you are a little restored. Get up off the floor, woman, and fetch some hartshorn or a cordial to your mistress immediately. And take those feathers away, you idiot. Mr. Goring, be so good as to help me move her onto the sofa?" He was very willing, but a little doubtful, and said in a low voice, "I had better call up the butler. She's too heavy for you, ma'am." Serena, who had quickly arranged some cushions at the head of the sofa, merely replied briefly, "Take her shoulders and do not talk nonsense." Once disposed at full length on the sofa, Mrs. Flor moaned, but soon began to look less grey. She tried to speak, but Serena hushed her, saying, "Presently, ma'am." When the maid came back bearing a glass containing a dose of some cordial in her trembling hand, Serena took it from her, and raising the sufferer's head, obliged her to swallow it. In a very short space of time the colour began to come back into Mrs. Flor's cheeks, and her breathing became more regular. The housekeeper, bereft of her evil-smelling feathers, waved a vinaigrette about under her nose, and her maid, still much affected, fanned her with a copy of the Morning Post. Serena moved away to the window where Mr. Goring was standing. "The less she tries to talk, the better it will be for her," she said in an undervoice. "Now tell me, if you please, what has happened to overset her like this?" "Emily, Miss Laleham, I should say, has left the house," he responded, still in that heavy tone. He saw that she was staring at him with knit brows, and added, "She has run away, ma'am, leaving behind her a letter for her grandmother." "Good heavens! Where is it?" "Give it to her, Ned," commanded Mrs. Flor, struggling to sit up. "Drat you, Stoke, don't keep pushing me back. Give me those smelling salts, and go away, do. I don't need you any more, nor you neither, Betsy, crying all over me. No, don't you go, Ned. If there's anything to be done, there's no one else to do it for me, for I can't go careering all over the country. Not that it would do a mite of good if I could, for who's to say where she's gone to? Oh, Emma, why ever didn't you tell your grandma?" Mr. Goring had picked up a sheet of paper from the table and had in silence handed it to Serena. "Dearest grandmamma," it began, in Emily's unformed writing, "I am so very sorry, and I do not like to grieve you, but I cannot bear it, and I cannot marry Lord Rotherham in spite of coronets, because he frightens me. And I did not tell you, but he has written me a dreadful letter, and is coming here, and he and mamma will make me do just what they want, and indeed I cannot bear it, though I hate excessively to leave you without saying good-bye. Pray do not be angry with me, my dear, dearest grandmamma. Your loving Emma. P.S. Pray do not tell mamma or Lord R. where I have gone." "You would certainly be in a puzzle to do so," said Serena, reaching the postscript. "Of all the bird-witted little idiots! My dear ma'am, I beg your pardon, but she deserves to be slapped for such folly. What the devil does she mean by writing such stuff? Rotherham write her a dreadful letter? What nonsense! If he's grown impatient, it is not to be wondered at, but to write of him as though he were an ogre is quite abominable." "But she is afraid of him, Lady Serena," said Mr. Goring. "I ought to have known it was Sukey's doing," said Mrs. Flor in an agony of remorse. "Right at the start didn't I suspect it? Only then Emma wrote me such a letter, so happy it seemed to me that I thought, poor little lamb, if I'd only had the sense to tell her what I think of Sukey, which I never did, not thinking it seemly, she wouldn't have been afraid to tell me. And now there's Sukey coming here this very day, and how to face her I don't know, for there's no denying I haven't taken proper care of Emma. Not that I care a fig for Sukey, and so I shall tell her. And as for this precious Marquis, let him dare show his face here, let him dare, that's all I ask, scaring the dear little soul out of her senses, which nobody can tell me he hasn't done, because I know better. And last night, oh, Ned, I thought she was moped because she didn't want Sukey to take her away from me, and all I did was to tell her to think about her bride clothes. So I dare say she took it into her head I was as set on this nasty marriage as her ma. And now what am I to do when I think of my little Emma running off all alone to hide herself heaven knows where? You may be certain of one thing at least, ma'am, interrupted Serena. She has not run away alone. Mr. Goring directed a steady look at her. Is there an attachment between her and young Monksley, ma'am? She shrugged. On her side, I should very much doubt it. On his, evidently. I shall be sorry for him if it ever comes to Rotherham's ears that he persuaded Emily into this escapade. It is the most disgraceful thing to have done, and if he comes off with a whole skin, he may think himself fortunate. Mrs. Flor, pray don't cry. The matter is not past mending, I assure you. I collect that Gerard came to Bath to see Emily, not to stay with friends. Has he been to this house? Had you no suspicion of what was in the wind? No, my dear, because Emma said he was the Marquess's ward, which made it seem right to me, and besides which I thought he was such a twiddle-poop, there wasn't the least harm in letting him go with us to the gala night, which I did. Serena smiled, but said, Depend upon it, this dramatic flight was his notion, not Emily's, ma'am. What is more, I would wager my pearls all this nonsense about Rotherham was put into her silly head by him. But let us not waste time in discussing that. What we have to do is to get her back. Mr. Goring, I shall need your help. I shall be happy to do everything in my power, Lady Serena, to restore Miss Laleham to Mrs. Flor, but I will have no hand in forcing her into marriage with a man whom she fears, he replied bluntly. Let me see anyone dare, said Mrs. Flor. Only fetch her back to me and trust me to send this Marquis to the right about, and Sooky too. There is no question of forcing her to marry Rotherham, said Serena. When she meets him again, I fancy she will discover that the extremely unamiable portrait she's painted of him is wide of the mark. Is it known when she left the house? No, because no one saw her go. Only she wasn't gone before 10 o'clock, that Betsy swears to, for she heard her moving about in her bedroom when she passed the door. And she ate a bite of bread and butter and drank a cup of coffee before she went, and Stokes says the tray was taken up to her at 10:15, just as usual, for I don't get up to breakfast myself, so Emma has hers in bed too. Come, this is much better, said Serena. I feared she might have left overnight, in which case we should have had something to do indeed. Mr. Goring, have you met Gerard Monksley? I met him at the theatre last night, ma'am. Then you will be able to describe him, said Serena briskly. We may be sure of this. They are not lurking in Bath. I do Gerard the justice to think that he means to marry Emily, though how he imagines he may do so when each of them is under age is more than I can tell. It would be in keeping with all the rest if he is bearing her off to Gretna Green, but where he's found the money for such a journey is again more than I can tell. He may, of course, be taking her to London, with some hopeful notion of procuring a special licence there. Oh, my dear, supposing he has it in his pocket already, exclaimed Mrs. Flor. Supposing he went to Wells or Bristol and has married her? Oh, I don't want her to go throwing herself away on that young fellow. Don't distress yourself, ma'am. He would find it difficult to induce anyone to believe he is of age. Lady Serena is quite right, ma'am, interpolated Mr. Goring. He'd be required to bring proof of his age, for he looks a stripling. What do you wish me to do, Lady Serena? To visit the posting-houses here, of course. I imagine you must know them well. Discover if Gerard hired a chaise, and where it was to take him. Did you ride here from Bristol? Is your horse in Bath? I drove here, ma'am, in my curricle. If I should be able to discover the road they took, I can have my horses put to in a trice, he replied. I'll set out immediately. Ned Goring, I'll go all the way to Land's End for Emma, but I'll do it decently, declared Mrs. Flor. Don't you think to hoist me into any nasty open carriage. A chaise and 4, that's what you'll hire. My dear ma'am, you are going to remain quietly here, said Serena. It would be quite unfit for you to be rocked and jolted for heaven knows how many hours. Moreover, If this exploit is to be kept secret, it is most necessary that you should be here. If Rotherham is indeed on his way to Bath, he will have to be fobbed off, you know. Whatever may be the issue between him and Emily, you cannot wish him to know how scandalously she is behaving, or Lady Laleham either, for that matter. You must tell them both that Emily has gone with a party on an expedition of pleasure. And as for your curricle, Mr. Goring, leave it where it is. We shall catch our runaways very much more speedily if we ride, and we shan't advertise to every pike-keeper and every chance traveller that we are racing in pursuit of someone. That is a thing we should do our best to avoid." He stared at her. "You do not mean to go, ma'am?" "Of course I mean to go," she replied impatiently. "How in the world do you think you could manage without me? You are quite unrelated to Emily. You cannot compel her to return with you. All that would happen, I dare swear, is that you and Gerard would be fighting it out, with the postboys as seconds, and then there would be the devil to pay." He was too much surprised to hear such an expression on her lips to smile at the absurdity of the picture she conjured up. "But you will not ride, ma'am? You cannot have considered. They must be many miles ahead of us already. It would not do for you. You would be fatigued to death." "Mr. Goring, have you ever hunted with the Cottesmore?" she demanded. "No, ma'am, I have not, but—" "Well, I have done so every year," she said. "There is no country like it for long and fast runs. It is said to be the wildest and roughest of the shires, you know, so don't waste solicitude on me, I beg of you. My mare was bred to stay, and she's as fresh as she can stare. The only difficulty will be your mount." His sense of decorum, which was strong, was shocked by the thought of a lady setting out quite unchaperoned on a chase that might lead her many miles from Bath, but he attempted no further remonstrance. He was conscious of the same sensation which had more than once assailed Major Kirkby, of being swept along irresistibly by an impetuous, vigorous will, against which it was impossible to fight. It was plain to him that the Lady Serena was going to assume the control of the chase. He wondered whether she had considered the possibility of finding herself at nightfall out of reach of her home, unprovided with so much as a hairbrush, and escorted by a single gentleman. But he did not venture to put the question to her. He said instead, "I know where I may procure a good horse, Lady Serena." "Excellent! Then will you go now and see what you can discover? Inform my groom, if you please, that my plans have been altered. I am going with Miss Laleham to join a picnic party, and since we do not set out immediately, he must walk the mare a little till I am ready for her." "You will not take him with you?" he suggested tentatively. "No, certainly not. He would be a confounded nuisance for ever trying to persuade me to turn back. I had rather have your escort, Mr. Goring," she replied with the flash of a smile. He stammered that he would be honoured to serve her, and went away to obey her various commands. Mrs. Flor, who had been sitting limply on the sofa listening to this exchange, a gleam of hope in her eyes, but the lines on her face deeply carven all at once, said with an effort, "I ought not to let you go, my lady. I know I ought not. Whatever will Lady Spenborough say to me?" Serena laughed. "Why, nothing, ma'am. I am going to write to her, and Fobbing shall take the letter to her. I must tell her what has taken me away, I'm afraid, but you may rest assured the story is safe with her. May I write at your desk?" "Oh, yes, my lady," Mrs. Flor answered mechanically. She sat plucking restlessly at a fold of her dressing-gown, and suddenly demanded, "What did he do to her? Why did he scare her out of her senses? Why did he want to offer for her if he didn't love her?" "Exactly," said Serena dryly. "An unanswerable question, is it not? I believe the truth is, ma'am, that he is more in love with her than she can as yet understand. She's very young, quite childish, in fact, and not, I think, of a passionate disposition. It is otherwise with him, and that, unless I much mistake the matter, is what alarmed her. What could she have known of love, after all? A few discreet flirtations, the homage of a boy like Gerard, protestations, compliments, respectful hand-kissings. She would not get such tepid stuff from Rotherham. No doubt her shrinking provoked him. I can believe that he let her see that he is not a man to be trifled with, but as for giving her cause to fly from him in this outrageous fashion, stuff and nonsense. Of course, he should have guessed that it would be necessary to handle her at first with the greatest gentleness. It is unfortunate that he did not, but we may suppose that he has learnt his lesson. He's been careful to keep away from her. Another mistake. But from what she has told me, I collect he has allowed himself to be ruled in this by Lady Laleham. You would have done better to have visited Emily long since. She would not then have built up this ridiculous picture of him. However, if he is indeed coming here, he will very soon set matters to rights. He has only to show her tenderness, and she will wonder how she came to be such a goose. There's a great deal in what you say, my dear, agreed Mrs. Flor. But it's as plain as a pikestaff. She don't love him. She loves no one else, Serena replied. It is not unusual, ma'am, for a bride to start with no more than liking. Well, it don't appear she likes him either, said Mrs. Flor, reviving a little. What's more, my dear, those ways may do very well for tonish people, but they don't do for me. If Emma don't love him, she shan't marry him. Serena looked up from the letter she was writing. It would not be well for her to cry off, ma'am, believe me. You did so? Mrs. Flor pointed out. Yes, I did, agreed Serena, dipping the pen in the standish again. Mrs. Flor digested this. Soaky in her dratted ambition, she said suddenly and bitterly. You needn't tell me, my dear, I know the world. You could cry off and no one to say more than what you were rid of a bad bargain. But if Emma did it, there'd be plenty to say that if the truth was known, it was him and not her that really did the crying off. I did not say it was well for me either, ma'am, Serena replied quietly. Mrs. Flor heaved a large sigh. I don't know what to do for the best, and that's a fact. If you're right, milady, and Emma finds she likes him after all, I wouldn't want to spoil her chances, because there's no doubt she has got a fancy to be a marchioness. At the same time, well, one thing is certain, and that's that I'm not letting the Marquess into the house until I have Emma safe and sound here again. The servant shall tell him she's gone off for a picnic, and very likely won't be home till late. Oh, Lord, whatever's to be done if you and Ned don't find them today? If they go putting up at a posting-house for the night, it'll be no use finding them at all. If I know Gerard, retorted Serena, he will insist on driving through the night, ma'am. He will wish to put as much ground as possible between himself and Rotherham, and with good reason. But if Mr. Goring can discover the road they took, I've no doubt we shall catch them long before nightfall. Mr. Goring returned to Beaufort Square just before 12 o'clock, and came running up the stairs with a look of triumph on his face. Serena said as soon as he had entered the drawing-room, You have found out where they went. My compliments, Mr. Goring. You have been very much quicker than I had dared to hope. It was just a piece of good luck, he said, colouring. I might as well have gone to half a dozen houses before hitting upon the right one. As it chanced, I got certain news at the second one I visited. There seems to be no doubt that it was Monksley who hired a post-chaise early this morning and ordered it to be in Queen's Square at 10 o'clock. A yellow-bodied chaise drawn by a single pair of horses. Well, I must say, exclaimed Mrs. Flor indignantly, if he had to make off with poor little Emma, he might have done it stylishly.
1 pair of horses only? I call it downright shabby."
"I fancy Master Gerard is none too plump in the pocket, ma'am," said Serena, amused.
"And he's got no business to elope with my granddaughter," said Mrs. Flor.
"Very true. Where are they off to, Mr. Goring?"
"The chaise was booked to Wolverhampton, ma'am, which makes it seem as though your guess was correct." "Wolverhampton?" demanded Mrs. Flor. "Why, that's where all the locks and keys come from. Very good they are, too, but what maggots got in the boy's head to take Emma there? It's all of a piece. Whoever heard of going to a manufacturing town for a wedding trip?"
"No, no, ma'am, I don't think you need fear that," Serena said, laughing. "It's as I told you. Gerard is husbanding his resources. Depend upon it, they mean to go on by stagecoach, or perhaps mail, to the border. Never mind," she added soothingly, seeing signs of gathering wrath in Mrs. Flor's countenance. "They are not going to reach Wolverhampton, or any place near it, ma'am." Mr. Goring, who had spread open a map upon the table, said, "I bought this, for although I know the country hereabouts pretty well, if we are obliged to ride much beyond Gloucester, I might find myself at a loss." "Very well done of you," Serena approved, going to his side and leaning one hand on the table while she studied the map. "They will have taken the Bristol Pike Road, though it's longer. We came into Bath from Millville by way of Nailsworth, but the road is very bad. Brings the horses down to a walk in places. How far is it to Bristol?" 12.5 miles. They should have reached it in an hour. Bristol to Gloucester is about 34 miles, a good pike road. They must change horses 10 miles out of Bristol at the Ship Inn, or go on to Falfield, 15 miles out. They won't do that, travelling with one pair. No. The next change, then, will be at the Cambridge Inn, here, about a mile short of the Church End turnpike, and 10 miles from Gloucester. If we knew when they set out from Bath. We have a fair notion. Gerard ordered the chaise to be in Queen's Square at 10, and at 10 Emily was still in her bedroom, which one can't but feel is precisely what would happen in such an absurd adventure as this. When did you know she was missing, ma'am?" Mrs. Flor shook her head helplessly, but Mr. Goring, thinking the matter over, said, "I arrived here about a quarter of an hour before you rode up, Lady Serena, and it had been known then for several minutes, I think." "Then we may take it that they started between 10 or 15 minutes after 10 and 10:30. My dear sir, we are only an hour and a half behind them. What I wish to do is to overtake them before they reach Gloucester. We can't but run true on the line up to that point, but once in Gloucester we might be obliged to make several casts. We will take the Nailsworth Road as far as Badminton, and the ride cross-country to Dursley, a nice point that, and join the Bristol-Gloucester Road here." He nodded. "Aye, the road comes out at the Cambridge Inn, where the scent should be hot," she said, her eyes dancing. "Come, let's be off." "I am ready, but it will be a 25-mile ride, Lady Serena. Do you think—" "Oh, the mare will do it," she said cheerfully, pulling on her gauntlets. "All we have to do now is to get rid of fobbing. The worst of a groom who ran beside one on one's first pony is that he can't be ordered off without explanation. I'll tell him our picnic party doesn't assemble until 12:30, but that I want my letter carried to Lady Spenborough at once, in case she should be uneasy. Mrs. Flor, you will have Emma under your wing again before nightfall, I promise you. Pray, don't tease yourself any more." Mr. Goring opened the door and held it for her, but before he followed her out of the room he looked at Mrs. Flor and said,
I'll do my best to bring her back, ma'am. But don't let them push her into marriage with Lord Rotherham." "You may depend upon it I won't," said Mrs. Flor grimly. "She isn't old enough to marry anyone yet," he said, and hesitated, as though he would have said more. Then he seemed to think better of it, bade Mrs. Flor a curt good-bye, and departed in Serena's wake.
Chapter 21. The start to the elopement was not altogether auspicious, for the bride was tardy and the groom harassed. What had seemed to Gerard, after watching the first act of a romantic drama, a splendid scheme, he found upon more sober reflection to present several disagreeable aspects to his view. For one thing, he had no idea whether the marriage of two minors was any more legal in Scotland than in England, or whether it would be possible for it to be set aside. He told himself that once the knot was tied, neither Rotherham nor his mother would choose to cause a scandal by intervening, and tried to think no more of the possibility. Instead, he reckoned up his resources, made a vague guess at the distance to be travelled, totted up post-charges, and at the end of all these calculations decided to sell his watch. Elopements to Gretna Green, he realized bitterly, were luxuries to be afforded only by men of substance, for not merely was one obliged to journey over 300 miles to reach the border, one was obliged to come all the way back again. This reflection brought another difficulty before him. How, if his pockets were to let, was he to support a wife during the month that must elapse before he received the following quarter's allowance? The only solution that presented itself to him was that he should convey Emily to his mother's house, and he could not but see that, fond parent though she was, his mother might not accord his clandestine bride a very warm welcome. And if Rotherham, out of revenge, insisted on his spending another year at Cambridge, Emily would have to remain under his mother's roof until he came down for good, and it was just possible that she might not like such an arrangement. He wondered if he could install her in rooms in Cambridge, and decided that if he exercised the most stringent economy, it could be managed. These problems nagged at him, but they were for the future, which he was much in the habit of leaving to take care of itself. A far more pressing anxiety was the fear that Rotherham, arriving in Bath to find Emily gone, might guess her destination and follow her. He had warned her not to tell anyone of her flight, and he could not think that he had given Mrs. Flor the least cause to suspect him of being implicated in it. But if she mentioned his name, Rotherham would know at once that the flight was an elopement, and then what would he do? Perhaps he would be too proud to chase after an unwilling bride. Gerard could picture his look of contempt, the curl of his lip, the shrug of his powerful shoulders. Unfortunately, he could even more clearly picture his look of blazing anger, and when he at last fell asleep, his dreams were haunted by the sound of hooves relentlessly drawing nearer and ever nearer, and by lurid, muddled scenes in which he was always looking down the barrel of a duelling pistol. Waking in a sweat, it was a little time before he could throw off the impression of the dream, and realize that whatever else Rotherham might do, he would not challenge his ward to a duel. But Rotherham was a boxer, and whether he would consider himself debarred by his guardianship from wreaking a pugilistic vengeance on his ward was a question to which Gerard could find no answer. Of the two fates, he thought he would prefer to be shot. That Rotherham would be very angry with him, he had no doubt. That Rotherham, and indeed several other interested persons, would have every right to be angry scarcely occurred to him. In general, of course, elopements were condemned. In his case, only an insensate person could fail to perceive the purity of his motive. The thing was not so much an elopement as a rescue. Indeed, only as a last resort had he planned it when he had failed to induce Emily to be resolute. He was up betimes in the morning, for he had much to do. The sale of his watch was disappointing. He was obliged, regretfully, to part with his second-best fob, and a very pretty tie-pin as well. And even when these sacrifices had been made, the hire of a chaise and four to the border was quite out of the reach of his purse. With post charges as high as 1 shilling and 2pence per mile for each horse, the hire of a chaise and pair only for a journey of over 300 miles would, he realized, leave him in extremely straitened circumstances. Like Mrs. Flor, he felt that to elope in anything less than a chaise and four was odiously shabby, but there was no help for it. Then it occurred to him that to pay off the chaise at some point along the road, and to continue by stage or mail, would not only be a vast saving, but would throw Rotherham, if he pursued them, off the scent. So he booked a chaise to Wolverhampton, and began to think that in doing so he had performed a masterly stroke. This mood of elation was of brief duration. He and the yellow-bodied chaise arrived in Queen's Square precisely at 5 minutes to 10, in case Emily should be early, which meant that for 25 tense minutes he had nothing to do but walk up and down one side of the square in fretting impatience, a prey to every gloomy foreboding. And when Emily did appear, carrying 2 bandboxes and looking perfectly distracted, she exclaimed breathlessly and in total disregard of the postboy, "Oh, I'm so sorry I could not escape before, because Betsy was forever in and out of Grandmamma's room, and she must have seen me. Pray don't be vexed. Indeed, it was not my fault." Nothing could have been more unfortunate, as Gerard was immediately to discover. The postilion, ejecting the straw from his mouth, indicated in unmistakable terms that, being possessed of strong scruples, he could not bring himself, unless greased in the fist, to assist in a runaway marriage. His manner was amiability itself, and a broad grin adorned his homely countenance, but Gerard, grinding his teeth, thought it well to comply with his suggestion and to untie the strings of his purse. Amongst the incidental expenses of the journey, he had not foreseen the need to bribe the postboys, so it was not surprising that his first words to Emily when he climbed up into the chaise and sat down beside her were more aggrieved than lover-like. "What in thunder made you say all that in the fellow's hearing?" he demanded, "when I had taken care to tell them at the stables that you were my sister? Of course, if you mean to blurt out the truth in that fashion, I shall have no money left to pay the postboys or the tolls or anything." "Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, don't be vexed," she replied imploringly. No, he assured her. "Good God, how could I be vexed with you, dearest, sweetest Emily? I only said, well, you must own it was the most totty-headed thing to do." Her lip trembled. "Oh—" No, not that," Gerard said hastily, slipping his arm around her waist. "Just a dear little goose. But do take care, my darling. Setting aside all else, if it were known along the road that we were eloping, we should be easily traced, and we don't want that, do we?" No, decidedly Emily did not want that. The mere thought of being pursued made her shiver and turn saucer-like eyes towards him. Do you suppose Mamma will come after me?" she faltered. "Good God!" he ejaculated. "I had not thought of that. Yes, very likely she might. Only I dare say she will not find it convenient to drop as much blunt as a chaise and four would need, because you told me yourself your papa don't often find himself with the dibs in tune, and you've no notion what it costs to hire 4 horses, Emily. You may depend upon it, she'd hire a pair only." "Yes, but Grandmamma has a great deal of money." "Well, it doesn't signify. If she isn't expected to arrive in Bath until the afternoon, we shall have several hours' start of her. She'd never catch us, even if she knew the way we'd gone, which she won't. Though the person I was thinking of is Rotherham." "Oh, no! Oh, Gerard, no!" He patted her shoulder soothingly. "Don't be afraid. Even if he did catch us, I shall not permit him to alarm you," he said stoutly. The only thing is that I'd as lief he didn't come up with us because of this dashed business of my being his ward. It's bound to make things awkward. However, there's no reason to suppose he means to come to Bath today, and in any event, I've got a precious good scheme for throwing him off the scent. If he's devilish clever, he might be able to follow us as far as Wolverhampton. But I flatter myself he'll throw up there, because I've provided him with a regular stopper. We shall pay off the chaise, Emily, and go on by stagecoach. Depend upon it, he will never think of that, particularly as we shall have to change stages at 1 or 2 places. I think there are no stages running direct from there to Carlisle, which is where I thought we should change into a chaise again.
But it is horridly uncomfortable on the stage, objected Emily.
She was still unconvinced that she would find a complicated journey by stagecoach entertaining when they reached Bristol and changed horses for the first time. Gerard kept a sharp eye on the extortionate postboy, alighting from the chaise and engaging him in talk, to prevent his passing the word to the new postilion that he was helping an eloping couple to reach the border. Meanwhile, the ostlers, adjured to fig out 2 lively ones, poled up the 2 most lethargic animals in the stables, and assured Gerard, with a wink at the postboy, that they would be found to be prime steppers. After a very short distance it became obvious that they were prime stumblers, and Gerard, letting down the window in front of the chaise, angrily scolded the postilion, who at once pulled up, and slewing himself round in the saddle, hotly defended himself. Emily tugged at Gerard's sleeve, begging him not to argue with the man, and pointing out very sensibly that since there was no possibility of changing the undesirable steeds until the next posting-house was reached, it was wasting precious time to quarrel with the postilion. Gerard sat back again, fuming with wrath, and the chaise was set in motion with a sudden jerk that almost flung the passengers onto its floor. To persons anxious to put as much space between themselves and Bath as possible, and in the shortest time, the slow progress over the next 9 miles was agonizing. Emily soon became a prey to agitating reflections. Against all reason, she fancied that they were already being pursued, and every time an imperative blast on a horn gave notice that some faster vehicle was about to pass the chaise, she clutched Gerard's arm and uttered a shriek. However, at the Ship Inn they fared better, being supplied with 2 strengthy beasts and a youthful postboy, who, on being urged to spring 'em a bit, obeyed with such enthusiasm that the body of the chaise rocked and lurched so violently that Emily began to feel sick. Gerard had to request the postboy to abate the pace, but he felt that a good deal of lost time had been made up, and applied himself to the task of assuaging Emily's fears and directing her thoughts towards a halcyon future. By dint of skimming lightly over the next year or 2, and dwelling on the time when he should have become an important member of Lord Liverpool's administration, he succeeded pretty well. By the time the Cambridge Inn was reached, 23 miles out of Bristol, Emily had temporarily forgotten her fears in discussing the rival merits of Green Street and Grosvenor Square as possible localities for the house of a rising politician. A couple of miles farther on, a slight contretemps occurred at the Church End turnpike, where the pike-keeper made a spirited attempt to overcharge one whom he took to be a greenhorn. But from this encounter Gerard came off triumphant, which pleased him so much that he began to feel more confident, and for the next 4 miles boasted to Emily of all the occasions when ugly customers trying to cheat him had found themselves powerfully set down. It was at about this time that Serena and Mr. Goring, after a splendid cross-country gallop, dropped into a narrow lane leading to the village of Dursley from the Bristol to Gloucester Pike Road. "By Jove, Lady Serena, you're a devil to go," Mr. Goring exclaimed in involuntary admiration. She laughed, leaning forward to pat the mare's steaming neck.
I like a slapping pace, don't you? I should have called it a splitting pace, he retorted. Neck or nothing. My heart was in my mouth when you rode straight for that drop fence. Was it indeed? It didn't seem to me that you were precisely hanging back, Mr. Goring. He smiled. Why, if you chose to take the fence, what could I do but follow? Very true. Pitting that peacocky bay of yours against my mare, you could do nothing else. But you did your best to get ahead of me, I thought, she said, throwing him a quizzical look. Confess that you enjoyed that last point as much as I did. For myself, I could almost forgive Gerard and Emily their iniquities. I haven't liked anything so well since I came to Bath. What is the time? He pulled out his watch. 20 minutes to 2. We should come up with them before they reach Gloucester, I think. In another few minutes they were on the Pike Road, and with the Cambridge Inn in sight. Here Serena permitted Mr. Goring, who knew the house well, to make the necessary inquiries. He returned to her presently with the intelligence that the yellow chaise had changed horses there about 20 minutes previously. They were sweating badly, he added, as he hoisted himself into the saddle again. So no doubt young Monksley is making the best speed he can. In that case, we won't jaunter along either, said Serena. What do you mean to do when we sight the chaise? Asked Mr. Goring. Am I to hold it up? Good God, no. We want no dramatic scenes upon the high road. We shall follow discreetly behind to see which inn they mean to patronize. Leave it to me, then. I know Gloucester as you know Bristol. I shall be better able to carry it off smoothly than you. Yes, I know you would like to have a turn-up with Gerard, but it's my ambition to emerge from this imbroglio without kicking up any dust. Thus it was that Gerard, jumping down from the chaise at the Bell Inn, Gloucester, to inspect the horses that were being led out, received an unpleasant shock. "How glad I am to have caught you," said an affable voice. "You need not have the horses put to." Gerard spun round, hardly believing his ears. But they had not deceived him. It was the Lady Serena who had spoken. She was standing just behind him, a pleasant smile on her lips, but her eyes glinting. His own eyes starting at her, he stood transfixed and could only stammer, "Lady Serena." "I knew you would be surprised," she said, still with that horrid affability. "It is not necessary, after all, for Emily to hurry north. Her brother is very much better. Famous news, isn't it? The letter came too late for anyone to be able to stop you before you left Bath, so I told her grandmother I would ride after you. Mr. Goring, do you know Mr. Goring, was so obliging as to give me his escort, and here we are," he uttered in a choked voice. "It's no concern of yours, ma'am. Oh, no, but I was happy to be of service." She nodded smilingly at the elderly ostler who was touching his forelock to her. "Good day to you, Runcorn. It's some time since you stabled my horses for me, isn't it? I'm glad you're still here, for I want you to take charge of my mare and Mr. Goring's horse, too. I see Emily staring at me. I must instantly tell her the good news, Gerard. Do you go into the house and bespeak refreshment for us all. Tell the landlord it is for me, and that I should like a private parlour." "Lady Serena," he said furiously, "I must make it plain to you." "Indeed, yes, we have so much to say to one another, I in particular. But not, do you think, in the courtyard?" She turned away and walked towards the chaise, where Mr. Goring, having relinquished the bridles he'd been holding into the ostler's hands, was already persuading Emily to alight. She seemed to be on the point of bursting into tears, but he took her hand in a firm clasp and said gravely, but with great kindness, "Come, Miss Laleham, there is nothing to be afraid of. You must not go any further. Let me help you down, and then we'll talk the matter over sensibly, shall we?" "You don't understand," she said, trying to pull her hand away. "I can't. I won't." "Yes, I do understand.
But you are making a mistake you would bitterly regret, my child. Rest assured that your grandmamma won't permit anyone to compel you to do what you don't like." She looked unconvinced, but his tone, which was much that of a man bent on soothing a frightened baby, calmed her a little, and made her feel a sense of protection. She stopped trying to free her hand, and only made a faint protest when he lifted her down from the chaise. She found herself confronting Serena, and hung her head guiltily, not daring to look up into her face. "That's right," said Serena in a heartening voice. "Now, before we go home again, we'll drink some coffee, my dear. Mr. Goring, I shall leave it to you to see that the horses are properly bestowed. Tell old Runcorn that Fobbing will ride over to fetch home my mare in a couple of days' time, if you please, and arrange for 4 good horses to be put to half an hour from now. I know I may safely depend upon you." She then swept Emily irresistibly into the inn, encountering Gerard in the doorway and saying, "Well, have you done as I bade you?" This question, calculated as it was to reduce Mr. Monksley to the status of a schoolboy, made him flush angrily and say in a sulky voice, "I'm willing to break our journey for a few minutes, ma'am, but pray do not imagine that I shall permit you to dictate to me, or to tyrannize over Miss Laleham. In future, Miss Lalam's welfare—" He stopped, not because he was interrupted, but because it was abundantly plain that she was not attending to him. The landlord was bustling up, and she walked past Gerard to meet him, saying in her friendly way, "Well, Shear, and how are you?" "Pretty stout, my lady, I thank you. And how is your ladyship, and my Lady Spenborough? Now, if I had but known, we must have had the honour of serving your ladyship with a luncheon today. Just some coffee and cold meat will do excellently for us. I dare say Mr. Monksley will have told you that he was escorting Miss Laleham here on what was feared to be a sad errand. One of her brothers took ill suddenly, and the worst was apprehended, so that nothing would do but she must post to Wolverhampton, where he is staying. However, better tidings have been received, I'm happy to say, and so I have come galloping after her to save her a tedious and most anxious journey. Dear Emily, you are still quite overset, and I'm sure it is not to be wondered at. You shall rest quietly for a while before returning to Bath." The landlord at once, and in the most solicitous fashion, begged them both to come into his best private parlour, and Emily, dazed by Serena's eloquence, and incapable of resisting her, allowed herself to be shepherded into the parlour and tenderly deposited in a chair. Mr. Monksley brought up the rear, not knowing what else to do. Self-confidence was rapidly deserting him, but as soon as the landlord had bowed himself out of the room, he made another attempt to assert himself, saying in a blustering voice, "Let it be understood, ma'am, that we are not to be turned from our purpose. You do not know the circumstances which have led to our taking what no doubt seems to you a rash step, not that it signifies in the least. Upon my word, I shall be interested to learn by what right you—" The speech ended here somewhat abruptly, for Serena rounded on him, an alarming flash in her eyes. "Are you out of your senses?" she demanded. "What the deuce do you mean by daring to address me in such terms?" He blenched, but muttered, "Well, I don't see what business it is of yours. You need not think—" "Let me remind you, Gerard, that you are not talking to one of your college friends," she interrupted. "I don't take that tone from anyone alive, and least of all from a cub of your age. I have previously thought that Rotherham was too severe with you, but I am fast reaching the conclusion he has been too easy. What you need, and what I am strongly tempted to see that you receive, is a sharp lesson in civility. Do not stand there glowering at me in that stupid, ill-bred style, and do not waste your time talking fustian to me about the circumstances which led you to take what you call a rash step, but which you know very well to be a disgraceful and dishonourable prank." Mr. Goring, who had entered the room at the start of this masterly trimming and had listened to it with deep appreciation, said very politely, "I shall be happy to be of service to you, Lady Serena." Her eyes twinkled. "I don't doubt it, or that you are an excellent teacher, sir, but I hope not to put you to so much trouble." "It would be a pleasure, ma'am." Mr. Monksley, finding himself between an avenging goddess on the one side and a stocky and determined gentleman on the other, thought it prudent to retreat from his dangerous position. He begged pardon and said that he had not meant to be uncivil. The landlord, accompanied by a waiter, then came back into the room to set the table, a mundane business which seemed to Gerard quite out of keeping with the romantic nature of his escapade. And when they were alone again, Lady Serena sat down at the head of the table and began to pour out the coffee, commanding the star-crossed lovers to come and take their places, as though she were presiding over a nursery meal.
"Oh, I could not swallow anything,"
Emily said in lachrymose accents. "I dare say you will find when you make the attempt that you are mistaken," replied Serena. "For my part, I am excessively hungry, and so, I don't doubt, is Mr. Goring. Come and sit down at the table, if you please. Mr. Goring, if you will take the foot and carve the ham, Gerard may sit on my other hand, and so we shall be comfortable." Anything less comfortable than the attitudes assumed by the lovers could scarcely have been imagined. Mr. Goring, glancing up from his task, was hard put to it not to laugh.
"I won't go back. I won't," Emily declared tearfully. "Oh, no one was ever so unhappy as I am."
"Well, you know, I think you deserve to be unhappy," said Serena. "You have caused Mr. Goring and me a great deal of trouble. You have behaved in a way that must, if ever it were to be known, sink you quite beneath reproach. And which is worst of all, you have made your grandmamma ill. Really, Emily, you are quite old enough to know better than to be so outrageously thoughtless. When I arrived in Beaufort Square this morning, it was to find Mrs. Flor recovering from a heart attack, and in such distress that I don't know when I have been more shocked." Emily burst into tears. "Lady Serena, it is useless to seek to interfere," said Gerard. "This step has not been lightly taken, and as for being dishonourable, it's no such thing. If you think I acted behind Rotherham's back, you are much mistaken. Before ever I came to Bath, I went to Clay Cross and told my cousin what I should do." Lady Serena lowered her cup. "You told Rotherham you were going to elope with Emily?" she repeated. He reddened. "No, not that. Well, I didn't mean then to elope. I told him I should go to Bath whatever he said, and if he didn't choose to believe me, I'm sure it was not my fault." "Are we to understand that Rotherham, in fact, forbade you to approach Emily?" asked Serena. "My poor Gerard, what a fortunate thing it is that I was able to catch you. We must hope that this escapade doesn't reach his ears, but there's no saying that it won't, and I am strongly of the opinion that you should book yourself a seat on the next London-bound coach." "I am not afraid of Rotherham," stated Gerard. "Then I know just what you should do," said Serena cordially. "Take the bull by the horns, my dear Gerard. You know what Rotherham is. Seek him out and make a clean breast of it, and he won't be nearly as angry." He cast her a look of intense dislike. "I've no desire to see him at all, ma'am." Serena spread mustard on a mouthful of ham and said thoughtfully, "Well, I can't but feel that if I stood in your shoes, I'd rather seek him than have him seek me. However, that is quite your own affair. But put this absurd Gretna Green idea out of your head, I do beg of you. If I fail to persuade you to abandon your project, I shall have no choice but to inform Rotherham immediately,
and then you will see him somewhere on the road to Scotland. I shan't envy you that meeting." Emily shrieked.
"Oh, you would not! Oh, you would not do so cruel a thing!"
"Of course I should. It would be far more cruel to let you ruin yourself in Gerard's company. And talking of ruin, pray, how did you come by the money to pay for this trip, Gerard?" "I suppose you think I stole it," he said furiously. "If you must know, I borrowed it." "Who in the world was fool enough to lend you enough money to get to Gretna Green and back?" she demanded, quite astonished.
"I shall pay it back on the day I come of age. In fact, he holds my note of hand."
"Who does? You know, this becomes more and more serious," Serena said. "I fear Rotherham will be quite out of patience with you."
"Well, he will not, because it was he who lent me the money," retorted Gerard. Mr. Goring choked over a mouthful of bread and butter. Serena, after gazing in an awed way at Gerard for a few moments, said unsteadily, "You borrowed money from Rotherham to enable you to elope with a girl to whom he is betrothed? No doubt he gave you his blessing as well." "No, he did not. Of course I didn't tell him I wanted it for... Well, I didn't want it for that. I mean, I hadn't thought of eloping then, or I shouldn't have... Though it isn't as if I asked him to give me the money after all," he added defensively. Mr. Goring, listening to him in grim amusement, remarked dispassionately, "You're certainly an original, Monksley." "Oh, Gerard, how could you?" said Emily. "Oh, dear. Oh, how dreadful everything is. I'm sure it would be very wrong of us to let Lord Rotherham pay for my marriage to you. Now I shall have to go back to Bath, and I wish I were dead."
Gerard, who, to do him justice, had not until now considered this particular aspect of his exploit, flushed scarlet and said in a deeply mortified voice, "Well, if it was wrong, at least I did it for your sake." Serena refilled her cup. "I dare say it may prove to be a blessing," she observed. "His worst enemy never said of Rotherham that he had no sense of humour, and the chances are he would laugh so much that he would forget to be angry with you, Gerard." He did not appear to derive much comfort from this, but before he could speak, Emily said, tightly clasping her hands, "Lady Serena, I don't want to marry Lord Rotherham. Oh, pray do not try to persuade me. I cannot love him." "Then I suggest that you tell him so," replied Serena calmly.
"Tell him so?"
repeated Emily, her eyes widening in horror. "Yes, tell him so," said Serena. "When a gentleman, my dear Emily, does you the honour to offer for your hand, and you accept his offer, the barest civility demands that if you should afterwards wish to cry off, you must at least inform him of the alteration in your sentiments." Emily began to cry again. Mr. Goring said, "Miss Laleham, pray don't distress yourself. What Lady Serena says is true, but she should have told you also that you have nothing to fear in returning to Mrs. Flore's house. I can assure you that you will find in her a stout supporter. Had you informed her of your dislike of Rotherham, this unfortunate affair need never have been." She raised her wet eyes to his face in an incredulous look.
"Oh, but, Mamma—"
"Believe me," he said earnestly, "Mrs. Flore is more than a match for your mamma. Indeed, my poor child, you must return with us. You have allowed the irritation of your nerves to overset your judgment. I have never met Lord Rotherham, but it is inconceivable to me that he, or any other man, could wish to marry a lady who held him in such aversion. "Mr. Goring," said Serena, "it is a happiness to have become acquainted with you. Your common sense is admirable. I can think of no one more unlikely than Rotherham to hold a reluctant female to her engagement to him, and you will own that I have reason to know what I am talking about." A murmur from Emily caused her to whip round, saying sharply, "If you bleat Mamma just once more, Emily, you will find that I have a temper quite as much to be dreaded as Rotherham's. Why, you little ninny-hammer, if it is Mamma you fear, marry Rotherham tomorrow. You could not have found any man more capable of protecting you from her, or, I dare swear, more willing to do so. Yes, you may stare. That had not occurred to you, had it? There is another thing that has not occurred to you. We have heard a great deal from you about the terror which he has inspired in you. But I have yet to hear you acknowledge that he has treated you during these weeks you have skulked in Bath with a forbearance of which I did not believe a man of his temper to have been capable. Why he should love such a sapskull as you, I know not, but it is clearly seen that he does. His reward is that when he at last tells you that it is time you came to a point, rather than summon up the courage to face him and to tell him the truth, you elope with a silly schoolboy for whom you do not care the snap of your fingers, his own ward, too. Did you plan it between the pair of you to make him appear ridiculous? Of you, Gerard, I can believe it. After this day's disclosures, it is not in your power to surprise me. You are an ill-conditioned puppy, without gratitude, without propriety, without a thought in your head for anything but what may happen to suit your pleasure." Her scorching gaze swept to Emily's horrified countenance. "You I acquit of all but childish folly. But I will tell you this, my girl. But for that saving grace, if grace you call it, I should think you the most contemptible and vulgar of jilts." These flaming words not unnaturally left both the persons to whom they were addressed speechless and shaken. Gerard was red to the roots of his hair, Emily paper-white and almost cowering in her chair. Mr. Goring rose and went to her, laying a hand on her shoulder. Over her head he spoke to Serena. "No more, ma'am, I beg of you. You have said enough. She has indeed behaved ill, but you forget what you yourself have said. She is the merest child, one, moreover, who is timid, and has felt herself to be alone, and has never known the sympathy and support which girls more fortunately circumstanced than herself enjoy." "Yes," burst in Gerard, "but when I rescue her and try to protect her—" "If you have the slightest regard for your skin, be silent," interrupted Mr. Goring, his voice losing some of its deliberate calm. "No man who wishes to protect an ignorant girl persuades her into taking a step that must expose her to the censure and the contempt of the world." The storm vanished from Serena's face, and she gave an involuntary laugh. "You set us all to rights, Mr. Goring. There is really no more to be said, and if we are to be in Bath again by dinner-time, we should set forward immediately. You need not look so scared, Emily. I shan't scold you any more. And I hope you will not, because I once lost my temper with you, imagine me to be an ogress." "Oh, no, no," Emily stammered. "How could I? I never meant... I didn't think..." "But you have turned Rotherham into an ogre, have you not?" Serena said, arching her brows. "Come. I think you would do well to wait until you have seen him again before you decide to jilt him, my dear. It may be, you know, that you will find that the picture you have painted is a false one. If he still seems terrible to you, why then, tell him you wish to cry off."
She held out her hand, but spoke to Mr. Goring. "Do you come with us, sir?" "I shall ride behind the chaise, ma'am."
"Emily," exclaimed Gerard, "will you permit yourself to be dragged from my side?"
"I am so very sorry," she said, trembling. "Pray forgive me. I didn't mean to behave so wickedly."
"My dear Gerard, if you wish to remain at Emily's side, you have only to hire a horse," said Serena. "Then, when Rotherham comes to Bath, you may confront him together."
"No, no," cried Emily, clutching her arm. "Oh, don't let him. Lord Rotherham and Mamma would know what I did, and I couldn't bear it."
"If my love means so little to you, go," said Gerard nobly. "I see that the coronet has won."
Chapter 22. When Major Kirkby rode over the bridge into Laura Place shortly before 3 o'clock, he was surprised not to see Fobbing waiting there with Serena's phaeton, and still more surprised to be informed by Libster that the Lady Serena had gone off on a picnic expedition. Lady Spenborough, added Libster, was in the drawing-room, and had desired him to show the Major upstairs. He observed that the Major had hitched his horse's bridle over the railings, and said that he would send my lady's footman to take charge of the animal. He then led the Major upstairs, announced him, and went away, shaking his head. In his view, there was something smoky going on, some undergame of which he could not approve. Fanny jumped up from the sofa as the door shut behind Libster, and moved impulsively towards the Major, exclaiming, "Oh, Hector, I'm so glad you've come. I am in the most dreadful worry." "My dear, what is it?" he asked quickly, catching her hands. "Fanny, you're trembling. My darling!" She gave a gasp and disengaged her hands, casting an imploring look up at him. "Hector, no, you must not. I should not have. Oh, my love, remember." He walked away to the window and stood staring out. "Yes, I beg your pardon. What has happened to distress you, my dear?" She blew her nose and said rather huskily, "It's Serena. She's quite taken leave of her senses, Hector." He turned his head. "Good heavens, what has she done? Where is she?" "That," said Fanny distractedly, "is what is so agitating. For I don't know. I mean, anything might have happened to her, and if she has not been murdered by footpads or kidnapped by Mr. Goring, for what, after all, do we know of him? She may be halfway to Wolverhampton by this time." "Halfway to Wolverhampton?" he repeated, startled. "Fanny, for heaven's sake, why should Serena go to Wolverhampton? Who is Mr. Goring?" "Oh, he is Mrs. Flore's godson, or some such thing. I dare say a very worthy young man, but so very dull and respectable." He could not help laughing. "Well, if he is dull and respectable, he will hardly have kidnapped Serena. No, I don't suppose it is as bad as that, but what if she doesn't catch them before they reach Gloucester? She can't ride all night, and there she will be, miles and miles from Bath, and no luggage, but only Mr. Goring, and her reputation quite lost. You had better read her letter." "Indeed, I think I had," he said. She dragged it from her reticule and gave it to him. "She says I am to tell you what has happened, so you may as well see just what she says. Hector, I am quite vexed with Serena." He had unfolded the sheet of paper and was rapidly running his eyes down it. "Emily,
Gerard? Gretna Green. Good God, what's this? Oh, I see. Monksley hired the chaise to take him to Wolverhampton. My dear, Serena doesn't say she means to go there. She is equal to anything, said Fanny despairingly. He went on reading the letter, frowning a little. When he reached the end of it, he folded it and gave it back to Fanny without a word. "What am I to do?" she asked. "What can I do?" "I don't think either of us can do anything," he replied. "If I thought it would be of the least use, I would ride after her. But either she is already on her way back, or she must be far beyond my reach. Fanny, does she often do things like this?" "Oh, thank goodness, no. In fact, I've never before known her to ride off with a strange man. Well, the merest acquaintance, at all events, and not even take fobbing with her. Of course, it is very wrong of Gerard and Emily to elope, but it is not Serena's business to take care of Emily. And I must say, if the wretched girl fears that her odious mother will push her into marrying Lord Rotherham unless she runs away with Gerard, I cannot wholly blame her. How Serena can believe that Emily could ever be happy with such a man as Rotherham is something that quite baffles me, Hector." "Do you think that Serena is greatly concerned with Emily's happiness?" he asked slowly. "It seems to me that it is Rotherham's happiness which interests her." He took the letter out of her hand and unfolded it again. "I can't and I won't allow them to serve Ivo such a trick. It is unthinkable that he should be twice jilted, and this time for such a Bartholomew baby as Gerard, a silly boy that is half flash and half foolish, and his own ward besides." He lowered the paper and looked at Fanny. "If you ask me, my love, Emily might have eloped with Serena's blessing had Rotherham not been in question. Lord, what a tangle!" She stared up at him. "But, Hector, it isn't possible. She told me, months before she met you again, that she had only once cared for anyone, and that it was you. And when you met... Oh, Hector, you cannot doubt that she was in love with you again on the instant." He said ruefully, "I did not doubt it any more than I doubted my own feelings, Fanny." "Hector, I am persuaded you are mistaken. She could not love Rotherham. As for him, I have never seen a sign that he regretted the breaking of the engagement. Indeed, far otherwise. He doesn't care the snap of his fingers for her. Well, has he not shown that he doesn't, if we had needed showing? He has no tenderness for her, not even solicitude. Do you think that Serena desires to be treated with solicitude, Fanny?" he asked. "It has sometimes seemed to me that nothing vexes her more." "Oh, no, no," she protested. "Not vexes her. She doesn't like one to cosset her, but—" She stopped uncertainly. "Well, perhaps... But Rotherham does not even admire her beauty. Do you recall what he said when he dined here, and she was looking quite ravishing? He said she looked like a magpie, and that is precisely the sort of thing he always does say to her. Indeed, I am sure you are refining too much upon what she has written in that letter. Though she does not regret it, I believe she thinks that she didn't use him well, which is why she must feel it so particularly, now that it seems as though he will be jilted a second time. For, of course, it was quite shocking to have cried off almost at the last moment. I can't think how she had the courage to do it." "She doesn't lack courage, Fanny," he replied. He glanced at Serena's letter again, and then laid it down on the table at Fanny's elbow. "I suppose she will bring that foolish girl back. If they outwit her, I wonder. But they won't. To own the truth, I can't imagine her being outwitted by anyone." He sighed faintly, but said with determined cheerfulness, "There is nothing to be done, my dear. We can only trust to this man Goring to take care of her. I'd better leave you. If she returns in time for dinner, as she promises, will you send me word by your footman? If she does not—" "If she does not," said Fanny resolutely, "I shall set out myself." "Fanny, Fanny," he said, half laughing. "No, my dear, you will not." "I must," said Fanny tragically. "It is my duty, Hector. I know I shan't find Serena, but as long as I am not in this house, I can prevaricate and say I was with her. And I beg of you, Hector, don't leave me here alone. I know Lord Rotherham will come here, and even when there is nothing on my conscience he puts me in a flutter. He will fix his eyes on my face and ask me the most stabbing questions, and I shall betray all." "But, Fanny—" Don't, I implore you, say that I have only to decide what I shall tell him," Fanny begged. "You must know that I am not at all clever, and when Rotherham bends that look upon me, I become utterly bird-witted. Hector, I cannot be your wife, but I shall be your mother-in-law, and you cannot leave me to Rotherham's mercy." He dropped on his knees beside her chair, gathering her hands in his and kissing them again and again. "Fanny, Fanny, don't," he said unsteadily. "If you look at me like that, how can I—" "Dearest, most foolish Fanny, there is no reason to think Rotherham will come to Bath today. I ought not to remain. Besides, I can't keep your footman walking my horse up and down outside for the rest of the day. Tell John to take him back to the stables," she urged him. "Pray, love, don't take away your support. If I must remain alone here, wondering what has become of Serena, and thinking every knock on the door to be Rotherham's, my senses would become wholly disordered." He was not proof against such an appeal. He thought it not very likely that Rotherham would arrive in Bath that day, but he remained with Fanny, with a backgammon board as chaperone. And Fanny was quite right. Not very long after 5 o'clock, Lipster opened the drawing-room door and announced Lord Rotherham. Fanny was taken by surprise, neither she nor the Major having heard a knock on the street door. She had just lifted a pile of backgammon pieces, and she gave such a violent start that she dropped them, and they went rolling all over the floor in different directions. The Major met her agonized look with a reassuring smile, and was near to bursting into laughter, so comical was her expression of dismay. Rotherham, pausing halfway across the room, glanced keenly from one to the other of them, bent to pick up a piece that had come to rest against his foot, and said, "How do you do? I'm afraid I've startled you, Lady Spenborough." "No, no," Fanny said, blushing and rising to her feet. "That is, yes. I wasn't expecting to see you. Oh, pray don't trouble about those stupid pieces." He dropped 3 of them onto the board and shook hands. "I understand Serena is out," he said, turning to offer his hand to the Major. "When does she return?" The look Fanny cast at the Major was eloquent. "I told you so," said her eyes. He came at once to the rescue. "It would be a bold man who would dare to prophesy," he said smilingly. "She has gone off on an expedition with a party of her friends, and there's no saying when they will get back to Bath." Where's she gone to? To Fanny's deep admiration, the Major replied without hesitation, I believe there was some notion of trying to get as far as to the Wookey hole. I wonder you let her. This remark, though it sounded more of a comment than a criticism, shook the Major slightly. Fanny sprang loyally into the breach. She will be sorry to have missed you. What a pity you did not advise us of your coming to Bath. Oh, she won't miss me, said Rotherham. I'll wait for her, if I shall not be in your way. No, not at all, said Fanny in a hollow voice. Pray, won't you sit down? Thank you. He chose a chair opposite to the sofa. Don't let me interrupt your game. We had just finished. Do you make a long stay in Bath? I can't tell. Has Miss Laleham also gone to the Wookey hole? I don't know. That is, I forget whether... Oh, I expect she has, said Fanny, feeling herself being driven into a corner. She knew that the unnerving gaze was fixed on her, and began with slightly trembling hands to put the backgammon pieces into their box. By the by, has my eldest ward been seen in Bath? Asked Rotherham abruptly. The Major was just in time to catch one of the pieces, which, slipping from between Fanny's fingers, rolled across the board to the edge. Oh, thank you, so clumsy. Gerard, Lord Rotherham, I haven't seen him. Did you expect to find him here? I wasn't sure. That's why I asked you. Fanny found herself obliged to look up, and was lost. The compelling eyes held hers, but they were not frowning, she noticed. A rather mocking smile lurked in them. I accept, without question, that you haven't seen him, Lady Spenborough. Has anyone? Are you talking of a boy called Monksley? Interposed the Major. Yes, I've seen him. Serena introduced him to me. He said he was staying with friends outside the town. He lied, then. Has he, too, gone to the Wookey hole? No, indeed he hasn't, Fanny said quickly. He's left Bath, I believe. Oh, my God! Why did I never thrust some jumping powder down his throat while there was still time to cure him of cow-heartedness? Exclaimed Rotherham, in accents of extreme exasperation. He got up abruptly. He heard I was coming and fled, did he? I wish you'd stop fencing with me, Lady Spenborough. Sooner or later I'm bound to discover what has been going on here, and I'd as lief it was sooner. I've already been refused admittance in Beaufort Square, where I learned that Miss Laleham will not be in until late this evening, that Mrs. Flor is out visiting friends, and that Lady Laleham is expected in Bath this afternoon. Now I find that Serena, too, is not expected back until late, and that ward of mine has taken himself off in a hurry, which makes nonsense of the whole. Having had the spirit to come here, why the devil couldn't he... He stopped suddenly, his brows snapping together. Good God! Did she send him packing? Fanny cast another of her imploring looks at the Major, but he, too, had risen, and his eyes were on Rotherham's face. Am I to understand that you knew young Monksley to be in love with Miss Laleham? He asked bluntly. Knew it? Rotherham gave a short laugh and strode over to the window. What can one know of a bag of wind? He enacted me a ranting tragedy, but as to discovering whether there is one grain of sincerity amongst the fustian, you might as well try to milk a pigeon. Just playing off his tricks, was he? He shrugged. I should have guessed it. No, said the Major deliberately. Far from it. Hector! The cry was startled out of Fanny. Rotherham swung round. One swift glance at Fanny's horrified face, and his eyes went to the Major's in a hard, questioning stare. "Well, out with it." Fanny sprang up with a rustle of silken skirts and clasped her hands about the Major's arm. "Hector, you must not. Oh, pray." He laid his hand over her clutching fingers. "But I think I should," he said gently. "Haven't you said from the outset that nothing but misery could come of the marriage? Your ward, Marquis, according to our information, eloped this morning with your betrothed." "What?" Rotherham thundered, making Fanny wince. "Are you trying to hoax me?" "On such a subject? Certainly not. They set out in a chaise and pair, and were bound, it is presumed, for Gretna Green." "By God, I've wronged that boy!" exclaimed Rotherham. "So that's why I wasn't permitted to enter Mrs. Flore's house. Gretna Green, indeed." His brows drew together again. "Good God, they will never get there. I'll swear all the money the young fool had was the £50 I gave him. Why the devil couldn't he have asked me for 100 while he was about it? Of all the addle-brained corkers! Now he'll find himself aground before he reaches Carlisle." Fanny's hands fell from the Major's arm. Fascinated, she stared at Rotherham. "He appears only to have booked the chaise as far as to Wolverhampton," said the Major, contriving by a superhuman effort to preserve his countenance. "Possibly he has foreseen that he might find himself without a feather to fly with, and means to proceed thence by stagecoach." "God grant me patience!" ejaculated Rotherham wrathfully. "If ever I knew such a slow-top! Does he know no better than to take a girl to Wolverhampton? Wolverhampton, my God! And then to push her into a stagecoach? And I don't doubt I shall be blamed for it if it all comes to ruin. How the devil could I guess he was such a codshead that he wouldn't know better unless I told him?" "Perhaps," said the Major, who had sat down again and was giving way to his emotion, "he felt there might be a little awkwardness in applying to you for instruction." One of his sharp cracks of laughter broke from Rotherham. "He might, of course," he acknowledged. Another thought brought back the frown to his brow. "What's Serena doing in this?" he demanded. "You're not going to tell me she has gone along to chaperone Emily?" "No, to bring her back," said the Major. "She has ridden in pursuit of them." "And you let her?" "It was not in my power to attempt to stop her. I only learned of it this afternoon. It was far too late to try to catch her. I can only trust she'll come to no harm." "Serena," Rotherham's lip curled, "needn't be anxious on her account. It isn't she who will come to harm. So she means to bring Emily back, does she? I'm obliged to her." He came slowly away from the window, a brooding look in his harsh face, his lips tightly gripped together. He saw that Fanny was watching him and said curtly, "No doubt she will be home presently. I shouldn't tease yourself about her, Lady Spenborough, if I were you. She's very well able to take care of herself. I won't wait to see her." He held out his hand, but before she could take it, the Major had risen and picked up from the table Serena's letter. "You had better read what she wrote to Lady Spenborough," he said. "I fancy it makes the matter tolerably plain." Rotherham took the paper from him, directing a searching glance at him from under his brows. Then he bent his gaze upon the letter and began to read it, his face very grim. But he had not proceeded far before his expression changed. The set look disappeared, to be succeeded by one of mingled wrath and astonishment. He did not speak until he came to the end, but he seemed to find it difficult to control himself. At last he looked up, and Fanny's heart instantly jumped into her mouth. Such a blaze of anger was there in his eyes. "I will wait to see Serena," he said. "I must certainly thank her in person, so busy as she has been on my behalf." He rounded suddenly on the Major. "And who the devil is this Goring she writes of?" he demanded. "I have never met him, but Lady Spenborough tells me he is Mrs. Flore's godson, and a most sober and respectable young man," replied the Major. "We must depend on him to bring her safely back." "Oh, we must we?" said Rotherham savagely. "She is a great deal more likely to bring him back on a hurdle. Any man who lets Serena lead him into one of her damned May games can't be other than a bottlehead." He broke off, jerking up his head, his eyes going swiftly to the window. The clop of a horse's hoofs, which had been growing steadily louder, ceased suddenly. 2 quick strides took Rotherham back to the window. He flung it up and looked down at the vehicle drawn up outside the house. There was a tense pause. Then Rotherham said, leaning his hands on the window-sill, Serena's letter crushed in one of them, "Her ladyship, in a hired hack." He shut the window with a slam and turned. Fanny sprang up. "Serena! Oh, thank God! What a relief!" She then shrank instinctively towards the Major, for the look Rotherham turned on her was bright and menacing. "Don't thank God too soon, Lady Spenborough. Serena is in a great deal more danger now than she has been all day, believe me." "No, no, stop!" she cried. "What are you going to do to her?" "Murder her," he said through shut teeth, and went hastily out of the room. Fanny started forward, but the Major caught her arm. "No, my dear, let be." "Hector, go after him," she said urgently. "His face, but oh, he looked like a fiend. Heaven only knows what he may do in such a wicked passion. You must do something, Hector. It's your duty to protect Serena." "So I might if I thought she stood in peril of her life," he replied, laughing. "What I do think is that I should make a very bad third in that quarrel." Meanwhile, Rotherham, running down the stairs, reached the entrance floor just as Serena walked past Lipster into the house. Under the stiff, curling brim of her tall hat, her face was a little pale, and her eyes frowning in a look of fatigue. She laid her whip down on the table and began to strip off her gauntlets. "Is her ladyship in, Lipster?" "In the drawing-room, milady. Also, ridden that short-backed mare of yours to a standstill, Serena?" She looked round quickly. "Ivo! You here?" "Yes, Serena, as you see," he said, advancing upon her. "Not only here, but extremely anxious to have a few words with you." "Dear me! In the sullens again?" she asked, her voice light, but her eyes watchful. "Are you vexed because Emily did not abandon our expedition on the chance that you might arrive in Bath today? How absurd of you!" "My girl," said Rotherham dangerously, "it will be just as well for you if you stop thinking me a bleater whom you can gull by pitching me your damn gammon. Come in here." He pushed open the door into the dining-room, and to Lipster's intense disappointment pulled Serena into the room and shut the door in the butler's face. "Now, Serena, now," he said. "What the devil have you been doing? Don't lie to me. I know what expedition yours was." He unclenched his left hand and showed her the crushed letter. "Do you recognize that? Then tell me the truth." She said indignantly, "So, not content with browbeating Emily, you have bullied Fanny into giving you my letter, have you? Well, if I find you've upset her, you will very speedily wish you had remembered with whom you would have to deal if you came raging into this house. I am not a wretched schoolgirl wilting under your frown. You are a meddlesome vixen, he told her angrily. Her eyes flashed, but she choked back a pungent retort, struggled for a moment with herself, and finally said in a voice of determined calm, "No, this is no moment for a turn-up, Rotherham. If you have read my letter, it may be for the best. Of course, you are angry, though why you should make me your scapegoat, God knows. Never mind that, I can stand a knock or two. Ivo, what a fool you have been. You may blame yourself for what happened today. Don't vent your wrath on Gerard. I've sent him back to London with such a flea in his ear as he will not soon forget, I assure you. You have you? How much? How very much I am obliged to you. Go on. You are more obliged to me than you know. You may dismiss Gerard from your mind. Emily is no more in love with him than I am. Had you had sense enough to have come to Bath without heralding your arrival in a letter anyone but an idiot would have known must scare the child out of what little wit, out of her wits, she would never have spared Gerard a thought. She seized on him merely as a means of escape. Really, Ivo, you have handled this like the veriest whipster. You have the vilest temper in creation, but I've never known you lose it with a nervous young un. Couldn't you guess that if you let Emily see it, she would behave exactly as would a filly you had spurred? She turned you into a positive ogre, and you could have made her adore you. Instead, you frightened her, and the devil's own task I've had all the way from Gloucester to convince her she has been a goose. I can't tell whether I've succeeded, but I can't do any more. The rest is with you. Be gentle with her, and I think all may be well." "Oh, God!" uttered Rotherham in a strangled voice. "What have I ever done to be cursed with such a marplot as you, Serena? So you've convinced her that I'm not such a devil as I made her think. I thank you. And I thought that if there was one person I could depend upon to urge the wretched girl on no account to marry me, it was you. I might have guessed you would bullfinch me if you could." "Rotherham," exclaimed Serena, grasping a chair back, "are you telling me... Are you daring to tell me you meant to scare Emily into jilting you?" "Of course I meant it," he said furiously. "You think I'm clever in the saddle, do you? Much obliged to you. A pity you didn't remember it earlier. Good God, Serena! You can't have supposed that I wanted to marry that hen-witted girl." "Then why the devil did you offer for her?" she demanded. "It only needed that," he said. "Serena, I could break your damn neck." She stared at him in bewilderment. "Why? How was I to guess you'd run mad? Anyone would think it was my fault you lost your head over a pretty face." "I never lost my head over any but one face, God help me. My temper, yes, once too often. I offered for Emily because you had become engaged to Kirkby, and if you were not a paper skull, you would have guessed it." "It's a lie. I only wrote to tell you of my engagement after the notice of yours had appeared in the Gazette," she said swiftly. "And you thought that because you hadn't told me of it, I didn't know. Well, I did know. You cannot live in a man's pocket here, my girl, without setting tongues wagging. From 3 separate sources did I hear of your doings. If you choose to listen to gossip—" "No, I didn't listen to it until I knew who it was who had appeared in Bath. Then I did more than listen. I got the truth out of Claypole." "You didn't so much as remember Hector," she stammered. "Of course I remembered him," he said scornfully. "I remembered something else, too. That unknown person whose name you refused to divulge when I first visited you here." "Unknown person," she repeated blankly. "Oh, Good God! Mrs. Flor! I had not seen Hector then. Ivo, what a fool you were! I was a fool, he said grimly, but not in believing that Claypole spoke the truth. And you became engaged to Emily merely because Ivo, it is beyond words. To use a child very nearly young enough to be your daughter as a weapon of revenge on me? I wonder that you dare stand there and tell me of such an iniquity, Serena said hotly. It wasn't as bad as that, he said, flushing. I meant then to marry her. If that cursed Adonis of yours had won you, what did it signify whom I married? I must marry someone, and Emily was as good as another. Better. I knew I could mould her into whatever shape I pleased. I knew she would be happy enough with what I could give her. I knew the Laleham harpy would jump at my offer. And I knew you would hate it, Serena. Oh, yes. Infamous, wasn't it? I did it because I was mad with anger. But I never meant to play the child false. And what, most noble Marquis, inquired Serena scathingly, made you change your mind and decide instead to be rid of her? He set his hands on her shoulders and gripped them, holding her eyes with his. Years ago, Serena, you fancied yourself head over ears in love with a devilish handsome lad. I didn't think then that he was the man for you. And when I saw you both together here, I was even more certain of it. But when I heard of his reappearance, and of the reception he got from you, I was shaken as I never was before, and hope to God I never shall be again. But the instant I saw the pair of you, I knew that I had rolled myself up to no purpose at all. I don't know what madness seized you, but I do know that you don't love Kirkby, and never did, or will. She wrenched herself away. Did you? Did you indeed? Perhaps you thought I loved you. No, but I knew that I still loved you. I could see you would break with Kirkby. Lord, Serena, if I hadn't been in such a damned tangle myself, I should have laughed myself into stitches. My poor girl, did you really think you could be happy with a man that would let you walk roughshod over him? For how long did you enjoy having your own undisputed way? When did you begin to feel bored? Let me tell you this, Rotherham, she flung at him. Hector is worth a dozen of you. Oh, probably 2 or 3 dozen. What is that to say to anything? It has this to say. I am pledged to him, and I shall marry him. So let me recommend you to lose no time in reinstating yourself in Emily's good graces. How dare you talk to me like this? And to think I didn't believe the things Emily poured out to me today. She paused, almost choking. You deliberately tried to make that girl cry off. Well, how the devil else was I to get out of a marriage that was going to wreck the pair of us? And Emily, too, for that matter. You made your bed, and we could all of us lie on it, I suppose, he interjected witheringly. She drew a breath. Good God! Had you no compunction? You had offered her a great position. Yes, I had. And if you fancy that her mother forced her to accept my offer, you're out, my girl. I never tampered with her affections, don't think of it. Had I thought she cared 1 jot for me, it would have been a different story, but she didn't. She wanted nothing from me but rank and fortune, and she made that abundantly plain. Ivo, did you, or did you not, make violent love to her, and tell her that if she played the coquette with you after you were married, it would be very much the worse for her? Serena demanded. Oh, not then, he replied coolly. That was later. God knows what she thought I had in store for her, little fool. Oh, how I wish she'd slapped your face, raged Serena. So did I wish it, he retorted. Lord, Serena, I even made her think I should be such a jealous husband that she would do better to marry a Bluebeard. I ran the gamut of impatience, jealousy, intemperate passion, veiled threats, and nothing I could do or say outweighed my coronet. In her mother's eyes, oh, yes, I don't deny that woman had a good deal to do with it, but make no mistake about it, Serena. Until I convinced Emily that she would not enjoy all that stuff by half as much as she thought she would, I could have been as brutal as I chose, and she would still have married me. She gave a gasp. Delford! Ivo, you fiend! When she told me about that visit, the pomp and the ceremony you overwhelmed her with, the people you filled the house with, the formality you insisted on, I thought that either she was exaggerating to impress me, or that you had run mad. He grinned at her. You never saw such a party. I had the state apartments opened, and shut my own rooms up, and dug out the gold plate, and how you can stand there and boast to me. No wonder Emily stared at me when I told her you had no turn for ceremony. Grandeur she wanted, and grandeur I gave her. Full measure and brimming over. Lady Laleham revelled in it, but Emily didn't. That was when I saw the scales begin to tip. Then she was ill. By the by, Serena, that was the best thing I've ever heard Gerard say. I told him Emily had been suffering from an attack of influenza, and damn me if he didn't rip back at me that it was more likely an attack of the Marquess of Rotherham. I never thought the boy had it in him to land me such a doubler. Or to elope with Emily, she demanded. Was that your doing, too? I can believe you capable even of that. No, it never entered my head that he had enough spirit for such a stroke as that. All I did was to try whether I could sting him into coming here and enacting his tragedy to Emily. He prated about the attachment that had existed between them, and for anything I knew it might have been true. If it was true, and he had enough courage to come here in defiance of me, I thought he might be the very thing that was wanted to weigh the scales completely down against that damn coronet. I gave him a couple of days' grace, and then sent Emily a letter calculated, as you so correctly pointed out to me, my clever one, to scare her out of her wits. I can't say I expected an elopement, though. And if you had, do you expect me to believe that you would not still have used the wretched boy in that unprincipled way? To her seething anger, he appeared to consider this quite dispassionately for a moment or two. No, I couldn't have helped him to a Gretna Green marriage, he decided. This is something indeed. No doubt, if I had not frustrated that crazy scheme, you would now be posting north to do it yourself. What I should be doing at this moment, if you had not wrecked everything with your damn meddling, would be thanking God for deliverance, he returned trenchantly. What I thought to find here was Emily playing Juliet to Gerard's Romeo. His heroics may not appeal to me, but they are just the thing to put a little spirit into her. All she needed to make her cry off by the time her mother sent her here was someone to support her. The fool that I was, I believed I could rely on you to scotch what you must have seen was the worst marriage ever planned. Very free you are with your condemnations of what I did, you shrew. Reserve some of your censure for your own behaviour. Instead of telling the chit she'd better go hang herself than cling like a damn limpet to a man you knew would make her a hellish husband, you did all you could to persuade her I had all the amiable qualities which no one knows better than you. I have not. By the time Gerard burst in on me, I knew you were failing me, but that you were ranged on the side of the Laleham harpy I never dreamed. What was in that red head of yours, my sweetest scold? Spite?
Quick as a flash she struck at him, But he was quicker still and caught her wrist in mid-air. "Oh, no, you don't. You'll hit me when I choose to let you, and at no other time, Serena. Why did you try to push me into that marriage? Answer me. Damn you!" "I never pushed you into anything," she replied pantingly. "Wiser men than you have fallen in love with pretty featherheads. You talk to me of spite. It never entered my head that you had offered for Emily because you wanted to be revenged on me and hoped I should be hurt. You've gone your length, Rotherham. I may be every one of the things you are so obliging as to call me, but the only thought I had was to save you from the humiliation of being twice jilted. You may let me go. I would not touch you any more than I would touch a toad." He laughed. "Wouldn't you? We'll see that. Now you listen to me, my girl. There's nothing I should like better than to continue quarrelling with you, but thanks to your well-meant but cork-brained efforts on my behalf, the tangle is now past unravelling and must be cut. When I've done that, I'll come back, and you may revile me to your heart's content. Don't you dare set foot inside this house again," she said. "Try if you can keep me out," he advised her, and let her wrist go, and strode out of the room a little too quickly for Lipster, hovering in a disinterested fashion in the narrow hall. "What a rare day's entertainment for you," he said sardonically. "I beg your lordship's pardon," said Lipster, the picture of bewildered dignity. "You may well. Inform Lady Spenborough that I shall be dining here tonight." "Yes, my lord." Serena was in the doorway, her eyes flashing green fire. "You will on no account admit Lord Rotherham into this house, Lipster." "No, my lady," said Lipster, moving to the street door and opening it for Rotherham. Serena turned towards the stairs. Fanny, on the first landing, whisked herself back into the drawing-room and softly closed the door. "There, you heard what she said," she whispered to Major Kirkby. "Yes, and I heard what he said," he replied. Serena's hasty steps sounded outside. Fanny looked anxiously towards the door, but Serena passed on and up the next flight. "Oh, dear, I fear she is in one of her rages," said Fanny. "What shall I do? Oh, what a dreadful day this is!" He smiled. "No, I think not, love. If I were you, I would do what I'm going to do. Retire and change for dinner." "Hector, you don't mean to leave me to dine with those two?" she cried aghast. "Not I. Do you think I have no interest in the outcome of this battle? I, too, am dining with you, my love," he said. Chapter 23. Admitted into Mrs. Flore's house, Rotherham had barely time to hand his hat to the butler before a door opened at the back of the hall, and Lady Laleham came out, dressed in all the elegance of figured silk and lace, and wreathed in smiles. "Oh, dear Lord Rotherham," she pronounced, "I knew you might be depended upon to call again. Such a sad mischance that you should have found no one at home when you came this afternoon. But you must not blame us, you know, for you forgot to tell Emily which day you meant to arrive in Bath. I hope I see you well." "My health, I thank you, ma'am, is excellent. I cannot, however, say as much for my temper, which has been exasperated beyond anything which I am prepared to endure," he replied in his harshest voice. She laid the tips of her fingers on his arm in a fleeting gesture of sympathy. "I know," she said, considerably to his surprise. "Will you come into the morning-room? You will, I know, forgive my mother for not receiving you. She is elderly and, alas, not capable of exertion." "The person I wish to see, Lady Laleham, is not your mother, but your daughter." "Exactly so," she smiled, preceding him into the morning-room. "And here she is." He strode into the room and paused, looking grimly at his prospective bride. She was standing beside a large wing chair, one trembling hand resting on its back, her eyes huge in her white face, and her breathing uneven. She looked very young, very pretty, and very apprehensive, and she showed no disposition to come forward to greet her betrothed until her mother said in a voice of honeyed reproof, "Emily, dear." After that she advanced and said, "How do you do?" putting out her hand. "Effusive," said Rotherham. "You must not behave as though I were your whole dependence and delight, you know." "She is a little tired," explained Lady Laleham, "and she has been a very silly, naughty child, which she knows she must confess to you." His eyes went to her face, an arrested expression in them. "Lady Serena said I need not tell, Mamma." "We are very much indebted to Lady Serena, my love," Lady Laleham returned smoothly, "but you will allow Mamma to know best what you should do." She met Rotherham's fierce stare with perfect coolness, a faint smile on her painted lips. "The poor child is afraid that you will be very angry with her, Lord Rotherham, but I have assured her that where there is full confession there must always be forgiveness, particularly when it is accompanied by deep repentance." The wretched Emily, perceiving that her betrothed was looking like a thundercloud, began to feel faint. But Rotherham was not thinking about her. He was seeing the ground being cut from beneath his feet by a stratagem which he recognized in a cold fury to be masterly. And he could think of no way to prevent Emily from casting herself upon his mercy. Out it all came, in halting, shame-faced sentences from Emily, skilfully embroidered by her mother. She had thought he was very angry with her when she had received his letter. He had stayed away from her for so long that she feared he no longer loved her. Gerard had told her such dreadful things that she had taken fright. But Lady Serena had come to the rescue just when she was wishing she had not done such a wicked thing, and Lady Serena had assured her that she had nothing to fear from Lord Rotherham, so she had come home and had been crying her eyes out ever since because she was so very, very sorry. Finally, would he forgive her and believe that she would never do it again? He became aware that she had finished speaking, and saw that her eyes were fixed on his face in a look of painful inquiry. He said abruptly, "Emily, do you love Gerard?" "Oh, no," she said, and there was no mistaking the sincerity in her voice. No way of escape there? There was only one way out, and that was to play the outraged lover and repudiate the engagement. It could not be done. To push her into flinging that handsome diamond ring he had given her in his face was one thing. To push her into eloping with his ward and then to round on her was quite another. He wondered what pressure her mother had brought to bear to make her so anxious to marry him. She was no longer thinking of riches and position. If he could get rid of Lady Laleham, he might be able to reach an understanding with Emily, if she was capable of understanding anything which she did not look to be. "I think it would be as well if we talked this over alone," he said. Lady Laleham had no intention of allowing this. Unfortunately, Emily's terror of him was greater than her dread of her mother, and she gave him no support, but shrank towards Lady Laleham. At which moment the door opened, and a startling vision surged into the room. "I thought as much," said Mrs. Flor ominously. "And who gave you leave to entertain guests in my house, Sukey?" She retained her clutch on Mr. Goring's supporting arm and added, "No, you stay here, Ned. There's nothing that's happened here this day you don't know, and a true friend you've been like your father would have been before you." Rotherham, with difficulty withdrawing his eyes from the magnificence before him, glanced at Lady Laleham. What he saw in her face afforded him considerable solace. Fury and chagrin were writ large in it, and beneath these emotions, unless he much mistook the matter, fear. So this was the mysterious grandmother about whom he had quizzed Emily on his first meeting with her. He bent his penetrating stare upon her again as she settled herself in the chair of her choice, and directed Mr. Goring to pull forward a footstool. Mrs. Flor was doing justice to the occasion in a staggering gown of lustring, with toe-bind stripes of a rich ruby and a quantity of floss trimming. This splendid robe was draped over panniers fashionable in her youth, and was worn over an underdress of satin. A medley of brooches adorned the low-cut corsage, and round her short neck she had clasped several strings of remarkably large pearls. A turban of ruby silk and tinsel was embellished with a cluster of ostrich plumes, and from the lobes of her ears hung 2 large rubies. "That's right," nodded Mrs. Flor, shifting the position of the stool a trifle with one red-heeled and buckled shoe. "Now, let me take a look at this precious Marquis I've heard so much about." Lady Laleham, with an unconvincing smile pinned to her mouth, murmured to Rotherham, "Dear mamma is quite an eccentric." "I'm not an eccentric, and I'm not deaf," said her dear mamma sharply. "I'm a plain woman that came of good merchant stock, which, though I may not have your fine lady airs and graces, my dear, I've got more sense than to be ashamed of. Another thing I tell you is that you'd do better to introduce this Marquis to me than to stand there biting your lips and wondering what he must be thinking of your ma. He can think what he likes, and if Emma means to marry him, which, however, isn't by any means a settled thing, the sooner he gets used to her grandma, the better it'll be for him." "How do you do?" said Rotherham, slightly bowing, his tone indifferent, but his eyes keenly surveying this amazing old lady. She gave him back stare for stare, taking him in from the heels of his boots to the crown of his black locks. "Good gracious, you're a regular blackamoor," she exclaimed. "Well, they say handsome is as handsome does, but from all I can make out, my lord, you haven't done very handsome yet." "You must not mind, mamma. She is so droll," said Lady Laleham. "It'll be more to the point if I don't mind him," observed Mrs. Flor, who was clearly in a belligerent mood. "You must excuse me staring at you, my lord, but I never did see such peculiar eyebrows. Now, I shouldn't wonder at it, Emma, my pet, if half the time you thought he was scowling at you, it was nothing but the way his eyebrows grow, which he can't help, though, of course, it's a pity." Rotherham kept his countenance set in its forbidding lines. At any other moment he would have exerted himself to please Mrs. Flor, for he was strongly attracted to her. But since her attitude appeared to be hostile, he saw in her his one hope of salvation, and began to consider how best to annoy her. "Dear mamma, you know that Emily wished to see Lord Rotherham in private," said Lady Laleham. "Don't you think, perhaps—" "No, I don't," replied Mrs. Flor bluntly. "What's more, it wasn't Emma that wanted to be private with him, and if she had done, I don't see much privacy for her with you standing over her, Sukey." "You forget, mamma, that I am her mother." "Well, and if I do, whose fault is that?" demanded Mrs. Flor. "You act motherly, and maybe I won't forget. From the look on poor little Emma's face, you've been bullying her, the pair of you. That's right, Ned. You give her a chair, and don't you be afraid, my pet, because you haven't any need to be." "None at all," said Lady Laleham. "Lord Rotherham has been most forbearing, just as I knew he would be, and has not uttered one word of censure, has he, Emily?" "No, mamma," said Emily in a small, scared voice. "It's to be hoped he hasn't," said Mrs. Flor, her eyes snapping. "That's not to say he won't hear a word of censure from me, in fact, a good many words. Yes, it's all very well to be high in the instep, my lord, and to look at me as though I was a spider, and very likely you're thinking I'm just a vulgar old woman. But what I say is that if anyone's to blame for what's happened, it's you."
"I've no objection to vulgarity," replied Rotherham. "What, however, I do not tolerate is interference. That had better be understood immediately." Mrs. Flor seemed to swell. "Oh, so when I tell you I won't have my granddaughter made miserable, that's interference, is it?" "If Emily is made miserable by me, the remedy is in her own hands."
"Mamma, pray be quiet," cried Lady Laleham. "Such nonsense, as though she has not every reason to be the happiest girl alive."
"You may toady his lordship as much as you like, Sukey, but don't you run away with the idea you can tell me to be quiet, or you and me will fall out, which would not suit your book. Ever since Emma got herself engaged to this Marquis, she's looked downright seedy, and she's been no more her merry self.
My dear mamma, I have told you a score of times that London and all the gaieties she enjoyed were too much for her."
"Then there is no need for you to feel any further anxiety about her health," said Rotherham. "We are not going to live in London."
This pronouncement, uttered as it was, in a curt, matter-of-fact voice, surprised Emily into uplifting her voice. "Not going to live in London?" she repeated.
"No."
"Dear child, Lord Rotherham means that you will mostly be at Delford or at Clay Cross," interposed Lady Laleham. "Naturally, you will be in London for a few months during the spring."
"I meant nothing of the sort," said Rotherham, without heat, but with finality. "I'm closing Rotherham House."
"Closing Rotherham House?"
exclaimed Lady Laleham, as though she could not believe her ears.
But why?"
He shrugged. "I dislike living in town, and abominate ton parties."
Emily's eyes darkened in dismay. "No parties at all?" she asked.
He glanced down at her. "We shall entertain at Delford, of course."
"Oh, no," she said involuntarily. I couldn't." She flushed and added pleadingly, "I would rather live in London, at least some part of the year. Delford is so very big, and I don't like it."
"I'm afraid, since it is my home, you will have to overcome your dislike of it."
"Of course she will," said Lady Laleham. "But surely you cannot mean to keep her there throughout the year?"
"Why not?"
"I'll soon tell you why not," interrupted Mrs. Flor, who had been listening in gathering wrath. "If Delford is the place where poor little Emma had to walk half a mile from her bedroom to the dining-room, it isn't the kind of house that'll suit her at all. Besides, from what she tells me, it's stuck right out in the country, and she'd had enough of that kind of thing at Cherryfield Place. What's she going to do with herself all day long?"
"She'll find plenty to do, I imagine. She will have first to learn what is expected of Lady Rotherham, which is likely to keep her pretty fully occupied for some months. She will hunt, of course."
"Hunt!" cried Emily. "Oh, no, please. I never do so."
"You will," he said.
Jump over those dreadful fences you showed me," Emily said, horror in her voice. I couldn't."
"We shall see."
"Well, if ever I heard anything to equal it," gasped Mrs. Flor. "First she's to learn a lot of lessons, and next she's to be made to break her neck."
"Oh, no, she won't break her neck," said Rotherham. "A few tumbles won't hurt her. I shall have some fairly easy jumps put up and school her over them."
"No!" almost shrieked Emily. "I won't! I won't!"
"No more you shall, lovey," hotly declared Mrs. Flor.
"It will be as well, Emily, if you realize that when you are Lady Rotherham I shall expect obedience from you. I warn you, it will not do if you say 'I won't' to me."
Mr. Goring, who had been seated rather in the background, got up and said in his level tone,
"We've heard a great deal of what you expect and what you like, my lord. But we haven't yet heard you ask Miss Laleham what she would like. She'll learn to like what I like, if she's wise. I did not choose a bride out of the schoolroom, sir, to have her setting up her will against mine. Mr. Goring's jaw was becoming momentarily more aggressive. It seems to me, Lord Rotherham, that what you want is a slave, not a wife. Mrs. Flor, unable to contain herself another instant, said forcefully, "And he's not getting a slave in my Emma. Why, the man's a downright monster. A fine husband you caught for Emma, Suki. I wonder you aren't ashamed to look me in the face. If I didn't say to Lady Serena that it wouldn't matter to you if a man was cross-eyed and had one foot in the grave, not so long as he was a duke, which is all you care for, and this Choctaw Indian here isn't even a duke." There was the faintest tremor at the corners of Rotherham's mouth, but it went unnoticed. Lady Laleham said, "I cannot believe that Lord Rotherham means all he says. I'm sure he means to make Emily very happy." "Certainly," said Rotherham, bored. "She has only to adapt herself to my wishes, and I see no reason why she should not be perfectly happy." Suddenly Emily sprang up and fled to her grandmother's chair. "I can't. I don't care if I am ruined. I can't. Oh, Grandmamma, don't let Mamma make me." "Emily!" There was a red spot on each of Lady Lalehm's cheeks. "How dare you say such a thing? As though I should dream." "You keep your distance, Suki," commanded Mrs. Flor. Mr. Goring, stepping up to Rotherham, his chin now well out-thrust, said, "Perhaps your lordship will do me the favour of stepping outside for a few minutes." "No, you fool," said Rotherham very softly. "Emily, think what you're doing," Lady Laleham was saying urgently. "You'll never get a husband if you play the jilt, particularly after your folly today. The whole world will think it was you who were jilted. You'll have to stay at home, for I shan't take you to town again, and you'll end your days an old maid." "You're wrong, ma'am," said Mr. Goring. "There's time and to spare before she need think of being married. But you needn't fear she won't get another offer, because I can tell you that she will." "You can lay your life she will," said Mrs. Flor. "Now don't you cry my pity, because your ma isn't going to make you do anything." What shall I do?" sobbed Emily. "I don't want to go home in disgrace, and I don't want to have no reputation." "Emma, would you like to stay with your old grandma? Now think, lovey. It ain't very lively living here, nothing but the assemblies and the Sydney gardens, and if it's the tongue parties you want, I can't give them to you, because if I was to take you to London, I couldn't chaperone you, my pet, because there's no getting round it. I'm not a fine lady, and I never will be. Myself, I think you'd be a deal happier if you was to forget all these marquises and things, but it's for you to say." "Live with you always," Emily cried, lifting a flushed, tear-stained face from Mrs. Flor's lap. "Oh, Grandmamma!" "Bless you, my precious," said Mrs. Flor, giving her a smacking kiss. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" demanded Lady Laleham. "I'll have you know Emily is my daughter, Mamma. And I'll have you know, Suki, that if I have one more word out of you can pay your own bills from now on, and so can Sir Walter." There was a pregnant silence. Mrs. Flor patted Emily's shoulder. "You dry your eyes, love, and give the Marquis back his ring." "When you see your sisters all married before you, I hope you will remember this day, Emily," said Lady Laleham. "For my part, I wash my hands of you." "And a very good thing, too," commented Mrs. Flor. "Go on, love. The sooner we're rid of this Marquis of yours, the sooner we can have our dinner, which I'm sure we all need." The door shut with a slam behind Lady Laleham. Emily shyly held out the ring to Rotherham. If you please, I beg your pardon, but we should not suit.
Thank you, he said, taking the ring. You have no need to beg my pardon. I will beg yours instead. The truth is that we both made a mistake. I wish you extremely happy, and I feel sure you will be. But Mr. Goring is quite right. There's plenty of time before you need think of marriage. As for your reputation and your sisters and all the rest of that nonsense, you needn't regard it. He glanced at the ring in his hand and said, I think you had better keep this, but wear it on another finger.
Oh, thank you,
gasped Emily naively. He turned from her to confront Mrs. Flor, who had heaved herself up out of her chair and was eyeing him with sharp suspicion. He grinned at her. Don't worry, ma'am. All that you would like to say to me, and a great deal more, has already been hurled at my head, and I fancy there is more to come. I'm delighted to have made your acquaintance, and I trust that next year, perhaps, I shall have the pleasure of entertaining you and Emily, of course, at Rotherham House. By the way, don't send a notice to the papers. I shall be sending one that will obviate the necessity, and will convince the world that I have treated Emily abominably, which I own I have. So that's it, is it? Said Mrs. Flor. Of all the impudence. Well, I'm sorry for her, that's all. And I hope with all my heart that she'll lead you such a dance as will put you in your place once and for all. She will do her best. Pay me a visit when you come to town, Goring, and we'll put the gloves on. You should tell me, too, how you enjoyed taking care of Lady Serena. You had my sympathy. A brief bow, and he was gone. Half an hour later he was being admitted to the house in Laura Place by Fanny's footman. He found the butler in the drawing-room engaged in lighting the candles in the wall sconces. "Masterly, Lipster," he said. "Go and tell the Lady Serena that although you did not let me in, I am nevertheless here and should like to see her immediately." "Her ladyship, my lord," said Lipster with an apologetic cough, "informed me that if your lordship should happen to cross the threshold, she would partake of dinner in her bedchamber." "Did she, by God? Go and tell her ladyship that if she does not come down to me, I shall go up to her." "Yes, my lord, if your lordship insists," said Lipster, and departed. He did not return, but within 5 minutes Serena swept into the room, her cheeks flushed and her eyes far too fierce to suit the dove-grey gown she was wearing. "How dare you send me insolent messages by my own servant?" she demanded. "I thought that would fetch you down," he remarked, walking forward. "Yes, and you will be shortly extremely sorry that it did. If you think, Ivo—" This speech ended abruptly. Not only was she roughly jerked into Rotherham's arms, but her mouth was crushed under his. For a moment or two she strained every muscle to break free, and then, quite suddenly, the fight went out of her, and she seemed to melt into his embrace. It tightened ruthlessly, and only relaxed sufficiently to allow her to get her breath, when Rotherham at last raised his head and looked down into her eyes. "Well, you beautiful, bad-tempered thorn in my flesh. Well, have you done scolding yet?" She lay against his arm, her head flung back on his shoulder, her eyes glinting at him under their curved lids. Detestable creature, mannerless, conscienceless,
overbearing, selfish, arrogant. Oh, how much I dislike you, she sighed. And how much you dislike me. I'd as lief be mauled by a tiger. You're mad, too. Never were you more thankful to be rid of anything than of me. Own it. All these years. Never, he assented fervently. I swore then that never again would I put it in your power to drive me to the brink of insanity with your obstinate, headstrong, willful, intolerable conduct. But it's no use, Serena. Don't you know that? I thought I'd torn you out of my heart. I thought you were nothing to me but an old friend's daughter, until... What made you do it, Serena? What crazy folly made you do it? The smile vanished from her eyes. Oh, God, I don't know. I meant it, Ivo. When I saw him again, I felt I was a girl, a 19-year-old. Perhaps it was because I was so lonely. Perhaps because he still loved me so much, thought me a goddess, flattered me. Oh, Ivo, worshipped me as you never did, I'll swear. No, I don't worship you, he said, mocking her. I know you for what you are, you enchanting termagant. And what you are, I can't exist without. I saw him worshipping you, poor devil, shutting his eyes to your imperfections. I pitied him, but I held him in contempt as well, because what is most admirable in you he liked least. I'll open no gates for you, my girl. You'll take any fence I take, and we'll clear it, neck and neck. He felt the response in the quiver that ran through her, and laughed and kissed her again. You may set the county alight if you choose, but ride roughshod over me you will not, if we fight from cockcrow to sundown. Ivo, she whispered, turning her face into his shoulder. She seemed to struggle with herself, and looked up at last to say, I cannot. I must not. It is too base, and, oh, what would Papa say to me for behaving ungentlemanly? Ivo, I have been Hector's dream. It's a dream he has awakened from, believe me, he said dryly. Lord, Serena, the clever fool that you are, stop mouthing fustian to me, or I'll shake some sense into you. Haven't you seen what has been going on under your nose? Your calf-love doesn't want to be your husband. He's hoping to God he may become your father-in-law. She stared at him with knit brows. Then she began to laugh. He kissed her again, heard a slight sound, and looked over her head towards the door. Major Kirkby, quietly entering the room, was standing with one hand on the door, watching them. I don't beg your pardon, Kirkby, Rotherham said. I am reclaiming my own property. Serena pulled herself out of his arms and went towards the Major, her hands held out. Hector, forgive me. I have used you so shamefully. I think I must be the most fickle wretch alive. He took her hands and kissed them. Not as fickle as I, nor such a crass fool, my dear. I wish you happy with all my heart. You're a grander creature than any I ever dreamed of. She smiled. Only I am not your dear, and you are the kindest and best of men, but not my love. He was still holding her hands, rather flushed, a rueful look in his eye. There is something... I don't know how to tell you. I must appear worse than a fool. I've told her already, interposed Rotherham. I see no need to wish you happy. You will both be extremely happy. He held out his hand and gripped the Major's, saying with his derisive smile, "Do you own at last that I was right when I told Spenborough 7 years ago that you and Serena would never suit? When I met you again in this house, I came prepared to dislike you profoundly. I ended the evening most sincerely pitying you. You're too good a man for such a termagant, Kirkby." "How like you, how very like you," Serena said. Her eyes went to the door. "Fanny! Oh, foolish Fanny! Why didn't you tell me to take my claws out of Hector weeks ago? My dear, you were made for one another."
"Oh, Serena, I feel a traitress," Fanny said, her eyes brimming over.
"No! Why should you? I'm afraid you will be shocked, my dear, but I am going to marry the odious Marquis after all."
"Hector said it would be so," Fanny said, sighing. "I do so much hope that you will be happy, dearest."
"You don't depend upon it, however, Lady Spenborough."
She blushed rosily. "Oh, no, I mean, yes. Only, it has always seemed to me that you held one another in positive aversion."
"Acute of you." She had never known how to take his abrupt, incomprehensible remarks, and was always flurried by them. She said quickly,
"I'm so very glad you've made up your differences. My lord would have been so happy."
She saw Serena's face quiver and added at once,
"Only how very awkward it will be for you. How shall you advertise it? For you will be dreadfully roasted, you know, if you announce your engagement for the second time."
Serena turned laughing eyes towards Rotherham.
"Fanny is perfectly right. Shall we say that the engagement between the Marquess of Rotherham and the Lady Serena Carlo has been resumed?"
"No, intolerable. I will never be engaged to you again, Serena. The advertisement which I propose to send to the Gazette will state that the marriage between the Marquis of Rotherham and the Lady Serena Carlo took place privately at Bath."
Her eyes lit, but she said, "Ivor, how can I? It is not yet a year."
"No, it is not a year. But even your Aunt Teresa will not think it improper if I add to the notice the information that we are spending our honeymoon abroad, and do not expect to be in England again until November. There will be no wedding festivities and no bride visits. What we may choose to do while touring the continent will offend no one." He stretched out his hand imperatively, and she laid hers in it. His fingers closed on hers. "We will do better this time, Serena."
"Yes," she said, holding tightly to his hand. "We will do better, Ivor."